I almost like
right now,
forgot about like
EMEA region, and you
what
have
time
to
it
keep
was.
that in mind, how it's kind of those win trades back and forth.
Yeah, both teams.
So we are already
this time
in.
Heretics coming off of a loss, BBL coming off of a win. Maybe that's something they can work off of, a momentum here, BBL. They've got to see if they've got a chance on this one. Heretics, though, they've shown they are resilient as ever as they enter this first map. It's BBL on the attack, Heretics on defense, as it looks like we're heading towards this right hand
We are already in.
the map straight away.
Yeah, to start things out just very slowly thus far. No trips actually over towards that A side. It's only got to be that camera for information with Kushner. The one to make noise here over Vent. So quick into it too.
Yeah, it was just so
Okay, so we have split for BBL, Sunset for Heretics, and then Icebox.
Is gonna come in with Heretics holding back, happy for the retake against Fnatic. They know the approach is fast.
So we have a side pick for Heretics. They pick defense. They play a classic comp outside of the Brimstone
Try to maintain the same main control and cut it off on the retake
instead of a Viper.
Time is cutting close.
And for BBL they play double initiator, they don't play the Cypher, they play the Breach instead. I don't like Sky Breach. I think Sky is good if you play alone, like solo initiator, and you play the Cypher. If you're gonna play double initiator, I would rather have a Fade. Sova is not good on split. Gecko, not really. KO is okay-ish, but you already have both. Like you both have flashes. So I would go for Breach, Fade, especially since like both ultimates are very similar. It's something you want.
As the map continues to move forward in that kind of sense, but when you then
These are
look
like
towards
ultimates
BBL,
you
of course,
want.
they are running the same composition that we had seen previously, and it'll be a big question as to how they continue to adapt on that, because Split, they haven't necessarily gotten the best results in the past.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, look at the buy already. I think BBL, it's evident that they want to get a good start because they've got a buy in second round. Many teams choose Seek for this, but evidently not BBL.
Isolated here, Boo. Right, there is a sharded step to get out if needed.
No, very aggressive from Kushner. Oh, he does get shut down quite instantly. I mean, BBL losers there in a lot of trouble, you might say. Heretics, though, again, very similar to the last time's exchange. I think they noticed Kushner's power with the gun he had. So now we'll be a little bit more cautious about it. Brave's position is sneaky, not quite spotted, spoke too fast. Boo with a double already, but Elite close angle into CT, doing some damage, but again, Elite, the final remaining player, just like the last one. But again, Heretics repeat history and get 2 rounds consecutive.
That's tough. BBL, they start off.
So Heretic gets the pistol,
for the anti-eco that you would be expecting
and they get
round 3, and it's costly.
the anti-eco.
Some of these ultimates also now starting to creep up here for Heretics. Screens, sure, it's what I think 4, 5 out of the points needed there for that Sky ultimate. But when you're considering
Shooting looks clean for
there's going to be
the
more points
Heretics.
into this round.
For sure.
And then once BBL are back onto a bye, it's most likely that we're going to see those Seekers coming out as well.
Yeah, that's very fair. And of course, coming into the third round, I think many people, if you're joining in and you're wondering why is Patatek still on the server, it's because Woot, yes, he's still with the team. He's in Berlin right now. He's with the coaches, but obviously they need a little bit more time to, you know, get gelled well together. And yeah, you know, it's a little bit unfortunate for Heretics having to make these mid-season switches, but they kind of, you know, it seems like they find it like a good idea. Definitely risk involved in that though, as BBL lingering with the Sheriffs.
Yeah, just getting pushed back here and there, farming up some of those orbs if possible. A bit worried on the spray.
So BBL forced by
makes it a lot more difficult now for BBL on this attacking side, since that Viper's wall always
this
lays
round,
down for those lurk.
because this round they only have pistols. It should be their.
I think BBL is one of those teams.
Like
that,
it should be Heretics bonus.
They're not one of the best teams in Europe, but on Ecos they can definitely pack a punch. We're talking about aimers here. So it's got to be respected, and you can see Heretics is one of those teams that definitely will respect. Evident. Patatek's positioning off the guiding light.
Spike down mid.
And yeah, BBL, that's over. Spike in the middle, Power has to receive it. But yeah, it doesn't seem like Heretics will be challenging it, just letting BBL to walk into them, really.
just really cleaning up this round at the end of the day. But I think that's our opportunity to touch back on towards the story here for Patatek, right? The fact that it is, if you guys didn't end up seeing it actually on the Heretic social, is going to be his last match here right now. Unless, of course, they end up maybe needing a sub, but going forward, he's going to be available for other players to pick him up. He hands off the round on the on one of the 4K there, but this is important for him. It's his last chance on the big stage to really show what he's got here for any teams looking to make changes later in the season.
He's been really good with this team. I feel like for Patatek, he showed resilience. He showed capabilities of keeping mental high, even on very rough games, high-tier games, even on international events, right? He's had that very strong showing. So it's big shoes to fill for Wook coming in as a rookie.
Definitely is. You even saw him coming in, I think, on the walk, and he was holding his chin up high, you know, and very proud to be here. And you can see that he's really trying to maintain that confidence going forward, knowing how important this is to him. But now we're going to see BBL looking to make some space here over towards this A site. Cypher setup has been swapped over, though, for Benji Fishy. That standard setup here on those 8-point tricks.
That's a matter of BBL testing it. Of course, their choice to be on split right now. Bit of a difficult map pool to traverse, right? If you're BBL, haven't had much success on many. And with Heretics, I think quite the opposite.
When you're looking at split as well, sure, the loss, you can say, okay, it was a 10-13 loss against Koi, but Koi's also not one of the top contenders here within the region either. So it doesn't actually say too much in that kind of sense.
Well, Kushina First Blood does open it just a path towards this B site. But the traversal there is optional. They've got other ideas. And it's that A kit maybe looking to circumnavigate those wires, find the other end of it. And now there's only one defending, by the way, it's Miniboo. But if there's anyone to be able to find a 1vx kill, it's going to be Miniboo, isn't it?
Oh, it definitely is. Still nades available here. Oh, this stun could be the difference maker.
But oh, he's low. Still gets away with one, and he's buying time, not the second.
Okay.
Let's ground ourselves for a bit. Boo, used from the shadows. He was to the back of the side, didn't even notice. But still, BBL, great start. They've got a 4v2 scenario here. The Heretics, though, need to be a little bit careful.
I feel like this might be just a save or try and get some exit frag situation here for Heretics in a 2v4. Nothing to work with here for Reans.
I mean, they've got money. They're going to go for it. Okay. Good for one. Benji Fishy on a 1v2 now. He's giving off his angle. Two different positions for BBL. They've got to be really good with the timing of it, and it's all that is required as elite. And he's been a superstar the past 2 weeks.
I mean, a must-need round here for BBL as well. It does come close, taking it from a 2v4 down to a 1v2 there. It gets tight. And you're also considering the fact that both these teams are also 1-1 right now in their respective groups, right? Both at that third place. This is their opportunity to maintain that spot going forward. And when you're also looking towards BBL, they do have one additional opportunity, being one of those teams in the likes of, I believe it is Group Omega, to be able to get that down. But, or sorry, Group Alpha. So you have more chances to try and rack up some of those points.
You're playing against teams in Group Omega. That's kind of where the confusion comes in at this first split. But still, it's Bai and the Heretic and Team Heretics. I don't know, I'd be calling the Heretics today, but it's Team Heretics. And they've got another Bai in them, and another reason why they went for the 2v4 last round. But heavy presence here in mid, at least been spotted towards this A site. And it just gives me an inkling here that there might be an opening in mid.
Look how much space that Heretics have now garnered, though, over towards A.
It's just a denying time down to the 1 minute mark. Kushner not quite able to break the trip. But now it seems that BBL want to lean towards this B site. There is a bit of a Cypher setup, but not too many eyes on it.
No, 40 seconds left. You have the Seekers popped already here, looking for the presence. Everyone on BBL gathered towards B. They have to re-clear towards mid with that information being found here by Heretics.
Oh, 3 expended towards mid, and we're down to 30 seconds. This is getting really tight here. Seeker's now enabled. Brave to the site. He's being sprayed upon across the box, and Miniboo eventually shuts his life down. 23 seconds. Oh, they've got this really close, and Heretics know exactly what's going on. 4 players already located all the way into the site. They've got a guarantee of a luck as well, but it's Miniboo that shuts it down all himself. BBL, yeah, they run into their own trouble there.
Hey, you even see Heretics having a backup plan in that situation. Boo's positioning over towards Vents to cut off the rotation if BBL decided to make that dash over towards the A site, expecting the rotates to have come over towards B already. It's 4-1. BBL economically hurting. And Heretics have been doing well to kind of stagger their ultimates and not use too many. They haven't really felt the pressure from BBL to need it anyways, but...
I mean, they're not the team under pressure here. I feel like they're the favorites. They're kind of chilling. And I love the support between them as well. They just are each other's hype men. Every time that we're in an interview with them, oh, Benji Fishy's crazy. No, Mini Boo's crazy. He's nuts. He's the best KO. And all that. Every time we're on an interview, they just praise each other. It's so cute.
Lots of love.
Still aggressive for BBL, even though with lesser weaponry in the middle of the site. Kushner still good for one. Boo's position telegraph. Mini Boo, though, lines up with his brother, and they make clean work of this hold. One's crossed over, though. Brave, what are you capable of here? Not much of a gun that you have. And Reezy, not much of health to his disposal either. Your theft as a guarantee. Heretics not playing around here. Want to lock this down. And are just keeping the two players isolated between them. Reezy just 1 meter forward and he would have been dead.
Yeah, Reezy has a spike here as well. Brave's on an island.
That's brilliant. Brilliant. With a blast pack obscuring movement. Reezy, that is nuts! But not good enough in this one. Paddy Tech at least was there as the guarantee. And that's 5-1 for Heretics.
A bit too close for comfort if I'm gonna be like Reezy hitting those shots is mad mechanically, absolutely insane. I know that we've had a lot of eyes on Elite, I think, with his performance and how it's improved, but now it's gonna be eyes drawn elsewhere. Timeout to be called this time. BBL, usually you end up seeing those coming out during the ego rounds, and then it leads into the strategic chat about what you're going to do into the buy.
It's a bit of a to-and-throw approach here. For this one, I don't blame them. Obviously, now they're heading into a buy round. They've got more time to think about the status quo. Bit of disappointment there. The fact that they knew there was a potential with a Sheriff clutch is one of those that bring the emotions up for BBL. And they're an emotional team. Like, if they're running on a high, they'll keep it going. But if they're not, then it all crumbles really quickly.
Tough days in that kind of regard, but also an opportunity to talk for Heretics here as well. When they are looking over towards, okay, BBL, they're calling their timeout. Then they're looking at, okay, what ultimates do we have to worry about? You've got that Viper's Pit, one away from the Seekers as well, and of course from the Shadows, and Showstopper also up here for BBL, and Heretics are gonna try and workshop, okay? What are BBL looking to do with these? How are they gonna look to find success into this round? Because we're already 7 in. First quarter just about done.
Yeah, and it's quite the difference to see already. Any ballpark ideas of where BBL want to be at by the end of the half?
I mean, I think in their ideal world, they probably want to be at 6-6. But
True, that is fair. That is fair. Line them up good for that defense side, give them a bit of a cushion to work with. But for now, it looks like they'll have to be working from the down low. And let's see what they make use of these ultimates. Again, quite slow approach in mid from BBL, but they want to gain that control.
I do wonder if maybe a pacing change is what BBL need to actually find some of the success. They've conditioned a lot of these slower default-esque plays, and they look to regroup, of course, into the mid-round for their actual hits, but it gives so much comfort to Heretics to know that they can kind of just play their own game and lie and wait.
Shout out to the observers catching the break of the trip, but Mini Boo's Showstopper does fall short, and BBL instantly react to it. They're heading towards this B side, but I think Heretics are pretty quick on the charge as well.
I mean, Benji's been splitting up a lot of his utility as well across both these sites, right? Just to cover a little bit more of that ground, keep BBL guessing continuously as to where they do need to put that pressure on it.
Still a trip to be broken though. Oh, it's hard to find where that comes from. One's caught up and up against the smoke, and no one's been able to shoot back from Heretics. They're playing it slow. They know that BBL could be anywhere. They could even have heavy control, and it's heavily respected.
I think you could have actually crouched under that trip with how high it was. Poised more in case it was a blast pack in situation, but there's also a Showstopper available here for Kushner into the post.
Oh.
Popped early.
That's looking to buy time. Just going to hold on to it. Smart.
Both chokes covered.
Another one pops again. All he has to do is buy up the time. So there's now time trouble for Heretics. They've got to start moving in quickly. They don't have many flashes for it. The orbital strike is going to have to clear way for the team to start moving in. The poison cloud, the Viper's Pit as well, is just being so menacing that BBL just can hide within it. No problem at all. Still, it's somehow favoring Heretics now. Brave trying to have a crossfire with Power, And there's no time for Boo. He knows it, has to run away. The Eyes of Heretics gonna give away this one. BBL get themselves a second round on the board.
Nicely done. 2 ultimates expended, not too much needed there, and slowly closing that gap there for BBL. I think what they did really well was just kind of managing the fact that you have that Viper's Pit covering up towards Alley, then you're denying that time over towards B Tower with the Showstopper coming in. It's curious, I mean, you're also looking at Heretics, and they're playing with the solo initiator here as well, right?
Yeah.
You're looking towards Reens to be that initiator, and Sky no longer has that utility that refreshes. So that's a big trade-off when you're looking at the double flash.
Yeah.
On the side of BBL as well.
A lot of breakthrough utility on this BBL side. But let's be fair, we haven't seen it up until this point. Rolling Thunder drawing out. Riens gets away with his life. A pick, Spike down and in no man's land. Only just collected. BBL handed the site. Knocking on the door, no one's there. Heretics are gonna look to join the party a little bit later.
I like this information search though from BBL over towards CT. Allows them that free screens control, put the pressure on Team Heretics.
Brave really close to the action. Anti-flash for Easy. But Brave just walks even further forward. Smoke to give him the fallback. The spray is there. Always thinking about sticking around. Easy though is good with it. The double spray down from Brave. Make it a triple as well. As Boo may be in trouble, and I think he knows it.
I mean, there's not much money left in the bank at this point. It's gonna have to be a save in a 1v4 here for Boo, but very nicely done. Again, that shift in the tempo. They start off slow most rounds. Now they had that Rolling Thunder available. It allowed them to blitz on towards site, but more importantly, denying one of those lanes early on to Heretics, which again, I think comes back to Reens being that solo initiator where they are now forced to use so much of that Sky util to just clear into screens alone and not even sight.
Yeah, and now Heretics plan read by BBL. Good timeout, good read. Props to Element and Epic, of course, for drawing that out and making the team make the right choice, adapting on the fly. Good stuff. Maybe they can maintain it. Heretics, on the other hand, now have dropped a couple of rounds in a row. Their pockets are hurting. They gotta dig deep for this one.
Oh, definitely. Okay, but you heard the hype there. You talked about them being emotional,
Oh, yeah.
getting some of that energy up, which is what they really need to get the ball rolling here. Can't say too much about momentum because it's only really been 2 rounds realistically. Poised and ready for close contact. No one's going to be there on the side of Heretics though, but they've got mid-control galore with that one-way.
The stun could be a good one for them. Doesn't even come down to it. Good little spray down here from Kushina, expecting padded exposition, and now they go in again. Nice position there from Kushina, and he just keeps on giving. BBL just seizing control, demanding respect, and Heretics got to put their arms in the air and surrender.
Down to
1 enemy remaining.
2v5, make that a 1v5 here. Benji's only gonna have the share.
Spike planted.
That's that confidence we were talking about, right? Instantly just feeling it. Benji Fishy won't allow him to have it for too soon. The young Brit doing a work on a couple of heads, but still maintaining some composure.
It's getting close now though. Okay, 1 round, dividing these 2 teams, BBL. This is the confidence you just mentioned that we were looking to see from them, and this shift in pacing is difficult so far from what we've seen Team Heretics to work with. They really like having that time in the early round to look for some of that mid-control with their utility, push one of those lanes and see what's going on and deny that lurk over towards Elite, and BBL have completely shifted their approach towards these attacking rounds.
Yeah. For Heretics, it feels like today, this week, is an opportunity for them to get a good win in the bag, to have a little bit of a gap before when Woot comes in, because when, you know, another player comes into the roster, surely things become a little bit more difficult, right? Surely they've got to refine, start from the beginning, right?
It does get a bit daunting in that kind of sense.
Yeah. Imagine bringing a new player in mid-split. You've got to change up your fundamentals. You've got to change up what agents each of these players play, right? Because the pools aren't exactly the same, and there's a lot to work out. And you can't really, predict what problems you'll come across. It may take a week to fix. It may take a couple of weeks, and we don't know if they do end up having the time if they come off with a loss today, especially if they want to make playoffs.
Especially if you want to make playoffs. Time's ticking, right? We're already into week 3, day 2. Okay, what do we have in store though, BBL? Full 5 this time around over back towards this ace site. No Rolling Thunder this time around though. That one was just used recently. Are they gonna move as quickly as we anticipate though? Trip set up for the choke. Caught!
Oh, Benji Fishy.
Such a good stun.
Not quite there. Oh, he's still hiding. He's still being a
Positioning.
ninja in his own smokes, in his own realm. And he's got his opponent's smoke to conceal himself within. But still, it's looking a little bit crazy here. Brave fighting himself to the back of the line. Rian's keeping things competitive. He's been strong today. He's been someone to put on the highlight reels. And he's the one to put Heretic still on top this round with Brave on the hot seat.
From the shadow though, just hop over towards that B site, try and clear things out. You know, Heretics are gonna stick together. It's the brother duo now here for Heretics in this 1v2 Brave. It's planted very safe here as well, so he's gonna have to kind of creep around site when he's trying to isolate these 1v1s.
Yeah.
Nothing to really work with but one TP. Meanwhile, you look towards Boo, he's still got that paranoia.
Brave is one of those players that lived the pains of last year. BBL's bottom 8 ranking. Now wants to change it all around about with beating one of the favorites of this league. He's got the start good. 3 to his name, 1 remaining. The captain of Heretics touching the spike. Do you read this, Brave? Do you keep your composure here? Do you stay solid? Into the smoke he goes! And a Quadra Red Bull clutch to silence Heretics!
Beautifully played there by Brave to isolate that
Brave
one.
is actually hot.
Immediate reposition with no hesitation.
Like his triple kill.
Now tied up.
Now this
5
clutch.
to 5. I think that if you were to look back and try and predict this game from the very beginning, you wouldn't expect BBL to necessarily be making this comeback so late on. When we're looking towards Team Heretics, I think... okay, I have to pause my thought there because of the yelling on stage. I feel like we can't not acknowledge it and give them their moment in that sense, but...
They were off camera and it kept on going.
just kept going. Couldn't even hear myself think, guys. No. I'm on 0 sleep right now. I need all the help I can get.
Well, if they can't make you think, maybe they can't allow Heretics to think. Maybe they're that loud. Maybe that's the plan.
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
Noise suppression.
Let me know if there's some sort of that ability at some point. If the name ever comes out. I mean, there is some sort of noise suppression, paranoia. Anyway, back into this round. Both teams, well, BBR's got a bye, Heretics, not quite. They've got ultimate, so give them a kill or two, and it becomes doable. Up until that point, this is BBL's round.
Absolutely should be. Yeah, at worst case, you do have that showstopper to fall back on. And so they're not going to be walking into the traps of those close range weapons that we see hovering over towards that B site. It's a full retake protocol here on A.
Oh, oh Benji Fishy is struggling. Kushina is living in the Matrix, and he's got a giant rocket with Boo's name on it. It's looking clean. Mini Boo and Patty Tech, though, have turned it all around. Remember what we said, 2 kills, and this is doable.
Left.
Orbital strike online with 30 seconds left. Spikes down front site.
Elite might find the back angle onto Patty Tech. Vandal does favor that positioning. Mini Boo left alone. His teammate's gone. Spike on the ground, missing the mark, giving away his position, and Elite somehow pulls out his gun out of nowhere and puts BBL in the lead.
I think he just
Damn.
had the angle with the game physics to be able to manage that peak when Minibu's not actually able to spot him out now. 6 to 5. One chance here for Heretics to tie things up before we swap sides. They have the ultimate.
Winning
They're the
the
ones snowballing into this round
open and
compared
side
to
pick is,
BBL, who expended
it's
quite
very
a
good
few
for
in the
BBL.
last
Even if
couple
they go
to manage to
6-6.
find themselves this momentum with 5 rounds in a row.
BBL are playing with belligerence. They're playing aggro. They're taking the fight to Heretics. And it's working out, let's be fair. Not many solutions to it. This change of pace is exactly what they needed. Boom, signing the alarms. He does have help, but the util from BBL is good enough for the first trade. Boo wanting to stop the fight in the making, but BBL is having none of it.
No, the shift in gears. They're swapping site hits every other round or so, making it more difficult for Heretics to find that read.
And it's the last round. Heretics, when were you saving those ults for? You've got to use them now. A 2v4, let's see what they can do. clearing out the back of the site. No one from BBL was there. Paddytech first shots, good for it. Can he find any more? Damage done, but Elite is in charge today. 7-5, BBL lead the half after being down, I believe, 4 rounds.
Unexpected with the way we saw this map start out. Team Heretics look to outgame, outbrain BBL in the beginning of this initial half. Then you see BBL kind of taking charge, and they're like, no, we're not playing that game anymore. They're kind of aware of the fact that if they give that opportunity to Team Heretics to kind of workshop in that kind of sense, that they will outplay them with that map control, and they just had to bring the fight to them.
Yeah, not allowing Heretics to play their gameplay, play game style, not at all. And it's working like a charm for BBL, not a problem. I remember when I asked you what was a good scoreline for them. 6-6, you said, not expecting they'd get there. Now it's 5-7. How'd it do?
I cast a curse it in their favor.
Indeed, it seems like that. Still, change of sides. Heretics on attack. Let's see what you can do as you do control the tempo.
More like no sights, because no one can see a damn thing here in mid right now.
True.
Walking in.
Moving in as a unit.
Contact into mail.
One on the lookout. Looking away from the cutting light,
great
but it
side.
pops late. Good stuff. Paint shells out. Miniboot's got to be careful of that one. Down to low. But there is another fight in the making over in Garage as Boo is trying to deal with that one. One shot drop on site for Heretics. And still Para getting a double. It's looking incredibly scrumptious from the BBL side, eating Heretics up for dinner. Pissed around goes to them. A grand start to the second half.
Just the immediate collapse on that mid control that Team Heretics were looking to find for themselves. And you're also looking, I know we talked a little bit about the compositional differences, but I think now especially, I mean, I think either way, to be honest, no matter what half it is, but you're looking towards that Sky in the Breach on the side of BBL being a great counter over towards the double controller on the likes of Team Heretics, where you've also swapped out of that Viper that no longer, you don't have smokes that are applying that decay. Like, you can very comfortably just walk through Brim smokes, flash out of them.
For Heretics, you've got to be a little bit scared, right? They're a little bit too used to losing these days. And to be fair, the only win they've gotten in the past 5 matches is against Fnatic. I mean, let's be fair, some of the losses were against Sentinels, Paper X, KC, we get it. But they've also lost to Vitality. Not to say it was to their own fault. They played a decent game, but Vitality played a better one. Coming into this one and seeing results like this, now that's not what we expected.
No, but you also have to consider, compared to BBL, they currently have so much more footage on them.
Yeah.
Again, that contact up towards mail.
Bye-bye Elite.
That one hurt.
It did. Right between the eyes. And now Heretics rethinking how they move about this one, because they've got numbers advantages. Let's be fair, there's only a couple of rifles for BBL. Get hold of one of them, and maybe we're looking at an upsetting game.
Well, the trouble here for BBL as well is the fact that they're running no Sentinel, right, with the double controller and double initiator. So they don't have that information. You have to dedicate bodies.
Breezy gets one. Not going to capitulate this one. Will stick around for a little longer, though. Paint shells do move him out of position. Still one on heaven, though. Paddytech might find the right timing, but he distracts him for a little longer.
And Babe again with a triple kill.
To 4 this time around. They will continue and won't lose any players apart from the initial one.
So patiently played there in that defensive round, knowing that they had the advantage. Anti-eco now here for Heretics. Nothing too much to look at here as far as that ultimate economy going into this round. Looking at more of a default play this time from Heretics, knowing that they have that ability to pressure across the map here on split. Again, with that lack of a Cypher on the side of BBL and trying to force some of those players to stick around when it might be happening elsewhere. What is this?
Hang on a bit. Kushner got a little bit too aggressive on that one. It does pay for it for his life. He knew they were on a bonus. They took a risk. Didn't work.
It was also a bit of a set play, right? You had actually the stun going out at the same time now. Though it does force that Trailblazer to be used much earlier to that mid-control.
Well, the Trailblazer did bark up close to the B site, but it looks like it barked up the wrong tree. Looking to take the sewers route. The vents route, apologies. Still, BBL going to play this a a little bit slow, capitulating. Heretics on the other end. Just happy to stay with 2 players on extremities and the rest with full power in mid.
Scout
Breeze is now cleared out towards A main as well. Benji to take down Trailblazer. Presence shown here towards B Heaven. Spike though still waiting over towards Market. Boo likely the one to pick it up for the team while they look to regroup here in mid. Brave is alone on an island here.
Ooh, Paranoia, I think he misses Mark into the smoke, and that's 3 players looking directly at him. And that's 3 pairs of eyes as well. All of a sudden, BBL are in big boo-boo. What do you do with this one? Spike can go onto the site, and yeah, that means Heretics can find their way onto the scoreboard on the attacking side. That's how you get into the game, and they'll be happy to get in flawless in this one. All that remains is Elite, who's been having a scrumptious 2 weeks, having the best performance out of anyone in VCT.
I think just looking to get some of those exit frags again, Team Heretics. They're not the ones with money in the bank right now into the second half. But, yeah, I mean, they took some gambles into this round. Doesn't pan out for them, but I think you made a great point. It's the bonus. They're trying to catch Heretics off guard, see what they can actually get away with in these rounds, and do a little bit of that limit testing here as well.
I don't blame Elite, wanted to keep the stats up. He's gotten some fancy ones himself. Want to hear some of them? Okay, I'm gonna take that as a yes. He's gotten 260 ACS in the past 2 weeks, and 75 kills to 44 deaths. Now that's not too bad for a Sentinel, and for a team that has been losing most of their games.
Yeah.
That's not too bad at all, is it?
I think you'd say better than not too bad, to be honest.
It's pretty nuts. Pretty nuts. So he's not going to go out without a fight. That's to be said in certainty. But now we're entering a round where both teams have a buy in them, and this is really important for BBL to get the momentum rolling to close out map number 1.
It's the important part. This is their map pick. We have to keep that in mind. They were kind of trying to play to the weaknesses of Heretics rather than their own strength, and it's working out for them so far.
Brave backing out of that one. Not so brave in that exchange. But again, Heretics are happy to spread out their love.
Keeping it slow. The difference, though, is now the BBL are on the defense. They don't get to control as much of that pacing here on Split, considering the composition that we see coming out of them as well. We have seen a bit of ebb and flow, some of that dynamic play with taking some space, but Team Heretics also like to play so quietly.
Yeah.
And a lot of those contact style plays, right, where you also aren't really given anything to work with as a defender.
Blinded.
At least there's information about whereabouts of attackers in mid. Dogs after Elite.
Trying to buy a bit of a distraction here, but oh, actually Benji's not going to go for that lurk up towards A.
He's an option though if they need him. They're just clearing out fence. They want to keep players at bay, but you can already see the rotation coming in from Reezy. He's smart about this, and so is Elite. They're going to follow up on this B site hit soon enough, and they may be relevant quicker than Heretics have a chance to push through. Paranoia in. Kushner is good on the close distance against Miniboo, and he wants to mow the entirety of Heretics down. It's Kushner, the lawnmower, because his grass is clean.
10-6 here, BBL finding double digits off of the ace here, and we saw the hesitation, I think, on the side of Team Heretics on where they actually wanted to push the issue on this attacking round, and taking full advantage of the off angle there on towards Raptors. And this is the momentum that they've needed, the emotional excitement that they've needed here to continue forward. We just saw Epic smile.
We saw Epic smile. A revelation. That's something new, and it's something I could get used to. It's beautiful, man. BBL suddenly have a chance, they believe, not only themselves, not only within them, their coaches, the fans as well. Wait a minute. Surely this is not a fluke. They're playing against one of the best teams this region has got this year.
Yeah, I mean, kickoff, it was that story of a lot of the rookies coming to light, these new teams. Teams that did poorly last year, turning that new leaf. But then the question at the end of the day was always, what was the depth in that? How far can they really take it? And what is the ceiling that they can hit? I think Heretics, they have so much to offer the team, and we have to consider that there are those pending changes coming to the roster. It could be something that is a chip on their shoulder into this matchup.
Ooh. Kushner forced to back away from that fight. As Heretics moving towards this right-hand side. Initially there were 3 defenders, now down to 2. Although pretty decent angle for Reza to hold. What if he's dealing with multiple players at the same time and Flash is flying right at him? Difficult task, and there's nowhere really to back down to. As there's drop to the site, he does have the reinforcements of power, but this trip Aftershock will have to put Miniboo in a different position. How does this one work? Oh, showstopper from Kushner, instantly shut down, but Power is doing wonder work, and Reezy still relevant, and still able to shut down Benji. Fishy Reezy is a gift that wants to be given time and time again.
They are
on
stomping
their
at
feet.
it.
BBL 11-2 away from closing out map number 1.
Insane hold on that A site.
It
came down
reminds
to
me
2
of
players,
the-
two initiators on the side
Ooh.
of BBL. The cavalry
Who
was
game?
coming, but it wasn't needed at the end of the day. You're seeing the replay here as well. That's even with Kushner being shut down with the ultimate. So many bases just being covered. The Flash is sublime as far as zoning and isolating a lot of these fights with the help of the one-way that was actually thrown over towards Heaven by the defenders themselves.
Really good stuff from BBL. I mean, one of the conversation topics for Heretics at the start of the season, and for many teams that had rookies within them, was that how are you able to keep these young players to have their composure? Because that comes with experience. That comes.
Yeah, it
with
reminds me of
hundreds of
the
matches
crew in
on
maybe our
official
first
stages on
game.
international lands, and obviously Heretics don't have that. Now, Boo's got a task at his hands.
Well, they played,
to get these players in the right mindset. Get these players thinking that they can turn this around. And they played against better teams. They've had comebacks against better teams, but right now they feel defeated. They know inside them that they shouldn't be losing against BBL.
I mean, only round 1 here was the anti-eco in round 3
On Icebox.
for the second half, right? Otherwise, it's been BBL all the way. Do still have Miniboo with a showstopper. So this is a difference maker we could look towards. We've seen the shots that this kid can hit on the stage. And if he's able to find some sort of numbers advantage here for Heretics, popping that showstopper becomes even more likely to find that space, delay time, whatever it is in that situation. Great delay towards mid. Makes it so difficult for Heretics to scale up early. The one-ways have been doing wonders here as well. Gotta give Brave a pat on the back for that one. They found so much value denying a lot of these chokes for Heretics.
Power.
Oh my god, that second kill.
Nothing's getting past him. Good stuff. He's throwing breaks right at Heretics.
I feel like they just look so snappy today.
Yeah. They're snapping crocodiles. Didn't know Turkey had crocodiles. They might do, I could be wrong.
We might have to fact check
We
that
might
one
have to
later,
fact
Pablo.
check. Yeah, not quite aware. Maybe have some alligators, who knows? A zoo would. Either way. Locked up, caged up, BBL. Andalucia flawless. And 1 away from picking up splits.
Map point here for BBL, and this hurts for Heretics. You're looking towards the fact that, sure, they have that opportunity to try and bring it over towards overtime, but that is also 12 rounds in a row needed to do so. Snowball round incoming for them as well, at the very least. Maybe also have a Rolling Thunder to work with into this round for a retake situation, or if it is like a full hit towards that A site eventually. Could even see that being pulled out here by Power to delay and make the fights a little bit more unfair.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the mental pressure that Heretics has in being able to close out the distance, but BBL also need to stay composed to close out this game. They haven't had in many positions to be ahead by this much against a team like Heretics. So they themselves need to cool down. Don't get overzealous. Kushner may be in trouble here as the showstopper's going directly for him. Miniboo is eager to back out of it though, as he may give it another chance. Paranoia has delayed it even further, and BBL defenses have gone to hide.
I mean, this utility cycling coming up from BBL, just denying B Heaven as an option completely. And I feel like we see this constantly into the mid-round here for Heretics. They're pushing the issue over towards B Heaven, then they have to make that pivot back.
Oh
BBL,
no, this is smart. I mean, there's a reason Power got brought in. He's got big brains and looking to instate himself as one of the big brains in Turkey.
Hawk out.
but not going to be reading it this time around. Okay, Kushner to the other end of it. He's been good for a quadra kill last time he was there, maybe even an ace, but this time it's Brave called to action. Good for a dink on the second time around, but Heretics have garnered space control, which BBL have to respect.
Seeker's nice for information. You have this mid, like you mentioned here, for Benji Fishy.
What is this Rolling Thunder able to do? Benji Fishy on the look, and he's good to put Cora to rest, and so is the Rolling Thunder. Easy alone, they know where he is. And he's up against 3. This is a difficult task to try and close it out right here, right now, but he's got the balls to do it. Bullet to the head of Benji Fishy, 2 left, 8 bullets. You've got to read Mini Boo's position. You've got to be able to read Boo's position. And the Brother Boos will take this time's win, closing up the gap, not quite letting BBL shut this game down that easy.
No, but BBL are comfortable nonetheless. I mean, I know he said that they can't get too overzealous, too comfortable in the lead that they found for themselves, but at least financially, there's not too much more you could ask for. Meanwhile, Heretics are still on the back foot in that kind of regard. Every single round being so tight in those finances. Operator coming out for the first time here on Split as well. Reezy the one to pull that out over towards that A site. Nobody home this time here for Heretics.
Looks to me that Heretics are pretty quick to bounce on this one, but Brave won't let any bouncing commence. No,
It's just an attempt to walk through that one way, hoping that they had that timing. Not really wanting to expend one of those guiding lights either now that, because they don't refresh. Vent's completely cleared out, but it doesn't really mean much when BBL typically leave it empty other than the early round.
Yeah, Minibee's been one of the reasons, though, for Heretics that they gained those site controls quickly, able to pull his team with them. Now they don't really have that as a tool.
Now he's the space taker for sure.
Cage triggered.
Oh, dear me. Good timing on the cage there. Otherwise, I believe Benji Fishy would be no more.
I do like that we're seeing Benji actually activating on this A flank and lurk, because this is something that Heretics haven't really worked with before. He's always regrouped with the team in mid.
Kushner, next player in trouble. Guiding Light will spawn out Elite's presence, but Power caught with his stun out in the skies. And now, the attention of Heretics is moving towards this A side. They've got to move a little bit quickly, though. Kushner's here to help out. Seeker's looking to stop it all from happening, but Reezy doubles up with the operator seemingly from thin air. And Rians is alone, faced up against a BBL that's about to take Heretics down. Who would have thought the Royals would be here to give the Rogues a fight? And that's exactly what happens here, as the Royals of BBL shut down Heretics in map number 1.
13-7, what a way to end out the first map of the day.
Very strong first map for BBL.
Well, don't go anywhere, folks. This is turning out to be quite the banger series. We'll be back for the next in a bit.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But, in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Hello, greetings to Berlin from Istanbul. This is BBL's Watch Party.
Oh. Nice! Nice! Let's go!
Nice, nice!
Nice! Let's go! Nice!
Ball!
Boo! Let's go!
Ball!
Nice!
Last week we got to see Epic being like, yes, you will see if I have emotion because I will touch my forehead and mop the sweat. And today we have got...
Yeah, the whole range of emotions going today, but mostly positive, to be honest.
Yeah, to be fair, if you were Epic watching your team perform like that, then yeah, after the first half of the first half, you would be losing your mind with joy, especially the way that Kyushu Kushner was playing.
Yeah, Kushner was playing decently well. I think that
Wow.
what?
we watched in the same
Faint
map.
praise
Come
from
on, go on.
He was playing decently well.
Okay, decently well.
You know, especially comparatively to what we've seen in other matches, you were looking to expect, players like Elite, where that's one of the players that was performing really well for the team. So yeah, he was playing relatively well. Sorry that's not good enough for you, I guess.
So not even this ace. You didn't enjoy the ace, did you still?
Just to come off, I mean, the ace wasn't set. It comes at a crucial round as well after we almost get really worried about a round 3 in the second half overheat of what the hell was that down mid. Saving grace is the follow-up round there. But, I mean, for me, the thing alongside that, obviously we have seen a big upswing from Kushner, as we do obviously now checking with him on the aim lab shoot around the warm-up here. But yeah, for me, seeing such an upswing versus it was disappointing before. It wasn't just kind of a little lackluster. It was quite apparent that BBL struggled when Kushner wasn't delivering such a performance. And I guess the second layer to that now is actually BBL had the confidence to follow up on Kushner, which is something when we talk about Turkish teams, Turkish players in general, it's usually the fundamentals that can be a little hit or miss, and teams overheat, individuals overheat. Here, as soon as he came online, BBL were all on the front line.
I think that's one of the things I noticed is that BBL had a lot of momentum. So once they started building up a few rounds, they started really running away with the game. And I think it started around the time that Brave got his clutch actually,
the TP clutch.
The TP clutch. I think that was later.
Round 10.
That was round 10, so that was still pretty late into the half. But, Heretics, they got one round out of the last, 6 rounds in that first half. I was wondering, where's the coach pause coming in? Where'd the Brim pick come from? What's going on here? I feel like when you're losing rounds and you're bleeding out like that, as soon as you lose 2 rounds in a row, it should be instantly. You pause, you ice the other team, you put a stop to their momentum, you regroup mentally, and you talk about the adjustments that you need to make. Like, hey, what's going on? Let's figure out a way to fix this. They usually play Viper instead of Brim, so maybe something's not clicking fully.
Yeah, you're right. I think there's an argument to be made that sure, the Viper would address a lot of the issues that they had on the defense in terms of slowing things down, not allowing safe passage on site. I mean, Benji struggled in terms of finding value from his utility, his setups. We saw a couple of times spams through smokes from Kushner being caught on a tripwire here and there, but beyond that, it didn't feel like where usually Heretics' win condition has been, which is Benji delivering and looking very comfortable and being teed up for freebies almost in some rounds.
It almost looked like they were also on their attack side, feeling way more all in for the side of Team Heretics. And I wonder if they didn't have enough fallback strategies. If you have a Viper, you can always kind of pause, reset, and go around the world a few times. But with Brim, you don't really have that luxury.
It's committed.
Yeah, you're more committed. And what happened was BBL was consistently just disrupting the flow of things. But we're going to go into Agent Select here for the next map.
This is going to be interesting because we've actually got a change on the side of BBL Esports. We're actually seeing the Gecko on Reezy this time round. So we haven't got a mirror matchup, and that's what I was actually expecting to see them both rocking the same comp. We've also got a Raze instead of the Neon.
Yeah, so a couple of adjustments here. I mean, I do like it. Again, if Kushner is going to get back into, I don't want to say the flow state, oversell it too much, Josh, but, back into, I guess, delivering what's expected of him as a duelist, then, yeah, pretty happy with this overall.
The last time I saw BBL playing this map, Brave was getting exploited a lot towards elbow, and I feel like there needs to be a really good adjustment to that, especially from a Neon running at them. But yeah, we'll see what happens this game.
Interesting. We've got the Sova instead of the KO instead of the Sova, so I'm expecting explosions on the side of BBL. So Pavlos and Ashkas, get ready to have your world rocked.
All right, yeah, okay, I'm looking forward to it. This is going to be an interesting one, seeing how Heretics are able to bounce back from it. It is their pick after all, Sunset heading into this one. Obviously, we already had high expectations from him. They've been smashed, they've been crumbled to pieces. BBL winning their first map. Does this change how we see how this will move on, do you think, Ash?
I think we do have to see Heretics kind of reset a little bit mentally going into map 2. It wasn't the same Team Heretics that we're used to seeing up on that stage. And Hypoc mentioning the fact that Miniboo really is one of those win conditions here for Heretics. So consistently
So double initiator comp for BBL, pretty classic.
Every single round in map 1.
Seems like maybe we'll have the answer to this already before it even starts.
And then similar comp, the Neon instead of the Raze, classic for Minibu, and then they have Sova KO. I don't like Sova KO. I think Gecko KO is better.
Excellent. Heretics turning it all
Actually, BBL team comp is probably my favorite team comp.
Heretics with first blood.
Actually, maybe not. Probably Fade instead of Gecko. My favorite team comp on Sunset is probably like Raze, Fade, KO, Cypherman.
There's also a difference in the kind of tempo you can take. Sure, you have the dive potential coming out of the Raze, but Minibu on the Neon is, I think he's probably one of the best Neons in Valorant right now.
He's one of the best, period. Mega fanboy here, just saying. But yeah, I think one of the instances that we need to look at is definitely the fight of Rians here. He's up against his other home countrymen, right? It's a matter of being
holy dynamite
player on the serve, and BBL have taken that right after him, right? They've taken it away. Definitely something to look at in this one. Good shot, Dark. Kushina is down low, but how much that will matter overall, we'll have to wait and see, because Heretics were already kind of favored this one. They've got themselves plenty of
okay, maybe Sova is good on Sunset.
Just kind of ebb and flowing right now, seeing how BBL look to.
I don't know. I feel like Sova KO Cypher is like too much info almost, and not enough utility.
And just hoping the Heretics will fall into that trap, but it's not going to be the case this time around. So it'll be that full retake situation, and then you also have Minibu still keeping that space over towards the mid side. Walks away.
I guess they have to go for the Sova because they don't have like the Raze nade
That off, but actually
or like a breach.
Benji though, with only the ghost in hand, can take a little bit more of that risk if he does want to cut off over towards mid.
Yeah, it's almost as if Heretics are knocking at the door and no one's replying, and they're continuously knocking, still no one replying, and eventually they just barge in. Yeah, no one's home. So they'll take over the A site. BBL though, I mean, we've all seen this story before. They're gonna hold back, save the guns. I just want to ask you another question here, Ash. What do we feel about this comp change here from BBL? Obviously, they kind of had a mirror comp, I do believe, with Heretics on this map. Correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, is it to catch Heretics off guard here, you reckon?
Yeah, they did have the mirror composition previously, swapping out that Sova for the Gecko there for Reezy, and you've also got the change in the duelist as well when you see Kushner pulling out that Raze. But I do also wonder if maybe it was a bit more of a question of comfort in that kind of regard, maybe leaning back towards something, instead of playing more into that Sunset kind of meta that we've seen coming through with some of those more blitz plays with Neons. And I mean, sure, we see Razes as well, but I think Kushner has always looked a lot more comfortable on the Raze versus the Neon pick.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case, right? It's for some players, it's going to be Neon. For some players, it's going to be Raze. But overall, it's a different approach. BBL is just seeing what has worked over in Masters, taking that approach of the Gecko. And so far, I mean, we haven't gotten to see too much of it. It's the pistol and the follow-up, but now there's guns. And now this becomes interesting, because there are rifles on the Heretic side as well.
Kill all your opponents.
Scaling up for Patatek here as well. 3 away from the null commands to come through. Dizzy slows down this initial space that Heretics were looking to take. To revisit over towards mid, you've got the trip top mid, very standard look on that, easily shot out. Adding that pressure, I like the smoke on the right side here as well, just to make it a lot more of a threat up against BBL and force them to actually fall off of A a little bit here as well.
Timing for Brave, but you're right, that smoke keeps Heretics, keeps BBL busy, as they have given up a lot of control, a lot of question marks on the map for them. Slow and steady. Heretics winning this bonus would be tremendous for them, not only for this match, this series. They've got to bring themselves back together. You've got to hope that Neil Zinho had a good pep talk for the team to bring their morale up. And so far, Patatek first blood, good entry. And now it spreads BBL's resources thin. That was a mid player, that was a setup player. But now Para's got a call from the grave.
Tough for an IGL. Deep trip here for the push for backside here on the legs of BBL, playing over towards Boba instead.
But again, BBL going to play this a little bit safe. Want to put all their chips together, go all in on this. BBL, let's see what kind of a hand you have. So far, leaving Miniboo close by. Not really want to go on the cross against Market as the smoke does fade out. Oh, wanted to go with a push with the flash, but Kushner was there to read it in time. And that evens the scales out a bit. With all Heretics players playing it in one direction, they're looking to spray upon this as soon as they can, together with a fragment grenade. Some damage done, diffused halfway. This might be good enough here for BBL to get on the spike again. Now, where do you find the players spraying upon it, touching it, putting the wingman on it? But no one is going to be able to be in that line of fire. Heretics, they've gone for this try before, and they've gone for it so many times, and it's so hard to think that BBL can win against it this time. Great bonus from Heretics to get them 3 in a row.
I like the ideas coming out from BBL there. You had a deep smoke over towards B main, and you get paired with the paranoia that's actually going out close on that right side, and it's forcing, okay, if you're backing up, you're then behind the smoke, and everyone who's caught in it is isolated. But then BBL don't actually try and take that B main space. They're kind of just standing there, firing. But if you're going to do that kind of setup, you do actually have to pressure on in, or else it's spam galore as far as that post plant goes.
Back to ground zero for BBL.
Holy.
But it seems like Kushner's push works out like a charm. No access to the rifles.
And Heretic got a bonus, but...
Heretics to at least keep them in charge. And with Boost picking mid, still things are in control.
In control, but some Stinger gaming.
Yeah.
I have it spiked.
They do have to keep an eye on these rifles, though, I think is an important part. So far, just paying a lot of
3-4-3.
respect over towards
They have to, like...
that one way that was initially thrown, but the weapons are so deep that Heretics are aware
Watch the weapon.
BBL do end up going for them. It's highly unlikely. Would be late into the round as well. I like the call from BBL, though, to look to group up here. Just kind of sync up over towards the A site.
I mean, if you're BBL, you group up and you look for the weapon.
Yeah, again, it's a risk for BBL, right? They've got to put all their chips together onto this A site, and it's for good reason. I know they're dealing up against guns, so the B site is the simple choice for Heretics. They're going to be moving into it without an issue.
The fact that they decide to sync up over at A as well, it does leave the option open if they do want to end up pushing over towards A main after they hear that spike is planted and then cut over into mid and through market.
This way.
Shadows traveling.
And the play calms down for Heretics. As expected at the start, those 2 picks at the beginning, though, just shows the bravado that BBL has on them. Again, it's a tempo team, but, you know, winning 4 rounds in a row could be enough to take the wind out of your lungs. Make sure that they're no longer running on that fast-paced play.
Cage triggered.
Okay, one way triggered here.
Stealing sight.
Great paranoia though.
The SMGs could do quite a bit. Brew nearly was in trouble. Had to run away from the Mosh. Wingman no more. Elite gets a pick. How much do they have in store for us anymore? It's hard to spray when you've only got pistols, and especially when you line up. Wait, the defuse still going on. Miniboo's gonna have to close up the gap, but he might not be there on time. He just is, barely, for the spike explosion to come in. No one survives that round, but Heretics pick it up.
4-0 start here for Heretics, and it came right down to the wire. I do want to see some changes coming out from BBL as we progress forward into this path, though. I want to see if they are stuck in those retake situations, especially over towards that B site. A bit more of that pressure over towards B main. Have a flank come through. Heretics are very comfortably playing back into the choke right now and just playing that post plant, and there isn't really much threat to it because the advantage is on their side in the post.
It really is.
On them.
Hey, last time we saw a timeout come out from BBL, that's when magic happened. That's when some Ambra Kaduvaloo happened, and I don't know in what universe we are. This is not Harry Potter, right? There's something weird with these timeouts with BBL. Let's see if they can replicate that magic this time around.
You actually see that Epic's not really the one actually having the conversation right now. It's the team. You have Power actually making the calls. Epic trusting him on those adjustments here for the squad. Fist bumps all around, knowing that they have to keep that emotion, that momentum from split over here into Sunset.
I think it was Epic saying it in one of the interviews. They've got to keep a winner's mentality.
Yeah.
It's a very emotional team. He knows it. He's got players that can shoot, but they've got to get rid of that loser's mentality, which he believed, the coach of BBL Epic. He said, that's what my team has got. We've got to bring that winning energy and solve some issues on that defense side. And let's see now if they can do that on Sunset.
First is a hit.
Mini boot, stunned up, paralyzed, at least for a moment.
Stuck.
Seems that Brave is in trouble here. Good to keep his life for a bit, but quickly exchanged. Still onto the side. BBL are so quick to rotate to this party, but Paddy Tech, wow! Wants to go out with a bang. Not going to be subbed out that quickly. Wants to show why he should stick into VCT EMEA, getting 5 rounds straight out of the bat. Nothing for BBL yet.
The way that they are able to just pivot after that loss over on Split and just look so dominant now on Sunset. The firepower back here on the side of Team Heretics. Again, BBL, I mean, they've made adjustments. We've seen the ideas coming out from them. It's just missing, I feel like, a couple of pieces in a lot of those retakes as far as the last little bit, that last little leg that would actually help them find a bit more of that success.
Sounds like Benji Fishy learned a bit of Spanish while he was over in Madrid. Oh, Executioner! When he gets that showstopper, you know he's going to go full guns blazing in mid. Well, Rians does get a couple for his troubles. But yeah, that's the round, I feel. Here, Ash, right? This should be it.
It should be. I mean, I feel like when we do see those eco rounds coming through here for the side of BBL.
I think Elite's got a say in the matter.
Oh. Cage is so
Oh my
good.
goodness! Elite, you're disgusting, mate. And suddenly BBL have got a chance on an eco. I believe that's how the last map started, where the comeback began.
You asked me a question, basically told me to eat my words on stream here.
Oh no. I'm starting to panic here.
I mean, they're also walking into BBL, who've swapped now the Cypher setup over towards this A site here for Elite. Trips to give away the ruse.
Well.
Hoppable.
What the fuck is happening with the Fiend?
He's his past though.
Holy fucking shit, man.
He's his past though. No bunnies. We'll have to break it. They've got to take these fights dry. Benji Fishy to the other end.
Nice shot.
Good for it. That Sheriff keeps on ripping
Finally,
heads
one.
off. And BBL find their way on the scoreboard in the second map of the match.
We started off this round and you would expect it to come with, obviously the Thrifty to end up here, but you would expect it to come with a bit of that criticism towards the fact that BBL consistently will throw Kushner out kind of on a Hail Mary on the early portion of those eco rounds, see what he can find, and it's okay, are you gonna keep doing that every single time? And Elite would be the one to absolutely save it. A player that you couldn't stop telling me enough about over in the green room as well.
I was like, this guy's nuts. This guy's doing pretty well. And all the BBL needed was winning mentality and a timeout. And a bit of voodoo. Yeah, it's a bit of a combination of things. Still, Kushner, he just wants to press W and mouse 1 to win the game.
But it's a 50-50 on if he's actually going to win the engagement. Doesn't have numbers to follow up for him either this time. A bit of a different story with the Thrash to try and regain that space.
Oh, a double-sided journey here. Two players hand in hand to face up against Brave. The one-sided smoke comes in on time to make Heretics move out. Benji Fish, he's gotten away with his life and he doesn't even know it.
I thought he was going to try a timing for in that blow. I was like, are you really going to push the one way there?
Dirty you! For a second, yeah. We all believe the same. But still, two players for BBL on A, and it seems that's exactly where Heretics are going. Did that spot 2 or 3 players? Still, it's a heavy concern for BBL for this right-hand side.
Drawing a bit of that utility out, though. 45 seconds to work with now. They silence themselves and look to rework back towards A main here. And Power does have that knife now down. There's a flash, but he is alone on an island with Reezy moving towards
30
spawn
seconds
towards that
left.
site.
Power has got the power! 2 kills before he drops, and instantly the attack for Heretics thwarted.
Okay, down 2. 2v3. We've seen Boo and Benji Fishy in this position previously. They find the same sort of success. playing over towards Generator this time.
Oh, I can imagine what the BBL Watch Party is looking at right now, looking at how they can take this on. It's been turned into a 3v2. Oh, but Benji, Fishy, and Boo have got a good crossfire. Wingman on the spike won't be able to do it, but Reezy sees through walls and sees through Benji Fish's soul as he sends it to heaven.
Knowing that was his best opportunity to take the fight, not allow Benji Fishy to reposition into the post. Just doing it with so much time on the clock here as well. I like the adjustments. However, a lot of these rounds, I think, what's tough about them is how much they are coming down to some of these hero plays. The heroics coming out from individuals, finding multi-kills. Some kills that they shouldn't even be finding.
That's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Let us hunt.
We weren't joking around when we said magic here.
I mean, I know you weren't.
No.
Yeah, you and Mitch.
Mitch. It's hocus pokery. Ultimate to play for Heretics, though. This might be their chance to get right back in winning ways.
Null command to stop the entire thing, though, here for Power.
Oh, he will back out of it. Respecting. He boosts straight out onto the side. No one will be spraying towards them just yet. It's a matter of playing the game.
No! What?
Finds his way out into the open and gets denied the null command.
Missing the timing on the smoke.
Holy!
Goodness, Elite! 3 kills and I can't even fathom.
And the
how
plant is benign.
And Rians is left alone. A moment where 3 ultimates from the Heretic side could make all the difference. And BBL have a big answer to that, and that has 2 letters to it. No. Rians, what can you do? Turk, 1 Turk versus the 3, but of course the numbers will have it. BBL, again, right back on charge, looking to replicate what they did on Split.
A little bit of taunting there on stage as well. Some hand waves coming out for the team. All smiles, all banter.
Oh, and it's little mistakes like that, you know, that could have changed everything. But of course, Elite had to come out of nowhere.
First playing aim labs.
He's playing aim labs. I don't know Turkish, but pretty sure that wasn't hi friends.
So stoic as always, Epic. we cracked one smile earlier. That was the quota for the day.
Yeah, it was.
Timeout to be called this time, though, on the side of Team Heretics. As BBL looked to ramp things up. This is kind of what we saw on Split. BBL started to find their footing, started to catch up.
Yeah.
And Heretics were the ones actually falling behind and making those adjustments.
And I think it's clear we see concerned faces on Neil Zenyo and Weber. Here, Boo also looking to look calm. He always looks calm, Boo does, even if they're winning, even if they're losing. You rarely see a smile crack from him, but I don't know, there's a bit extra sweat on that forehead here. 3 rounds lost consecutively, back to economical troubles. It kind of signs the alarms of the previous map, where BBL made an insane comeback on the first half.
Sometimes you do just want to touch base as a team, though. Kind of reset that mental and go into the next round with a fresh look instead of feeling that pressure of, is it happening again?
Yeah, 100%. Heading into this one, let's see if the tempo switches around here for Heretics. I don't think we've seen an explosive start to a round from them at all this game thus far. I wonder if it's going to be the eco to do it. Not quite. 2 detected on the right-hand side, even though there's 3 defending it.
You can also typically assume in that situation, Kushner is going to be there if you spotted Reezy. So expecting 3.
Para picks away with his life. And to kill to tell for it as well. Paralyzed, he's in trouble, but no, not really. Call the ambulance, but not for me. Kushner is right back into the party, bringing the champagne bottles. Benji Fishy alone. He's a strong on a clutch, but let's be realistic here. It's BBL right close to Heretic score.
Yeah, no space to
High
play
five.
there whatsoever.
After a 5-0.
Ultimates racking up, though.
They could be winning the half, like...
I believe 2 until that null command comes online here for Patatek, but you've also got Kushner cycled onto another showstopper heading into this round. We've consistently seen it expended early off the contact of a Dizzy over towards A main. Presence is there this time. How much value does it get if it's popping it?
Similar to the last round's approach, but this time with a bit more oomph.
Go, go, go.
Playing it a bit safer as well.
Maybe a little bit more speed.
Same pivot towards market.
Oh, 4-5,
Yeah,
not
Mini loses
5-5.
his life straight after his connection to the tripwire. That neural theft does its job to reveal the rest, so respected by BBL as they drop back. They've got ways to find their way back into the site when it comes to it.
Satchel out.
Also got Elite's been so dynamic.
So
Speaking
smart.
of which,
Not letting them settle down at all. Power might have
A lot
been able
of
to get away
damage on
with it,
Ryan.
and somehow has got 10 HP on him, trying to face up against Elite here, but
gonna
he
be
doesn't
clear.
stand a chance. Heretics might be losing the lead here, because there's 3 remaining on this attacking side. They've been good to hold this. Whenever they've had the situation, they've been winning, but they've always had some sort of a numbers advantage. But this is when Kushner starts to push forward into the smoke. The
Wingman
wingman
down,
shut as
still
well.
not
There's some
halved.
trouble for BBL. Heretics might be able to save this. Elite slow on the spike. He gets stopped. Can't even
Okay,
beat it.
2v2.
2 versus 2.
Time is ticking though.
Time is ticking
You have
so
to go.
quickly at this point. Power has to move in for the fight. Brave is going to decide to stick it to
Off.
spray down, but I believe he may not have the
Ditch.
chance to defuse it. Boo with a triple kill. The 3v5 hold for Heretic stands.
they stop the bleeding for now, but you look towards BBL and okay, sure, they have the last 4 rounds in a row. They've also never won a post plant
No.
on B. Like, we continuously see the same thing being done, util dumping towards B main, but it really nothing is happening there. They're trying to zone out, but with very little pressure of pushing in. You swing through a smoke like solo.
I'm not quite sure what sort of breakthrough utility they had there, really, because it felt every time they had to confront them, it was whether it was behind the smoke or pushing it dry. Maybe they were limited in that way.
A bit more pressure, I think, on those flanks, an option that BBL hasn't really entertained in those posts.
Mini again, quite explosive into this one.
They're just gonna abuse
And,
B.
we said it before, we'll say it again. BBL,
I
yet to win a
guess.
retake on B.
This time, though, Heretics, they're opting to maintain more of this backside control than previously.
Ultra aggro. Kushner, though, puts him to rest. That's a really good count.
That's so
And he
much
hasn't
heat.
pinged a single one. No one knows! But finally, finally Benji Fishy takes it down. But it's done quite a bit, because it puts BBL in a situation in the know.
The trip?
It's a great
Is he
trip.
gonna see it? Yeah.
And we'll block Elite for a little
Okay,
bit.
clear.
Can they get onto the spike? Body blocking for
They're
now.
jumping
Kushner
in,
into the fight.
and it's
They
working
have to
this time.
contest this in that. They
5-6,
will.
close
Finally
off.
learning from their wrongs and get themselves a 5th.
They use the mass as the number advantage to actually look to collapse, and it's a great adaptation coming out from BBL. Now 1 round here left into this half, and Heretics have nothing to work with.
That's an explosive one, to say the least. They knew exactly what they did wrong. Props to Power here to make the switch in approach. And you got to say the coaches are a little bit happy about that one.
Some not. Just a little bit. We're warming up to it.
A smidge. Smidge
It does
uppy.
make you wonder, though, if BBL took more of that aggressive approach on B main, would they have had more rounds actually here in this first half?
That's the question that we'll have to have answered after this. It's all in hindsight after all. But again, pretty much nothing in the pockets of Heretics here. Stinger Shara, so it's bleak, it's weak. And BBL know of it, so they're just going to take their time, wait for Heretics to approach, get the read in. And let's be fair, they haven't wasted too much utility either.
Not ready yet. Cover going out.
Timing on the refresh. Drone's actually not going to be contested, just fully tucking and backing off the angle. False sense of security.
Miniboo is going to walk in. Wouldn't it be funny if he ends up with a double? No. Brave would say it wouldn't be funny. And Thrash picks up one. Oh, both of them? Oh dear, that's going to delay Kushner here. But it's going to make simple workings of Rians. That's paint. Not to put Rians to sleep, not just yet. Lead is required for that. Not in liquid form, though. And Benji Fishy alone.
Generals left available, but a tall order.
Yeah. Get it done and dusted with. And done with the
Exactly.
flawless 6-6. BBL for a second time running to close the gap. This time not with the lead. Is that enough for the second half?
I mean, you look at the momentum. It's all on the side of BBL right now.
True. You start to wonder, is this BBL just playing extremely well? Is it also Heretics dropping the ball here? I mean, yes, the analyst desk did say there's some performance issues on some of their key players, Benji Fishy, Miniboo. Where are they? Why aren't they having that impact? But it feels like it's just one of those days where BBL's bullets just hit a little bit harder.
I think right now you're looking towards the scoreboard. You've got Miniboo down at 3 and 10 on an attacking half coming out from Team Heretics, which is not the same kind of performance that we expect coming out from him, right? Again, a win condition really being these young bloods popping off on the side of Team Heretics, having that firepower that we've been so used to seeing so far in Split 1 kickoff and Masters Madrid even. Even though they were out early, they still were able to hit their shots. It's tough.
I mean, I bet they wish they were in Madrid right now, because it sounds from the crowd at least that only BBL has been shouted out thus far. Not that many Spanish fans out here today, but it seems like Kushner will be going aggressive off the rip. Greens, on the other hand, shot start to do damage, not going to be shutting down the wingman just yet. I think we've seen this approach before, but it's with turned sides, as it's Heretics now to re-aggress onto the site and take the space that was righteously theirs from the beginning. Spike not yet touched. How do Heretics play this? Do they try and spray upon them, or go for the fight as they go? Only Paranoia available here from Boo. If he puts a good positioning on it, there may be a chance onto the Spike. They're trying to figure out what the setup looks like from BBL here. Smart, step-by-step approach. Oh, Miniboo's got him low, though. He hasn't gotten a chance to swing just yet, but it's Paddy Tech to do a lot of the work. They'll try to overwhelm them with numbers, but Elites shall not stand for a minute longer. Benji Fishy on the pistol will keep on ripping heads.
And off the gate, Team Heretics understand what they need to do about that B main post plant setup. They have to push in. They can't allow that free sight line for the spams through the smoke, even on pistols. The bullets can still connect, but this is a pistol round needed here for Heretics to, I mean, I know it was 6-6, but I think mentally find themselves back into the game and find that lead. Again, they are the ones that are
the second pistol of the game for Heretics, and it's also the third pistol of the series, I think, or maybe the fourth. They won the first one last map. No, BBL won the second one actually. Right?
Mid-approach, and he's caught up. That Dizzy was crucial. Tech not being able to see, can't deal with Kushner at that moment, but there might be a collapse.
Yeah, because it was a 9-6 half.
Focus.
It ended like 7-5 and it was 9-6, so they won the pistol.
BBL, excuse me, turned it right back.
The only round that Heretics won was the bonus.
Let it be that easy spike onto the ground. Benji Fishy wants to carry on the momentum from the first round of this half. Reezy, what can you do here? 1v2, but cannot even find the first. Heretics back-to-back rounds, and it looks like they're here to stay.
Expensive for both sides, obviously more for BBL, but Heretics as well lost 3 weapons out of that. We're gonna see Miniboo, okay. I like actually seeing that he will be buying up to a Phantom. Tension on the stage right now. But it tells me a bit about, okay, the confidence that he's looking to regain into this, right? Knowing that, okay, I can still trust my aim to get the 2K there with the Guardian. Just being able to have that faith in himself here in this match.
Yeah, BBL moving as a collective here. A ball of sheriffs.
Over towards elbow. Phantom's waiting on one side. It's a bit of a trap.
So you know what bandits are called in Spanish, Los Bandidos, and Heretics are looking to stop them right where they stand exactly. Like so, unless pistols can do something in return. Patty Tech having none of it.
The Phantom to be recovered though here in towards elbow, picked up by Power Up.
What else can be picked up? Elite still's got his pistol, but if you
What
give
the
him a
fuck
gun,
are those casters saying, like?
I do wonder if they try to revisit the orb here for Power being 2 away from that null command. But instead they need the timing over towards this B site. Beating the fact that nobody's gonna be there. Sure, you have the green light over towards Heretics with the tripwires. But otherwise, it will take them down early and then kind of reposition wherever you want. Leave Heretics guessing. And dash over.
I wonder if it would have been worth it for Benji Fishy to stay back to using your later. Anyway, Potato, potato. This is the case scenario. No flashes, only a couple of shock darts and recon for Rians to move in, but Power wants to take the fight head on, hasn't been spotted by the recon. Benji Fishy is able to put him to rest, and Elite alone. It's a Sheriff, it's a rough one, it's a difficult one. What have you got in store for us here?
Yeah, that was the risky gamble because sure you have the cam on there, but that was the Phantom down.
They don't quite know where he is, but at least Paddy Tech is looking in that direction. Elite no more, and Heretics are able to find another.
You would have expected maybe more of that kind of position coming out from the pistol player, aside from the rifle, to be a bit stronger into that post plant, but disconnected. I know that they did have to go and fight forward there, try and isolate something, but Heretics are a team that will continuously stick together into those retake situations. They don't leave that option open to take those ones.
No, that's fair. I mean, especially when they've got the numbers advantage, might as well keep those numbers together. Get yourselves that trade value at the end of the day. But of course, buy around for BBL again. And it took them a while, the first half, to get going. Now on attack, it may need again. Is this the moment they come back?
Deep flash.
Oh. That's quite
Oh wait, timing though.
Brave, going directly in for the fight. He's got to deal against two. He gets Paddy Tech out before he loses his own life. Miniboo though goes berserk. Wants to go in for the fight, but Elite handles him before he drops. This is chaos. There's fights all over the board, but BBL knew the plan was the A site all along.
Took me a beat to digest what was actually happening in mid there with such a fast push out towards B main. 3v3 onto the retake here, looking at this utility right now.
It's actually really important that the camera is still there for Benji Fishy. He's realized where all the players are. They're not on that side of the site, but they know the potential of Kushina being here, which they've already pinged out. And Kushina now is in trouble, but he's also got the assistance of Power and Reezy if it's required, but it goes untraded. Reezy will be dropping Mosh Pit. 46 points of health on him, so he won't be able to survive a trade. It means that Power is left all to himself to fend against Boo, who's still sticking the defuse. 3 bullets, and they are enough to clutch up the round for BBL.
A Red Bull clutch coming in here for BBL. Time ticking down into that post plant here. Heretics, they found the momentum into this second half. BBL to stop the bleeding. Look at these replays here as well.
Last player standing.
I mean, let's be fair, this isn't new BBL. This is completely different. Yeah, okay, there are some aspects of the previous playstyle, some mistakes that they still do repeat, yes. We're not too far away
I
from
think
that,
Heretic
BBL
is
showing
like
a different
weaker
image.
than
This is not the BBL we knew.
what they were on
bottom
kickoff.
of the scoreboard in the EMEA. This is a BBL that can shoot.
Even
back.
at Madrid, they've already shown like signs
And
of
somehow
weakness.
they're showing against Heretics. Yes, folks, you're tuning in at a moment where BBL have got a map over Heretics and are challenging the first 3 consecutive that Heretics have gotten on the second half, forcing them to an eco and potentially another equalization. It's insane. You can pinch yourselves. I know you can feel pain here. You're not dreaming.
That's how close each round has been since we've swapped sides. Trying to break that initial trip over towards B main, but it's not going to be one. It's a double trip setup over in Market, expecting again that heavy mid presence coming out from BBL instead. Look to run over towards that A site, but with the 0 point having scanned nothing from Patatek, Heretics have the read. They lean over towards A.
There might be the best read they could possibly have at this point. Have the stars already aligned. Miniboo not spotted by their death. Good stun to keep them at bay. The Thrash is going to cause chaos and panic. Who will it find? Oh, there's a couple of players, maybe even 3. And Miniboo isn't there to save his teammates' life. Not this time. Kushina is on the case and hitting well, where Boo has to leave the case, leave the site. Maybe find some kills with a judge. You know you're going for rifles the next time around. But BBL are looking different. They're looking strong. And no one messes with Turkey, that's for sure. Not after this. You can't underestimate a single team in this league.
I don't know if you can't underestimate a single team in this league or if the level of the league is dog shit.
Remember that this is Patatek's putting on a show. I feel like he has been such a solid.
Because after Madrid, like
on the side of Team
Kickoff don't look so dominant. Like they lost to Foot.
Heretics.
Yesterday they were like
got the idea that okay, Woot coming in, they're gonna have to work on some things. So
they
then when
lost
do
to
they
Navi
begin that
yesterday
upwards climb
too.
again?
Yeah, it looks like they've found a downturn before
Like
they
honestly,
actually
the
have
most
the issue of having to replace one of their key players.
Maybe even the mental pressure of that alone.
the most
at the back of their mind.
dangerous looking team. Like yesterday, Fnatic looked good with their
Who knows?
on the Yo and stuff.
But BBL are taking full advantage of it right now, and Kushina aggressing, looking to catch Paddy take off.
And Navi is the team that's looking good. TL, they kinda look shaky. And yeah, Navi and Foot are the 2-1, I guess. Foot are just crazy in terms of like skill. In terms of aiming and shit.
They're not 100% sure on Boo's positioning, but
They
they're
look
all trying
like
to come out here for Benji Fishy.
the best team in my opinion.
So much time to close in on their opponents. The second
And then Navi, they just, I don't know.
they lie. Brave does TP, but then again, where exactly has he gone?
After that like comeback against Equate and
Not much utility left for them. Not much aggressive utility that is.
and even yesterday, like they look like a super strong attack team.
Just hide away at this point. And Heretics don't
Like
have the
they win
confidence
so
to go
many
for the
fucking
fight.
4v5 and
They've
shit.
given this away. And BBL will be finding the equalizer. That is insane.
They got disconnected in that 3v3. You have Boo trying to put on the pressure from Ali on the A site and expecting his two teammates in Reens and Benji Fishy to be able to actually push in through short, but so much respect given to the dark cover, not wanting to swing through dry. But then you're also leaving your IGL dry on the other side. Okay, okay. Getting some vibes in the arena here.
Goddamn.
On stage.
God damn. Well, okay, timeout coming out from Heretics. It seems like the timeouts haven't had that much of effect for this side, has it? It doesn't seem that grand for them. Where's the bounce back? Where's the feeling of being on the server? Miniboo, this is not his day, let's be clear. This should be a situation when he's the one fragging, opening up the rounds, right? And he's been so good in doing so in the past, but today, this game, that's not happening.
I mean, how often do you see Miniboo going double negative?
Yeah. Do you have siblings, Ash?
4.
Right, so you know when your sibling tries to probably build you up, trying to give you words of motivation, but because you're their sibling, right? You don't really listen. You're like, just shut up.
Whoa, okay,
right?
whoa.
No?
I don't think...
That's my experience,
no.
at least. That's
my experience.
Okay.
But from what we've seen in interviews,
yeah,
I don't think it's the same vibes here from Boo and
their love is built different, but you never know. You never know. It could all be a rouge.
They literally have matching in-game names.
That's very true.
I could never.
That's cute. Yeah.
I could never.
I agree.
The way that they just talk about each other, I just don't even... I feel like that's something that we did have questions about when kickoff was starting. It was one of those things where we're like, okay, it's previously been a brother nerf. Is it a brother buff? And it looked that way with a different kind of attitude, right?
Yeah. But you're right. Everybody speaks so highly of each other in Heretics. It's a family already. There's definitely a sense to that, but for some reason this family isn't clicking. It's facing some problems and perhaps may need counseling after this match with BBL if they do end up losing it. Even if they don't, it's already been quite catastrophic, be certain of that. But already it looks like BBL have their sights on this B site, and Heretics have got a good setup for that. They've got some guns for it and they've got presence, but BBL somehow want none of that.
I also want to, like, Boo is on the other side of the map right now, jiggle peeking. With a bucket.
Not quite the distance for it, is it?
I mean, mostly looking for information though. Yeah. He'll tuck back in and try and bait them into the shotgun, but one way to be thrown out. Eric's having the read. That lack of presence towards that B side. You're seeing the rotations being pulled, but again, the weapons disadvantage here.
Yeah, they expended 2 rifles as well. It's kind of a half-assed approach. But Kushina's opener does kind of give them a full leeway onto this A site. Carpet rolled out in front of them.
Just one's being taken here by Heretics.
30 seconds left.
Lacking that same kind of synergy and coordination we've seen in the past.
Take this! Coming through! Go, go, go!
What can you do here? You haven't been able to do much with the rifles. Will the chef be it? Not this time around. Not when Elite is there on the case. Triple for Kushina this round.
Like Brave looked really good on the first map, and then
I think BBL
Elite
also
is like
just shooting back so well right now. Like, they are on point with their shots. Heretics, I know we're talking a lot about Miniboo.
He's shooting.
Currently, as far as that KDA goes, but you also consider the fact that he is still doing his job on the Neon, making that space, and his team is able to capitalize off of it. It's just not the same multi-kills that we usually have seen in the past off that kind of entry, but the rest of the team on Heretics, they are doing well to try and maintain that, try and balance that out.
That's true.
And pick up some of that weight, that responsibility, the fragging power.
But it's quite a lot of momentum that BBL have picked up. I don't think they've lost a round since their initial one in this half. So they've been going for quite a streak. I believe that's 4 consecutive. Kushner going full guns blazing. Finally, Miniboo wins a crucial fight, and so does Rians. So at least Traded and Benji Fishy is there to reaffirm their control over market, their control over this game, because they keep things steady.
I mean, Benji has been, I think, the unsung hero here on the side of Team Heretics with the way he's been able to bring back a lot of these rounds. Now, tying this up 10-10.
I mean, let's be fair, his snapping ability is out of this world, Benji Fishy, right? He's been so clean with these gun trades. Not only today, but generally throughout the season, since the start of the year, he's shown up big time. And it's got to be daunting to play up against him, right? It's one of those situations, oh, Benji Fishy's playing that, let's go the other way, right?
Yeah.
It's got to be daunting.
When he's on fire, it's like, okay, you just don't even want to see what site he's set up on. But both the Cyphers, I think, on defense were quite dynamic with their, they were setting up their trips and whatnot and switching things out, keeping the attackers guessing on either team.
They found my wire.
Ultra broken towards main. I love that cage being thrown down to deny the one way.
How far is Kushner willing to go with the showstopper? Hunter Fury straight away though. Heretics don't really want to allow BBL to get into the site clean enough. They found only one tag onto one of these players. The spike finally being touched down. Damage, but only just some splash damage. Not enough to be of any substance. But this crossfire is actually going to be pretty darn good. The Neon approach is also a right idea, but they're moving right into Kushner's realm. Well, he will be completely demanding supremacy over them. Keeping it going, drawing out the classic, but it's down to a duel. Elite swings out, and Boo shall drop. 11-10, BBL back on top.
At this point, Kushner's got to change his name from Kushner X to Kushner W, because that's all he's been doing this game. It happened on Splits, happening again on Sunset. I feel like he's always pressing go, and because he's online right now, it's working.
Their energy is contagious. Their tempo is unmatched. Heretics seem to be silenced. And, oh my god, this has got to be really tough to face up against. They've got resources, they've been on this rodeo before, but this mental challenge is something they'll have to overcome, given this is a situation they'll have to struggle with to make to playoffs. Spoo gets caught out in no man's land, and Kushner just opens up this A site single-handedly. Paddy Tech wanting to give him another fight outside of the smoke, but 1-for-1 will not do. Numbers favor BBL as Rians looks for the next fight. Again, this is Turkish pride for Rians right now. This is a different fight of a different level. So if he's able to save the day for his team right here, right now, he'll take that opportunity and take the full mile. Elite on the side, weaving in and out of battle with finesse that Heretics haven't seen in a while. One away from putting Heretics to the bottom of their group.
I don't think anyone expected this to be a potential 2-0 for the side of BBL. If anything, going the distance to a 2-1, but I think, again, Heretics, we have to remember, they were the favorites going into this matchup, and BBL seemed to be bringing themselves up, showing the change they've been slowly working on since the beginning of the season. Starting things off with that 2-0 against Koi the other week. Koi definitely not the same thing as Heretics, though,
no,
and I think that tells you a lot.
Absolutely not. I mean, everybody thought, okay, we're talking about the two bottom feeders here, Koi BBL, but this is a completely different story, and Kushner wants to prove it as such. Finally finding his mark with a showstopper. So far, it's only been an initiating tool, but now it's a killing tool. Benji Fishy, though, into the action, hasn't been caught, and will not go punished just yet, at least. 3 versus 3, and BBL have got great tools for this. Neural Theft will be dropped straight out of the rip. Wingman heading in Ria's direction, and Elite is keeping that gun handy. Back into Life Pora, giving BBL numbers advantage, and this surely should be the end of Heretics. Surely this is BBL showing supremacy and winning their match against the favored.
13-10, 2-0 here for BBL in week 3, a turnaround that we didn't expect based off of the way that Heretics has been showing up.
Absolutely not. The theme of Heretics has been up and up and up. And we saw the match against Vitality. We saw, okay, that's probably a fluke. Vitality played an excellent game. Let's talk about Vitality's playing up against Foot right after this. But still, we thought that was it. They can bounce back, no problem, but apparently they cannot. There are some issues right here, and they can't bring all their players alive, but BBL, you can be happy about this one.
I mean, they have been swapping their player
I think they've ever had in VCT
in and out.
Period.
Hey, kickoff started with the conversation of Heretics turning a new
Like,
leaf. Now it's the
a
opportunity
lot.
for BBL to do
So
so. And you're looking
you
at
don't
the
have any
future over the
stability
top.
in the
Over
team.
these 2 maps had 19 first bloods total, 31 kills in map 2. I wonder what Josh has to say, because I feel like he can't just say, okay, he played all right this time.
Yeah, well, the royalty of BBL are looking to enter the center stage and take a bow for what was an incredible series. Really kind of one-sided, right? Yeah, Heretics had their moments, but BBL was in control with the right tempo, with the right pace. BBL, your match winners against Heretics, giving them a second win in group stage.
Yeah, taking them 2-1, and now Heretics hitting that 1-2 score line. Big bows and congratulations here towards BBL. You see the hype over in Turkey with the watch party here as well for BBL. Lots of love from their country.
I mean, for sure. They've got to be really enthusiastic about this one. They've got to be really happy about that end result. Like, we didn't expect it. They apparently got that winning mentality to work, because that's what we were talking about, right? Being able to use that winning mindset, that energy alive. The moment you lose it, you lose grip of the game. And it didn't feel like BBL lost that at any moment.
No, and I'd like to see how that continues forward. Are they going to be able to keep this kind of baseline in every single match? Because we saw how they were able to actually reel that back in when Split started off so heavily in favor of Heretics. And then they kind of just flew with it from there.
It looked pretty darn good, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean,
oh my goodness, stay tuned everybody. There is going to be an interview.
Sunset also started with a 5-0 for Heretics.
And today's a Turkish matchup. Like, if you're from Turkey and here to support your teams today, because both of these teams are playing, BBL and Foot, well, you're up for a treat, because Foot and Vitality are facing up face to face right after this. But this has been a great start of the day. Taking it over to Frankie on the stage with Brave for an interview.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm delighted to be joined by Brave. How do you feel after getting your second win back-to-back on this stage?
I mean, it feels really great, because we were trusting ourselves, but we needed to win something, you know, to like keep going, to be a good team, you know. And after Koi win, we knew that we could do it. We could beat everyone. We knew it. And after the Koi win, we just like we are just being ourselves, and we are great right now.
You manifested the win. You had thoughts about it before you went out and took it by force.
Sorry?
So, I mean manifesting in the sense that you imagined yourself beating Heretics today before you came on stage?
Yeah, of course. I mean, as I'm thinking, we can beat everyone, because it's possible. You know, we didn't think Heretics or Carmine Corp would make it to the Madrid, and they made it. So if you play good, you can beat everyone, and we are playing good right now. I'm proud of my teammates.
And if Heretics can make it to Madrid, BBL can make it to Shanghai.
Of course, yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Let's take a look back at Split. I love the support from the audience here in Berlin. Let's take a look, though, at Split. Round 10. This was such a game-changing round for your team, the clutch that you had. I feel like this might have inspired your team to go on for the win. Talk me through it as we watch it back. So here you are, TPing across, going for the plant. You're just watching yourself back. You're just impressed. Talk me through it.
I mean, in this round, Rizzi was telling me they know you have ult. I said, shut up, don't give me pressure, you know. And after that, I took risk. You know, I was in under heaven. I said, if they come under heaven, I kill them. I will pick CT on the timing. I was telling myself, you know, it's 2v1, you have to take risk, you know. Like, yeah. And then I picked CT. I saw one guy doesn't look at me. And I was really happy because I killed him. Yeah.
I mean, you should be happy.
Sorry?
Yeah, go on, talk me through.
Yeah, here I was thinking he has a lot of pressure, you know? I can be left, I can be right, so I was sure he wasn't gonna defuse it. And then I took risk. Yeah, that's it.
You got in their faces today. A fantastic moment for you.
I just
individually,
played
but
the
also a
game,
fantastic moment for your
Luli.
team. Going into our
Nice.
next map then, Sunset. It's not
Like,
necessarily been
I
your
don't
strongest
know
in
who
the
the
past.
production
What's
guy
you
is,
to
but
play
like
the same
picking the
position as
probably
Team
the
Heretics
player
did
to
changes
who have
you
the
brought in
worst
Echo, you brought
English
in the Rays.
and
Talk
asking
to me
them
about why.
Because that's
to walk you
on
through
previous
their
comp
play
wasn't, for us.
in fucking
We
English
talked about
has
it
to
as a
be
team
one of the
and we
most
said
retarded
comp and
fucking
we worked
decision
hard,
ever made. Like,
really hard on it.
it's like, oh, you
We just
speak,
trust
your
our
English is bad.
tactics and stuff,
Well, let's make you
fundamentals,
speak
and then,
English, you know. That's
And now you
you
have
know,
2 wins on this stage.
it's the
Feeling stronger than ever.
like who comes up
How do you say
with
the
those
equivalent
fucking
of
ideas?
we're
Like,
going to Shanghai in Turkish?
Şangay'a gidiyoruz.
Well, there you go. You heard the man. Thank you so much, Teşekkür. Congratulations, Brave.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic performance for BBL today. But can the Turks do it again after the break? Because we are going to have Footballists versus the lads from Team Vitality. Don't go anywhere.
this is the matchup. Because everybody has been talking about like how Vitality is very strong in scrims. And Foot is currently like, I would say the best team. Probably Navi. But yeah, Foot are like very impressive right now.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's ads, man.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes with this money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just tasting my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes.
Welcome back to VCT, where if you've just joined us, teşekkürler, I have it on good authority that I've been mispronouncing thank you in Turkish my entire life. Now, the stage is about to be set for an absolute banger between Foot and Team Vitality. So to get us ready for this one, we reached out to a man who, as of yet, has a 100% win rate against Foot player Sinad, and in his own words, just wants the best for this rising star. Steele, what do you want to see from Sinad?
When we talk about duelists, it's always something about being set up. But at their core, duelists are players that seek out duels. In some of these situations, we will see CNET fighting with his team in chaotic battles. But other times, we'll see him holding aggressive positions or pressing forward even after getting kills. No setup, no teammates, just pure confidence and skill. A Terminator. He gets happy watching you bleed. He's scary. Dare I even say, he's a crazy guy. But do you see an ego on him? Or is he happy? Is he a happy guy that shouts, "Yay! We won!" after a big round? CNED's been looking so good since the down stint on Na'Vi.
Holy
but
shit.
He's getting back into form. And Foot can be real contenders for the rest of this year.
Yay! No? Yay, that was incredibly impressive. Things that we don't want to see from Sinad, though. We don't want to see a Sage, right?
Things we don't want to see from CNED, Sage.
That's not true. His Sage is actually okay.
From CNED on Bind, which is weird because Krax also plays Sage and Yesterday also plays Sage. Why on earth are you going to put CNED on Sage?
I think the Chamber is more problematic than the Sage.
Actually, I think Lauren Pansy even confirmed this. I was talking because it's kind of like Sage has been the common denominator across, you know, the previous rosters for CNED, across Ascend, Na'Vi, and it's always been a question mark, but supposedly it's just a personal comfort thing.
The thing,
yeah, I mean, if that's as strong an argument internally as I guess is implied with that statement, then sure, okay.
Do you think it's still going to be a strong argument internally?
Well, the thing is, I think he should definitely be on Jet or Chamber right now, because when we're looking at him on Sage and we're saying like, oh, like, what is it? He's just like not comfortable. The thing that really stands out is his utility usage. So his lack of just like not rezzing basically at all until it's like the one reza game where his teammate just comes back to life and then dies instantly. That's not really good enough, but it looks like he
yeah, his
feels
positioning is
on the agent when he's playing Sage. He's not moving around the same way. On Jet, he just keeps holding W, whether he's shift walking or just running it down.
yeah, his Jet is better, like
we definitely saw
for sure, but
sort of transition
his Sage is not that bad. I think Chamber is actually worse than Sage.
On Fracture, I believe, and first time we saw the Chamber come out, and you know, a couple of other weird things, the Yoru and the Rays kind of sprinkled in there. We had the same sort of thing, right? Utility seemed a little off. I recall a few rounds where Trap didn't even get placed, or like the TP was misplaced even back when there was 2 TPs on Chamber. So seeing that and not seeing kind of a marked improvement across the amount of time we have seen it on Sage, it does still kind of remain as a concern, to be honest.
It just comes down to this. When they played Bind versus when they played Split or any map, a Breeze, the difference is he's trying to value his life too much as Sage, whereas on Gen Chamber, he's no fear, he's getting in your face, and he's winning a lot of the duels. He's getting his confidence back to go for these duels. And it's kind of like that peak form CNED of he will just stomp on you if you keep going to him, and you have to avoid him, otherwise you lose.
Yeah, and I think it's so apparent when CNED is such a player that can single-handedly take control of a map.
So if you are the coach of Foot, you're basically like, Cena, just let's put you on duelist. Whereas if we look over to Vitality and Safe used to be that pure duelist, and now he's a flex player. He's able to do things for his team, and he also became the first player in VCT EMEA to reach 3,000 kills, and the player with the most matches played in VCT EMEA with 224 professional games under his belt. We did give him kudos last week, but we were not necessarily expecting the 3,000 kills marker to be hit as well. And the thing that I've loved seeing about Safe this year in VCT is this maturity. He's talked about how he's changed his approach and his attitude as a player, and it's reflecting on his team.
I absolutely agree with that, because I think last year some of the internal rumblings that we heard about was kind of discourse, right? A disagreement in terms of overall direction, how to approach games, obviously referencing Liquid previously. And Safe was the one that kind of dug his heels in and kind of stuck to his guns, and I mean, even hinting at it in interviews, which is something that, you know, you go on the broadcast and you kind of confirm some of these things that may be hearsay, urban myth, whatever. So to see him now actually probably more supported, to be honest, in Vitality is probably going to give him that confidence back.
Well, they seem to be doing better than Liquid are right now, so that there could be something to do with. There might be something to do with that, yeah.
And I think there's probably something to do with the coaching staff as well. Sela is obviously someone who puts a lot of trust in his players, but also puts a lot of support in there as well. I mean, it was mentioned, I believe, on the show last week.
Why the fuck does she have a crown?
Vitality. Shout out to Mr. Rob Mulgan, by the way. He just celebrated his 2-year anniversary managing Team Vitality.
Got to support UK esports.
UK esports.
In any facet.
Yeah, sorry. I'm literally using this desk now to celebrate my friends.
Personal agenda.
Apologies, but if you knew Rob Mulgan, you would also celebrate him too. But you've got Salah, who's obviously placed a lot of trust in his team. The team respects him back. And also, if Safe was unhappy, then it would impact, say, Sender, who is a new IGL. I mean, he's not a new player, but he is new to that role, and that can be a difficult thing.
I think the other thing as well is noting Safe's energy on the stage, what he brings to a team outside of, you know, the game itself, in terms of bringing people online, getting people, you know, kind of energetic and invested in the game. Because previously, I mean, you think back to Guild, he was kind of the headliner in that regard. He was back then really delivering on that duelist role, and he was kind of the tip of the spear almost, not to make it too cheesy, but when Safe's happy, that's the additional on top that you get with this player.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't even got to talk much more about the impact of this guild reunion between Safe and Trax, but I'm sure we're going to get to do that very soon. Because right now we have both the Turkish and French broadcasts in this arena for the matchup between the two regions, and they wanted to say some words about the opponent before the next match.
What? I mean, Vitality is the French structure, but I don't think there is any French player on Vitality.
On doit faire quoi? Je crois qu'il faut leur foutre la poisse, faut les jinxer. Bah, si. Non, mais en vrai, ok. Tu vois, CNED, il était discret au kick-off, mais ça arrive une fois dans sa carrière, il va les défoncer. Il va être trop fort, CNED, c'est sûr. Franchement, ce mec, on peut lui faire confiance. Il est tellement régulier, tellement fiable, il joue pour l'équipe, ça va être le meilleur.
Vrai star player, une vraie jet turque, tu l'as dit. Moi, j'avoue que Atta Captain, même en 1v3, même en 1v4, je pense que il va vraiment les terroriser, Vitality. Qu'est-ce que t'en penses?
Ouais, clutch, un max. Après, il y a les maps, les veto. Non, mais là, laisse tomber en fait.
Ils vont se faire brain?
Non, mais là, laisse tomber. Ils ont aucune chance. Au Vita, ils ont pas de map. Genre, foot, ils peuvent jouer. S'il y avait 9 maps, ils joueraient les 9.
Probablement.
Ils ont trop. Non, non, ils ont franchement.
Yeah, there is
trop de
no
marge de
fucking
manœuvre, trop de
French
skill.
player
Le
in
teamplay est là. On les a
Vitality.
vus la semaine dernière, foot. Bah,
Ça faisait très très peur. Ils ont déjà battu une équipe française puisqu'ils ont
ça
battu
fait
Café.
déjà mal, tu vois.
Je pense qu'ils sont repartis
En fait,
pour le
c'est
faire.
juste une winning streak qui commence et ils vont dérouler,
Ça s'arrête
sur
pas,
toute la
ouais.
France. Ouais, ouais, c'est trop
Bon,
facile.
je pense qu'on peut le dire. Heidi Foot!
Heidi Foot!
Abi bugün fut için bence bayağı rahat bir maç geçecek. Yani çok zorlanacağımızı düşünmüyorum.
Ya iyi, yani rahat oynuyoruz ya. Bir de iyi takımız artık. Vitality falan.
Zaten biz ligin orta sıralık
What?
Abi bizde futun maçın daha iyi geçmesi için jinxlememizi söylüyorlar ama.
Abi ne diyeyim? Vitality çok iyi takım ya bu arada.
Vitality bayağı iyi takım. Hatta bence Safe Prime ile birlikte dünyanın en iyi oyuncusu. Yani
Ya Safe-
Prime'ı Snet'den iyidir,
Bir de Runner-
EA'den iyidir,
bir de Runner var.
Runner'dan iyidir.
Yani Runner da var yanına.
Herkesten iyidir bence.
İkisini beraber koy. Herkesi yok ederler ya.
Yani öyle bir Sender Kicks başladı ki zaten lige biliyorsun yani muazzam hepsi.
Harita vermezler bu arada.
Yituce
Direkt
çok kötü
2-0 ya
oynuyor.
Vitality.
Atakaptan çok kötü oynuyor. Bence hiç problem olmayacak Vitality için.
O zaman ne diyoruz?
Maç. O zaman Alevita.
I mean, it's a funny bit to have people like
İşi olmuyor. Futunda
do the reverse like plays and shit.
That was incredibly convincing, in particular from the side of the Turkish talent. I want to get your predictions though, because we couldn't possibly jinx anything on this desk. I thought.
Really? We're committing to predictions now. I didn't know.
Yeah.
Well, didn't see this coming. I mean, for me, I've got to lean in the way of foot. Obviously, ahead of the veto, maybe there's a little bit of a curveball to expect there, but yeah, I think overall that's where I'm leaning.
I was thinking 2-1, didn't know which way to put it, so yeah, 2-1 for somebody.
2-1 for somebody. So non-committal, but it's fine. There's a reason we don't tend to do predictions on this desk. But we are ready. This is definitely going to be one to remember. It's Vitality versus Foot. If week 1 was a wake-up call for Team Vitality, week 2 was a statement of intent. Today, they'll have a fight on their hands, but with so much potential in their individuals, Vitality should be feeling more confident than ever before on the stage today.
That's something I actually don't like about
Their
like
opponents are a Turkish powerhouse, and they're here to show they
fucking
can
esports
out-game
that like
and
you
outpace
used to have like
the
French
best.
structure with
If they
like
can keep the curve
French
coming
teams,
and
you
not
know,
get too set in their ways,
or like
but
you had a
also
structure that would pick up a
terrifying
lineup like in CS, and you
of
would
their
have like
rivals, despite the
full
presence of
French
the
player
team
or full, you know,
and the
Turkish
offense.
player,
By the
full
plushies, the soft furnishings,
fucking
they're
Swedish
just here
player,
to get
full
you
Danish
comfortable
player,
before they rip
and
the
you
rug
had
from
like
under
every
your feet.
region. And now I feel like he's just
Salah's trying to get the crowd buff on side still.
He is definitely trying to get the crowd buff on side, but I mean, is
He's
it gonna
just,
work? We have yet to see it. I'm liking the
mix
map
of
pool, though,
nationalities,
a little
like,
bit here. Obviously, Ascent looking a little bit scary for Vitality.
and you don't have like strong regional like
Team and you've just jumped to conclusions.
identities. I feel
So what?
like even if you look at like
I would say that is an
lower region, like French region and shit, you have teams that are full of
I
like
thought they were gonna play Breeze actually as well.
non-French player, or if you look at Spanish, like the Spanish league and shit.
I honestly thought that they were gonna play Breeze in there, but
It's kind of dumb, you know,
okay, you know what?
because you
I'm
should be
honestly
developing your
taking
own
it back
talent.
because I
You know,
thought
like
that we're gonna see,
French players should
Vitality being able to
play in
play
French
Breeze,
league and
while that would
then
look scary against,
get into like tier 2
Foot,
European and then
Ascent
tier
is
1
definitely
European.
More scary. So going, I mean, Vitality's feeling confident on Icebox. I wonder.
You know, German
what their
players should
goal
start
is
in
there,
German league and then
with specific
move up
to avoid CNED.
into German, into European tier 2 and then European tier 1. You know, same thing for Spanish, for English, for Swedish, Danish.
Even with a 15-13 versus Carmine core,
polish and shit.
necessarily feel like a comfort pick for them. So I think
But since you have like,
yes, but there's definitely
I don't know, I don't even know if there are rules for like
We're gonna see something pretty standard when it
at
comes to
least
the Open Select
2
Royalty
or
I mean,
3
I'm not
players of
expecting
a certain
anything too crazy. Obviously, we
nationality.
have seen from Vitality a willingness to.
So you have like full team of imports,
yeah,
and
try and
the
switch
problem
things
is
up
that
a little
like
bit, so,
people don't
that
cheer
thought's
for
obviously
them.
gotta be in the
Like,
back of your mind.
yeah, they have a
But
French structure,
don't
for
expect
example,
anything
but
too crazy here. I think this is pretty
since
much
there is
gonna
no
be
French
bread and
player,
butter Turkish
people
approach
don't
to
like
it, so-
identify
it
as
doesn't
much.
really need to be crazy in terms of the composition. The crazy is all in the aim.
Yeah,
And so it ends up being like counterproductive
it's always
almost.
fairly vanilla well, for Turkish teams in general. And
Because if you have like people who cheer for you, you have people buying your shirts, you have like more weight for like sponsor, you get more money, so you can like develop your talents more, you know, pay people to scout your younger players, like newer players and shit.
It's been played the same way for a few years, where
Like you have a regular and you have a business model.
But it feels
But
like
if all you do is like have foreign player,
and tested of the standard, you know, Sova.
you have way less, unless you go for superstar, but for like tier 3, like national league and shit, you can't really do that.
We're going to be looking out for here to see how they work the map. I think
So I feel like
want to see them working
esport is
through
kind of
mid
like in a
lot.
reverse side,
I've seen them
like
avoid it
reverse,
before, but
like
this really
they're
does
taking
heat
the
them up in
thing
the
by
map.
the wrong end.
I can't wait to see who is
They are
truly
not
gonna unlock this
developing the
map, but I do
thing
hope we're gonna
naturally.
see 3 of them today
It's
as
not
we
going
go into
organically,
our
like
final matchup in
it's
this
like
Turkish
pushed by
Odyssey.
like
It's Team Vitality
fucking
versus
investment money and shit. Because people have decided that it had to be the next big thing, like
an opportunity for Foot to keep up the flawless streak. So far,
it's like fucking game changers and shit. It's just people pumping money into an idea without knowing if it's like viable or if it makes sense. They just pump money because it's the hype shit to pump money in.
Talk about BBL being underdogs in this one. I'd edge it slightly towards Foot. I think the Vitality are definitely coming into their own, but I think Foot have definitely looked fantastic since we've come in, obviously in towards this stage 1. And well, as you said, yet to lose a game. So we'll see if this is going to be their first.
Well, that's it. It's been a strong start to the season for Foot, and Vitality have been trying to find their footing. This could be a real opportunity for them to prove themselves. And Runner is looking to get right into the action, already swinging in for one, but the returns are clearly in favor of Foot. A double kill on the Classic for the IGL of Mr. Fallen, and Foot are on their way to the A site, which is wide open.
So he's someone that, again, I want to highlight going into this matchup because I still
We have a
remember going
classic
back to
comp
the
for
qualifiers, Rebel Home Ground. This is probably his
Vitality
best map. They
and a
haven't been playing
classic
it. They didn't
comp
play
for
it at kickoff.
Foot,
They
so
didn't play it previously in the last
a
couple of
mirror.
weeks, but this is a map where I feel like Mr.
Expected,
Fallen
like
thrives,
Ascent
where
is probably
if
the
Zenit
most
wasn't playing it
played
yet, I think we'd
map
be losing our minds.
in the pool.
Well, for now at least, for the side of Vitality, to try and get anything in this round is going to be difficult. The post plant on the A site, both players looking to come from above. No utility that holds much value. You could throw out Timmy as a distraction, but you'd lose the element of surprise. Well, they're going to hear the player jump up. They're going to know that he's there, or at least have a decent idea. They're all trapped in a corner, but you still got to watch out for the man lurking about. That was out of captain, and we have got our first round on the board for Foot.
Nicely handled, and yeah, Mr. Fallen really takes the cake on that one too, with a Classic in the final with the Sheriff, building up some of those old orbs and building up the confidence. Leading by example is a big factor for some of these teams. You look at Navi, Angel, not last match, but before that,
you have to do that, don't you? Yeah, every time. Yeah, like you sound like you're about to say something nice about him, and then it's always just like, yeah, well, he sucked the last time, but the time before that,
he was great, Tom. There's the compliments. It's a compliment sandwich. An insult, a compliment, and another insult. He's also old. So 1-0.
Wow.
But I feel like I know Angel well enough, but I'm gonna find out next week.
All right. He's definitely able to beat you up. It's just if he decides
he
to
feels
or not.
like it or not. Yeah. Oh well, hopefully not. Foot in a strong position, 1-0 up and out. They've got their 3 Bulldogs. I like this buy. It gives them so much in terms of dueling for the next round. They can still fight with those Bulldogs. If they lose a player or two, the margins for error are fairly thick. You can still recover that Sheriff and obviously pick up a rifle if it goes down, so long as you're only losing two players know more, and already it looked like we were about to see one fall, but a quick dash out of CNET keeps him online, and it looks like the B site's taken pretty easily. Vitality have a choice. Do they want to go in and throw themselves at these players, take some orbs as they go, and probably not do that economical damage, or play exits, and if they don't come your way, go down to the spike?
Yeah, I think that's the more likely of the options. I think also something that, again, it comes with this change to Vitality. Obviously, they were playing with Destrian not too long ago, is they have switched up some of the roles. It means that we've got Safe back on the Omen, which was something we were seeing a little bit through Kickoff. He was on KO before, but also it means Kix is back on KO, and that for me is the more interesting, because I think that he works very well when given aggressive initiator utility. Don't get me wrong, I think he can play a Sova absolutely fine, but give this man a couple of flashes, give this man a nade, and the potential goes up significantly. Now they're going to get one kill, nobody else going to die to the spike, and they'll be able to escape.
True. The curious thing about this is, you know, in this round, if you were to send someone hunting, you'd imagine it would be one of the players with the Sheriffs. But it was Mr. Fallen running it down instead for his ult orb, which now he's got his ultimate online, the Hunter's Fury ready to rumble, but they are missing that Bulldog. It's a small downside to it.
But what would you rather, a Turkish player with a Bulldog or a Sheriff?
That's true. Yeah,
see,
fair point. I think
economically
Foot
terrible.
would rather the Bulldog, because one of the players with a Sheriff has actually bought up anyways, Tom. So they definitely wouldn't rather the Sheriff. But Mr. Fallen is going to be left with that consequence of his greed in the previous round. But, well, there's also a reward to be reaped. We'll see if the Hunter's Fury has any impact. It is one of those ults that I think, you know, you kind of got to get into position to use it first, especially on that attack side.
Oh, here goes CNET again. Pop flash from Kix already. It's going to deny them the space. The more information they get, though, the more likely that Hunter's Fury is to come out. And it might actually tag up a couple. Oh, almost gets the opener. The rest of the team, though, didn't really take the space off of it. I thought it would be used more disruptive than anything else, but actually they were, I guess, expecting a kill, and now that it hasn't happened, Vitality actually have 4 players on the right side of the map.
Shock darts are very dangerous, actually only a few pixels away from taking Runner down, who's on 14 health still on that site. And I loved what we saw from Mr. Fallen. I'm not a big fan of blind Hunter's Furies in general, even off of information. When I say blind, I mean not aimed at a spike, not with an objective to run down time, and not off the back of an actual reveal. But I like that once he spotted Runner, he knew Runner's going to dash. He predicted it almost perfectly, but was just a little bit away. Runner's reactions kept him alive for this fight later on, as Ada Captain's fallen, but Foot weren't looking to take this to A. They've kept 3 players on that site. We'll look to cut off rotations with Yedege. They're very fragmented.
Yeah, Yedege really needs to find something. I think having this Guardian from this position, not ideal, but nobody actually checking for it. They've still got to clear the guy at the backside, though. Trex, there's only 6 seconds. If he can kill the planter, he actually wins the round, but he's unable to. They get that spike plant down, and the trades are good. It's left all onto Safe. In this 1v2, both players on opposite sides of the wall. So he does have a good opportunity to actually isolate the fight, but never mind. Cracks on the KO, winning a round with a 3K. Who could have seen that coming?
Well, a huge response.
That's
from
the
Foot.
bonus
2-0
one.
up, forced to take a lighter buy, invest into some rifles, even have the Hunter's Fury online, thanks to some crazy shenanigans in the end of round 2. And well, the reward here is very valuable. The side of Foot are left down to pistols, and on that defensive side, they will find it hard to hold their ground. Not only that, we've seen Mr. Fallen in the pistol round pop off, and Cracks yet to taste the relief of death. 4-0. And I think he's not looking to slow down. With that triple kill in the last round and the flash off Kicks, they'll try to make use of these lighter weapons, but there's no one on the receiving end. Foot focused in on A.
We're seeing more and more of the Stinger. I feel like KC are one of the teams that really brought that home. Seen it? Well, he's the only one who hits headshots in the back. With the pistol.
That Breeze game, wow.
Yeah, he was pretty good with the ghost. Pretty good. And we are happy to see him back on the jet. Now this is a map where, as said, Foot haven't been playing it recently, but it's been a little bit rough. Nice work, though, from a couple of the players. Even still, I don't think this round is going to fall apart, but a little bit messy. The relief has been tasted.
At last. Long as he waited. Yeah, Safe, he will do a fantastic job to get even more damage out of this situation. Eventually going down, predictably, the double swing comes in, and Foot find a 4th round. But yeah, Tom, despite the fact that it didn't look like Vitality were going to come out on top, even with the kill swinging their way, they've done a lot of damage in a round where they might not have been expected to. And it's kept things at least somewhat modest for Foot. It's not that the team doesn't have more cash in the bank, but it might have just taken one extra round of a full buy off of them.
Yeah, I think the unfortunate thing is, though, is even after the first 4 rounds, because the kills have been fairly minimal for Vitality, the ults are getting close, but none of them are there. So they can't use that to sort of pad the gap. Safe investing straight away into an Odin over on the A site. But the pressure's on the other side. The flash is so good. Sender actually comes out with 2. Completely blind. Even still, though, they're going to get the res off. Nobody actually able to deny that.
That flash was Craxus, though. That was
so good.
It's when they had an Odin and they didn't try to spam the KO off.
Did he blind himself completely?
He flashed it off the wall, and then it bounced off the other wall instead of going around the corner.
Damn.
Blinded himself.
See,
stood there with a nade in hand.
I gave him the benefit of the doubt that had to come out of an opponent. There you go. That's a pretty good flash, though. That one was
That's just a 1-for-1 though.
Take it down Yedajay. Well, on the other side of things, Cracks with another. Leaving just 2 standing from these positions. They've been so good, and the retakes just haven't been there. Safe now, retaking with an Odin.
Oh, and they're gonna leave.
Well, Tom, yes, because of his low HP, I absolutely agree. And the 1v3 griefed with his
He was
teammates
looking for
exits
exits and shit.
Before you charge on in, you should know that. 5-0 for the side of Foot, and a very, very clean beginning to this map. They have that little bit of contention.
I'm telling you, Foot are like...
Flash out of Cracks here.
He threw the worst
so much
flash
value.
ever, and then
They are cocked.
Yeah. But then he recovered, right? And that's what it's all about.
Holy shit.
That's kind of BS, Net. I don't want to see any more of that. But what the 180 tap through a wall. And the king of it, well, Vitality now on 0 rounds, and their economy is shaky. They've called a timeout. They want a moment to collect themselves before this map really runs away from them.
No, they're calling a timeout because it's an eco round, so they're gonna plan the eco and the buy after that.
Foolproof display from the Vitality side if things keep up this way. You see Salah popping off there, hitting his rap god. Let them know how they can clean this one up.
I don't know if they would have expected coming into today for Foot to actually pick Ascent. I think especially with maps like Split on the board, where we've seen them destroy Liquid and GX in the last couple of weeks, but deciding instead to go for Ascent, a map that has been a little bit of a struggle, but even an OT loss for Vitality on that map, you kind of think, okay, it was close, but they lost to a good team. Even still, Foot have picked, I guess, their opponent's poison. And it's looking very good for them on the start. Of course, still an opportunity for Vitality to find a response. And for Foot, most of the time you do have expectations again that attack side is where they're going to thrive. It's where they can truly put players like CNED as the focal point of the rounds. This one, though, again, not really much to play with. The main thing here is, again, Sender safe, probably going to have ults next round. If Kicks and Runner can get a kill or an orb, they will as well.
So a few well-placed shots. Some of the low-buy rounds for Vitality, but more so towards the end of the round, fighting their way back through.
You know CNED wanted to try and shoot him with a Vandal through the wall. You know in his head he was like, I could.
Don't think that's wall bangable, but I should try, just in case. With 55 seconds left, Vitality have played this well by just sitting back. That knife is unfortunate. That has caught Killjoy. That utility was what I was going to speak well of. The fact that it was sectioning them off, allowing players to fight out of door. Well, instead, the paranoia comes through and they're blocked out. Nano even going down a little bit late, forcing teammates out of position. Sender falls, so too does Kicks. And the retake out of Heaven is not looking very good. In fact, it's desperate jumps out from Safe to just try to find anything.
He had a Bucky. There's no way that you'll solo retaking with a Bucky. Doesn't work like that.
Nice shot.
That will be his ult online in the next round, unless he decides to save, which I can tell you for now, that's not what he's going to be doing.
Look at the HP, Tom. I mean, most people will still tank one shot to the body. It makes it tough to take them down, but
I feel like here, dying to the spike is not worth it. Bladestorm
away, yeah.
guaranteed. I guess if he can buy in the next round, then the round after he'll probably have Bladestorm anyway, but I still think it's just better to have it online as soon as possible. The one orb difference, okay, maybe you give CNED or
Bladestorm.
something, but again,
They've already
he's
bought.
probably not going to be utilizing it, and okay, I guess Runner will end up just going down to the spike. I don't think it's going to change things massively, but well, we'll see if there's an opportunity next round for him to do something with the Bladestorm. Maybe we'll be calling it into question.
Well, it will save the death statistic, Tom, and at the end of the day, that's all that matters. But it might hurt the kill statistics in the next round.
That's the thing.
Never know.
It will actually save your VLR rating.
There you go.
That's what it's done. He has improved his VLR rating by a little bit by not dying to a person.
Huge. Huge. This Spike's rating just went up as well, though, Tom.
Yeah, that's true.
So you got to think. KD infinite. Looking good. Well, 6-0. You know, this start, there's been a few little moments for Vitality, but I'm waiting for them to show up, be online, and this is the round for it. You've got an op in the hands of Runner. He doesn't need that Bladestorm, but he'll have it online for the next if he goes down or claims a victim. Moving up on B main, they're not a conventional
I mean,
spot.
having the Bladestorm with the op is good if you want to play aggressive.
Backup, we can just see on the map
You
now,
can
Center
just pop your
slowly
Bladestorm,
moving away, leaving that
or
off
if you want like
isolated.
a shotgun-like.
Challenged. But Sender's coming back to
I don't think he has a
hold his hand on
a
that.
Bucky, not a Bucky, but
Posture.
what's that fucking pistol? That shotgun pistol.
Used to just set Runner up. It means they can kind of gamble rotations elsewhere. The timing, though, may not be there.
Fuck, I
a
forgot
lot
the
of
name.
counter utility being used. Safe looked like he wanted to try and gamble TP across, but I guess judgment has been there not to. It means that the afterplant's almost free. Like, there's players here from Vitality, but they just haven't been able to do anything to deny Foot that space.
Here.
And now they're just going to have to go for the full retake. Now, they've got a lot of ults. Lockdown available, but it does seem like Foot are very ready for that.
A shorty,
Players don't need to
that's
look
the
anywhere
name.
else with their back being held by Yedege. It's just forward looking at this choke point as players emerge, but they actually walked into it. Walked
Fucking
into
shorty.
Sender, and he's taken 3, leaving Vitality with a way back in. A round on the board at long last for the defenders.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't disagree with what Foot were going for. I think they read what ults were online. They knew the lockdown was coming in, so their plan was to try and fight it. I think Vitality were also aware of that counter, though. They had pretty much all of their players waiting towards Tree to try and deny them as they try and counter their lockdown. So, good shots connected by Sender as well. It's been a little bit of a quiet start for the whole team individually, so the fact that he's able to basically just defend that lockdown and give them the space into the site. That's going to be their first round onto the board. But as we said, there is still plenty of credits available for that attack to buy straight back in again.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, if you were 6-0 up and facing an eco after a round loss, well, it would tell you it's a much closer game than the scoreline says. Oh my God. 3 kills from... Okay, we are going to need a replay of that, please. Because I'm not sure what that man has just done, but I don't think it should be allowed. That's ridiculous.
I said beginning of the map.
Shut up, Tom. Shut up. You saw this one.
It's kind of good, you know?
How hard you been rubbing your head to see
fair,
those visions?
He was doing that. It was short. He would push short and just pre-fire spam through on defender side. I think he's going to do that when we get onto the defense, but that's a little bit more ridiculous than what I was expecting.
I mean, it was so quick, and it's a player on short, and then we got on...
just wide swung the last player. Andalithia flawless, by the way.
Yeah, Vitality got to feel great. You win a round, and then you face off against that. That's one of those rounds where even if you called a pause now, what the hell is Salah supposed to say? Don't get spammed through smoke by a guy. 2 of you is look at this. Okay, kill is reasonable. That's not even close
I mean, that's a good spam, like...
And that's just, I mean, that's a kill with
There's
confidence, fair enough,
nothing,
but
like...
did double spam through the smoke.
Did they even fist bump at that point? They went, guys, I didn't do anything.
Everyone else is like, can I play? Can I do something, bro? He's 10 and 4.
I saw that there was a nice little Reddit post about like the time to kill. And I believe that Foot's was something like 25 seconds on average. That's the highest point of when they're most likely to get a kill. That was about 5.
Yeah.
That's why the average is so low. Because everybody else, I think, will be about like 35, 45, like way further down the line. They don't play.
Oh, the time before finding an open kill.
Too, by the way, you know, that was spammed through to allow the swing on short. Yada yada. Don't really care when a guy just comes through and does stuff like that.
Because I time to kill is different. Time to kill is generally like reaction time plus the time to move your mouse and kill the guy.
But Safe grabs that one and he bails.
Yeah, it went all right in the end. I do think maybe the Hunter's Fury was a little bit mistimed. I think because it's the peak of Runner in front of when the Hunter's Fury, because it seemed like that was the plan. Maybe they were just using him as a distraction, but either way, they've got the advantage in this scenario. That was the main thing. Yadoje versus Safe could decide the round. I think Safe knows it, but he has support from Trex, and now it's left all onto Ada Captain. Again, this man,
30 seconds.
maybe one of the happiest outside of the server, but he definitely strikes fear into the heart of many when it comes to within it. Shock darts, they've been close. He's just trying to bait them into a fight. Wrapping back round, I think they've definitely heard him. It would be a miracle to get both players from here, and Sender is going to put him out of his misery.
Yeah, well handled by Vitality, taking the rounds that they at least have an opportunity to find. I like it that they don't just sit back and leave Foot to play the map how they want to push and pull it. It even doesn't go that well. Like you say, Runner going down early. Hunter's Fury comes in just after, but they're able to find the kills in the end. And I think Safe did a fantastic job, the decision making, because he knew there was another player there. He doesn't want to isolate that duel. Instead, plays with the team, plays the numbers, and wins the round for it. 7-2. It's not a damning sentence just yet, and the half is far from over. Vitality can still get back on this horse.
Yeah, still, this is where now the ults flip. You've got Kicks at least, but he's on the wrong side of the map for where this push is looking to come through. With the lockdown taking over the backside, they're already going to know that there's a couple of players back here as well. The due diligence of Foot. Nigh on perfect, and the amount of times we're looking at the 30-second mark on the round, and they're already going to have themselves in an afterplant position, handing it over to Cracks as well, so he's going to get that null command online and be able to deny any utility for them on the way in.
The Hunter's Fury is going to be called in from quite far away, from downtown, one could say. An opportunity with the spam landing on CNET. Yadoje falling. Okay, there's a real chance for Vitality. In fact, it looks like they're pretty heavily favored. They've got an idea where Mr. Fallen is after the Hunter's Fury earlier. They're just going to be holding this for the walk back out. No way, surely, for Mr. Fallen to repeat his previous antics, and isolating these duels is impossible. Another found for Vitality, and the comeback is on.
Yeah, and a nice retake coming in from them there. I think especially being able to sort of stay alive when everything was being disrupted, but the spam through from Safe gives them the opener, and then that's where it almost becomes a little bit of a domino effect. It's the dart into the kill, and then after that everybody's trying to bring it back into their favor, and because of that it ends up a little bit scrambly, but Vitality do well. 3-7, still a long way back. And again, the finances aren't even close to being broken over on Foot side. They could buy for another round.
I think you heard it from Salah as well in that replay from the coach cam. We're getting there, and that's it. 1 foot in front of the other. Nice. Slow and steady wins the race. Yeah, you like that? A few more. Oh, nice for Safe. Great reveal. Good follow-up, and he's out with the teleport as well. Faced mid for a second, but CNET's ire had faced the other way. Oh, nice trade back by Cracks through the smoke, but it's only 1. It's still a 3v4.
Yeah, again, once the advantage has been in Vitality's favor, that's normally when these retakes start to swing back. Interestingly, CNET is still back towards the spawn. Oh, he does have his Blade Storm if he needs it.
Get out of my way.
Gonna try and get a little bit of info with this dart just over the corner. Paranoia already sent through, and we'll leave a couple of players blind. They've got to be careful of the door. Safe already picking off 1 through it. CNET so low on HP is left onto Cracks. And while he does what he can, 3 kills. But this resurgence from Vitality, a climb back into each of these rounds.
Well, that's it. They only needed to warm up towards the end of it. Foot were 6-0 up. It was not feeling like the game I was expecting today, because speaking backstage, it ranges from the perspective of, oh, it's going to be 50-50, tight game, or people saying that it's going to be dominantly in favor of Foot. We do have the Turkish casters here this week, so I think you can guess who gave me those perspectives. But I was leaning towards the Foot side as well. I think this squad is just one of the best in the world. I was surprised to see them not make it to Madrid, and I think they were too. They've put in the work to get even better since then, and for Vitality, it's a massive challenge, but they've shown up. 4 out of the last 5 rounds, and a chance now to put it at a 7-5 half when they swap over to the attack. Again, I'm still going to favor Foot to close out this map. It is Ascent after all, but it's good to see some fight in Vitality if not early on, but eventually.
Again, this middle control has been one of the main battles, back and forth with aggression from Safe in the last round. CNED looking to just do this dry. The rest of the team are somewhat on the other side of the map. He's going to have to fall back. Again, we're going to see this aggressive positioning from Runner. He hasn't had the best of starts to this match, and normally on the defense is where you do see your Jet put up numbers. It's the attack that can be much more troublesome. He's about to be pressured. That first shot should be easy, and I don't think they're going to get him on the follow-up. No, he'll escape and even go back for a little more.
Well, the turret's come back online now, but it's not going to do much. Yeah, there's a player in main. I think they already knew that. Making their way down. You're not going to see the Nano destroyed either. Good wall bang from Sender. They knew the players were around that area thanks to the Nano being broken, and they're able to fire back with the wall bangs, damage onto Cracks as well. Just left. 61 HP, and now they try to capitalize on the side of Foot. They have a little bit of space. It's for Yedajay to try to get value out of it. It's not good enough to just get that control and find a plant in a 5v3, Tom. We heard it in the interview earlier. This is something in these positions and these disadvantages where you have to take risks.
Yeah, the steps are going to be hard, but it seems like they're already checking for these aggressive positions. Well cleared by Kicks and Bahada Captain. Not the corner you want to be trying to clear. Cracks again. Normally good for 3 kills, but this would have to be the best of them. The flash through is already going to be pinged up. A second solid dart. Manages to land the headshot onto Trex though. Definitely making things interesting. I think he's already heard the steps of them getting a little closer. Another one found for Cracks. And on 11 HP, he's got to be so careful here. Fragment to try and clear onto the spike. It's just not the shots being connected at the moment by Runner. That shorty really isn't doing it, and he's going to have to try and break that door, try and bait him into this fight. He's coming out with that operator, but I think at this point, Cracks already knows that he's won it. Not even
that nice.
to the end, but he won't care, because he's won himself the round in the Red Bull clutch.
At the start of that engagement, he was 21 HP. He got tagged twice by the shorty. Both barrels tasted his skin, but he walks out alive anyway. Well, he did. He wins the round.
Going into that, I said he's always good for 3 in a 1v4. He gets 3 kills and then dies and still wins. It's just ridiculous.
I don't know how as well, because I look at those fights and there are 2 players facing him. Not here because it was a 2v1, but up until then, they always had backup. They always had a second guy, and they could not deal with him. The smiles on Foot's face as they somehow get away with this victory right at the end of the half. 8-4. They've got double the rounds of Vitality and definitely got the momentum on their side in the start of this map. But Vitality crept up on them in the end. See how this pistol goes. It could put that attacking side back in the game.
Yeah, they're somewhat needing it as well. Fighting back from 10-4, seen it on defense.
Right here.
And also maybe Mr. Fallen on defense. As said, he is disrespectful more than most. And the captain's in a bit of an awkward position. He doesn't even get a chance to use the paranoia. Completely surrounded here. Support not really there, at least for now. Yedajay, he's completely blinded by the flash from Kicks. In the 3 versus 5, expectations are that Vitality have this one. A couple of good trades, making things at least a little bit closer. CNED still standing and healthy.
Nice shot.
He's now left alone. 3 players to find.
Wisely thinks there could be somebody trying to creep their way up behind, but, well, that's cleared out. He'll instead use this new position to try to catch them off guard, but more than ready for the fight. The right click tags him low. The shock dart chases him, and Kicks bullet gets there first. 8-5. And a pistol round for Vitality means that they get to close that gap even further. I don't expect the side of Foot to go in for a force. An 8-6, that looks like a much more manageable score.
They need a force, though.
Listen, Tom, I'm thinking about that a little bit. If Ada Captain buys anything other than utility, if the guy doesn't come in with a classic, he's trolling.
Are you forgetting about CNED's Marshall as well?
It was pretty good, wasn't it?
You can see as well, they're going heavier on rifles on the Vitality side. Now, this also helps their economy a little bit, but if they're with them saving 1 gun, they can buy up with another in the next. But Foot are definitely a team to fear in these second rounds. Especially that man. But I will say, a lot of his effectiveness did only really seem to affect Liquid.
Yeah, he found so much value against that squad. It was outrageous.
Whereas versus KC, maybe not so much. But they did still manage one with that Marshall. For now, though, it's a stack up on the A site, a gamble, leaving Krax alone. Now, of course, Krax, a lot of teams will do this, either put the Sova or a Fade, or in this case, a KO alone, so that he can keep doing what he's doing. Every time the knife refreshes, throws it into B main, they can go a little bit more on the gamble.
Great flash. Yeah, this has completely wrecked the plan from the side of Foot. Everybody was isolated, and now everyone's dead. Just Krax left in a 1 versus 4.
I believe this time.
A classic in hand. He's picked up a Marshall, and he's picked up a headshot. That's the first of 4. 3 more to go, and well, his chances go down. They know roughly where he is. He's going to break open that door if he's have any chance. They are going to break it for him, at least get it very, very low. And now the Marshall comes back out, but the smoke in play. Okay, reposition again. Try to get the sight line. This guy isn't in a rush. Spike is ticking away. Well, Krax knows the chances of him defusing this are low, but after all, he's got 16 kills and 8 deaths. Why not try to run up those stats a bit more, make this even more costly for the side of Vitality, closing the distance. Here's a chance. Nice shot by Krax. We'll get at least 1 more, and that's it. This guy is always reliable for a couple. Maybe not the triple this time, Tom, but
when he has a gun. When he has a gun. That's the thing, though. Again, they had themselves 3 rifles in that round. The main goal is to keep 3 players alive, so you get all the rifles. Didn't happen. They've lost 1 at least in this scenario. Kixlo starting to wake up, I think, is a great sign. As said, I think him playing that aggressive initiator is something that most excites me about the changes that they've made coming into this map. And right now he's, well, 11-11-11.
Consistent, if nothing else. His flashes have been good. Maybe not as good as Krax's, but... And the best part about that what we saw earlier from Krax was his utility has actually been, this whole season, unbelievable. Some of it's been so smart, especially the Breeze plays. Hello! That's a fantastic play for CNET, and yeah, you know, not a bad flash by Krax. Who would have seen that coming?
Okay.
Not seen it.
Trade back, though, and that actually gives them a road straight onto the A side. They won't know it as of just yet, and Mr. Fallen should be there in time. Drone actually being used up close, and don't know if it's actually going to reach to clear out Mr. Fallen. They opt to go underneath instead. Mr. Fallen may just look to try and find one. Has a drone of his own, but ultimately they're going to have to try and peek off of this. Has managed to attack, but all of the players stuck around that generator at the moment. Mr. Fallen isolated on his own. Wasn't able to get anything done, and the paranoia is going to leave Cena completely blind as well. The counter utility looking fantastic, but they still have to be careful. Krax now. The last one left, and they're going to make it look quite easy in the end. The Vitality climb continues.
A comeback for Vitality.
Yep, they're back. 6-0 down. It was an impressive beginning for Foot, and honestly a worrying one, because as I said, you will have a lot of favorite awards. Foot, people will think they'll dominantly win, but the other perspective is that Vitality have a fantastic roster, one with a lot of potential. And so far, I think they've got a great bunch of players, and so far I haven't seen them be a great team. We're waiting for that day. We know that it's around the corner. And as Salah said, they were getting there earlier on. Now just 1 round away from equalizing this scoreline. And Foot have to be feeling like they've just been caught up on. This is where they tend to be dangerous. You see the teeth come out, lower by, pistols across the board, a stinger for Ada Captain. You expect some nasty plays. Vitality certainly do. They are playing this one very slow, waiting for Foot to make the first move.
Yeah, last week was when we saw Vitality finally get themselves up onto that board. Obviously, their group was a little bit rough when it came to kickoff. Fnatic being in there, facing off against Gentlemates, and just not quite making it through when it came to the play-in. Now with Trex, an initial loss, and then a resurgence. They've got to be careful, though. Again, the reads from Foot are nigh on spot on. They've got the whole of their team surrounding this site.
Those shots.
The youngster has found a couple already, and this is looking deadly, dangerous for the side of Vitality. Not really the time you wanted to sort of have a blip on the radar, but finally Trex will find a response. But look at the HP. They're waiting for Ada Captain. He's got the SMG, but he's actually going to lose that fight. And that gives an opportunity. Unfortunately, in the meantime, the spike has been dropped. He's going to have to run back.
They've got weapons.
It just comes down to him getting the kills at this point, because anything more, and he's going to run out of time. And Krax knows it as well. He falls back. It doesn't even matter. Cena's going to get that final kill as well.
This is the danger, Tom. This is the danger. The teeth come out in those low buy rounds. And Foot have one hell of a bite to them. 9-7. The lead extended on up to 2. And late in the game. And this is a disruptive play as well. Vitality give them over a couple of weapons, lose out on that round, and now come back to what is possibly a last full buy for a little while. They might be on an eco up next. And you don't want to see that momentum switch back in favor of Foot because we know it's very hard to stop it. Right off rip danger for Mr. Fallen. He has bought an Odin sitting inside B main and waiting. And I thought we were going to see Sender try to sneak up inside. That would be a big mistake against this guy, but possibly he will attempt that after the recon goes through.
But that's the thing. They had the KO knife on the defense for contact.
Deep recon, good.
It gave that little bit of extra info. Door going to be close. This space is given, and as of right now, there is nobody defending it. We're going to see the peaks coming out from cracks, and the drone utilized, which will be broken, but doesn't really give much information. You spotted the lurker. It's where the lurker is expected to be.
Nice deep shock as well. They knew that recon was destroyed earlier on. You see them still there with the drone. That's the time to do it. Shocks have gone through. Now the knife confirms they're still here. The Odin spray a little late on the chase, but Vitality have left. A turning tail towards the A site, which is still very much stacked up. There is a knife online. If this lands and eliminates Yedajay's utility, it could be massive, but I think it's more towards the site. I don't think it will catch him in this corner. In fact, I think that's why Yedajay's repositioned to this spot, noticing that and allowing them to crunch in afterwards. That the util does go down, and so too does Ana Captain CNED on the way through the smoke, and a lightning fast reaction to keep it equal.
Puts them into a 3v3, but the third player of Foot is desperately far away. CNED about to be pressured. They actually peek him together. Is forced to fall back. Maybe just going to wait that time a little bit. Now there is still the Hunter's Fury available for Mr. Fallen. He's going to pop it immediately. I wonder if there'll be some sort of counter. Oh, never mind. Cracks again. He's been so good in these sort of scenarios, and well, CNED will be there to find kicks as well. It's another round off the back for Foot. They'll get to 10. And what was a streak of rounds for Vitality, well, now has definitely come to an end.
They just couldn't get past Mr. Fallen. You know, the recon, the drone, the support that was coming in as well, they gave up on it. And the knife as well, it makes it even more difficult. On the way back, though, we can see it wasn't too much easier. And you know, the beautiful thing about this is that this was Foot's backup plan almost. Those rotates coming through, it came down to desperation because the initial play was having short utility to no one saw it. Having a short utility to slow them down, which did slow them down for a moment, and then crunching on A main. So just as they're going for the split, both sides of A, they'll be pushing in, you slow one side, you fight the other, and you completely dismantle their push. And they didn't. They got one kill, traded out immediately, and it looked like Vitality had it set to storm the A site, but great resilience by the remaining players to pull that one off. And now with a 3-round gap between them, Foot back off against a low buy, but there are some rifles here. There's some potential.
Yeah, Ult's also not in a bad spot, but that's not the start they were looking for. Runner has been having a rough time. Many do when they face up against this man. They're looking to farm up those eco frags. Still got a very long way if he's going to catch up to Cracks, who is a mile ahead of anybody, but well, give this man individual fights, and normally he wins them all. Trex again has been able to deny him. It's going to pick up a rifle as well. So I have to be careful not to overface this one, but the trade again from Cracks is sublime.
Oh, there's the steps as well. It's giving it away. He's found the first, but there is a flank still. Yedajay close to the B site, and he will confirm that that plan's coming in just a moment. But I think the main thing is that you're kind of expecting these players to be much further away, certainly to be coming from spawn, not to be walking down this alleyway, not to be in this position. And a beautiful round from Yedajay that gets another round online for Foot, 11-7.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but he faked the nano swarm there. He popped it just as he walked past it, so that Safe's never going to look there. Because who in their right mind pops their own nano swarm? He's like, oh, he thinks I'm just about to get there, and then he's right in front of him. Again, the youngster shows how big his brain is, even just within the last few seconds of the round, but he knows what he's done. But again, these are just the rounds where you have CNED, you have Cracks. sometimes there's nothing you can do. And that is the thing I've been most impressed with. It's why we always talk about Cracks playing KO. And when we've seen him on other things, maybe other than Sage, Sage also, in terms of his individual aim, is very good. The walls sometimes get him killed, but we'll ignore that. But that's the thing, when he's on this agent, he looks like one of the best players in the world. Like, he's so hard to play against, whether it be the supportive flashes or the fact he's 22 and 11 right now. And just, you even saw the retake in the prior round. Was that like crazy util or all of this? No, they put Hunter's Fury and he ran in and just killed 2 people, and then Cena went, "Alright, I'll grab the last one." Like that's a lot of it. It's just around. He is so good individually that teams struggle to play against, and I think we've seen that throughout the season. It's like sometimes we look at the strategy that Foot are coming in with and go, "Well, that's not going to work," and then they go, "You remember who we got on our team?"
That's the thing. It wouldn't work for so many teams out there.
Anyone else?
We've seen people try it and fail. And no doubt people have gone into scrim, said, oh, I saw this thing on VCT.
I'll try the foot com.
Why isn't it working? Well, you're not these guys. You're not Cracks.
No.
22 and 11, 10 assists. And a lot of those have been ones that you can't help but call out because they're so impossible to react to. You see these Vitality players walk into their death. Now, 4-round gap. Again, it's not lost yet. And there's a lockdown online for Sender. That could get them into a site. What do Foot have to work against that? Well, no Hunter's Fury.
Yeah.
That's good.
Everything else.
Yeah, they've got everything else online. That's going to be tough.
Well, Mr. Fallen even has an Odin on the A site. Is it the most orthodox place to play it?
Yeah.
No.
Perfect. Perfect position. He's spamming a smoke with the most traceable weapon in the game. Well, got more chances to hit you than you do to hit him, I suppose.
Again, they do very interesting things, but a lot of the time it seems to work, and Vitality as of right now don't seem to have a response. Stuck behind the smoke. There's currently an Odin and an Hop spamming bullets through the smoke. What do you even do at that point? You go, well, I should be able to win this fight. I should be able to work out where he is and trace it. They've actually re-smoked it themselves, but a bit deeper so they can just try and get out of here.
Yeah, I mean, this is just what's gonna happen. Four kills with an Odin, most of which were through a smoke.
And Alethea flawless, by the way.
So Icebox, you know, I think that's where Vitality have a pretty good chance in this. What do you do? What do you do?
That's the only one that wasn't through a smoke.
Absolutely outrageous.
Oh, he's just swinging left and right. Oh, Mr. Fallen, 18 and 12. It's impossible not to love watching this team play, unless you support or work for Vitality. Then it's probably quite a painful experience.
Too suppressed.
As an Odin enjoyer, I always enjoy Mr. Fallen playing this game. But today he has done things that I'm not sure I can sign off on. I don't want to see anyone in my ranked games playing an A Heaven in the open with an Odin in hand, but maybe I should want that because they're 12 and 7, 5-round gap, and Vitality, well, they've still got that lockdown, still got their Hunter's Fury, and the Blade Storm came online. Even kicks one away from getting his own, but Foot definitely not shy in terms of response power, and so
they'll try and wall back anything.
Literally
like, genuinely anything.
This team is disgusting in all the best ways.
A minute left. Vitality to come up with something. They've had these ults for the last 2 rounds, not really been in a position to use them. I think that was why he was actually A Heaven. He was going to spam that if they used the lockdown, but they haven't been able to use the lockdown. And again, it's not even him this time. It's Ada Captain. TP in. I think he's just TP'd straight into the ground. Like that was not the idea. That's gone wrong, as is everything else. He's just roaming the site, finally. He's been put down by Trex, but the pop flash is perfect again, and there's Ada Captain to close it. But it looked a little bit shaky in the middle, Mitch, but they bring it back, win 13-7, and head into Icebox.
Yeah, there were some bumps in that road, but, well, 13-7 to close, 6-0 to start. There were definitely some pretty dominant displays from the side of Foot, but that was their map pick. Up next is Icebox and Vitality's chance to answer back.
Foot looking more and more like the best team, I'm not gonna lie.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Wait, it's already the second series. So it could be done by fucking 9 PM my time.
Red Bull gives
which is
you wings.
super early. I guess I'll take it. I don't know what to play after. PoE. Maybe PoE. I don't feel like going WG. Yeah, this could be the last game. I mean, it's fine if it ends early.
Turkey is on fire. VCT EMEA is terrified. And to be honest, I'm just happy to see Foot back on Ascent again, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say it's expected, but it does always come with that asterisk. Obviously, first appearance on Ascent, and I'll be honest, they barely missed a beat. In terms of between CNED and obviously Cracks doing his thing on KO as per usual, those are the expectations, tick in the box.
I think there's a few teams that you come to expect to just have gigantic performances on Ascent. Foot is one of them, you know, sprinkle a little bit of Na'Vi in there. There's a few teams that what? Am I wrong?
No,
so when we see Foot going into
Yeah,
Ascent,
the
and
great
they're having so
showing
much success going
the
into
first
sites, and
week.
they don't even have to explore the rest of the map. That's what I was afraid of, because the last time they were getting stuck in the mains and they weren't exploring through mid enough, and this time it's just like, okay, we're
Yeah, I think the double-edged sword of that being that you can slip into this sort of linear approach, which versus a lot of teams won't work, right? And I mean, the difference being if you do have an individual like CNED or like Cracks really kind of dragging the rest of the team online and just converting rounds single-handedly, then it's not as much of a concern. For me, a big positive to see Foot actually address a separate issue, being that they're not very reliant on CNED going forward, hunting, having to dig really deep for these engagements. Vitality, you could argue, gave them a couple away, but still Foot converting their advantages really, really well.
And actually, when they're at disadvantage as well, they can somehow work through it. Do you want to talk us through the last round of the first half?
Sure, yeah. So basically what happened was Foot's trying to go towards B. They're getting stuck. They end up going back towards A because we had Yaruj basically securing this garden area. And this is going to be a brilliant 1 versus 3 clutch from Cracks. So while he's playing this out and just like playing it so well with his positioning, just being able to bait it out and isolate the fights, what you have to be concerned about if you're in a 3 versus 4 situation like this is the first thing the defenders are going to do is they're going to try to clear you out of the garden area. That's the first thing. They know that A is compromised. They're going to clear every close angle. You can't be there if you're Yeruj alone in an area where they're going to clear you. You need to set up a bait setup or crossfire. You don't have to keep that aggressive space because you're not catching them trickling in one by one. You have to make sure that when they come in together as a unit, you're there fighting as a unit as well.
I quite like the balls out approach. I've heard that phrase used on the show before, so it's a pleasure to be able to use it myself. I love the balls out approach of Cracks as well in that clutch situation because he doesn't care that his position is very obvious.
Yeah, I mean, there's no secrets about what has to happen for Cracks to win that round. I mean, I even love the bit where he's just nodding at the door. He knows he's got it at that point. I mean, even the fact that the door's still actually there to be closed at that stage as well. Looked like a little chaotic from Vitality's side, to be honest. I think you can see the cogs turning where somebody really safe is screaming to get on, tap the spike, hold for the first half, but just a little bit disjointed. And like you say, yeah, Cracks isolates those individual fights. But again, this for me is an example where Vitality ultimately gave him those 1v1s.
It's the power of Foot. They are going to cause chaos. I don't think you can really hold on to your usual protocols when you are against these forces of nature. And we're going to be heading to Icebox next. Now, this isn't necessarily a Turkish signature map, but still, I know you were quite interested in the compositions we might potentially be seeing.
Yeah, so basically what I was looking at was Foot, they're running, it looks really standard. Jet, Sova, KO, Sage, Viper. That's what they ran the last time they played it.
And Mr. Fallen, currently doing the AIM Labs warm-up, by the way, is anticipating exactly what you're about to talk about, by the way, I imagine.
Well, maybe, yeah. So what's interesting is that they're not running a Killjoy in their composition, which is going to mean that on defense specifically, they're going to be losing a lot of valuable passive information, and that's going to mean that we might have to see CNET being a lot more active. The last time we saw Vitality play this was a very non-conventional composition. They're running Raze and not even running Jet, and we haven't really seen that in a long time either.
Yeah, sorry, just to come back to the first point there, this is more a composition that does require CNED to stand on his own 2 feet almost and deliver single-handedly that performance on the front line, because you don't necessarily have, I mean, I don't want to say it doesn't feel as all in when you have the Sage, right? That's almost just your spike plant coming through.
Yeah, and Foot's actually going to start on attack here. So, you know, not having that Killjoy, they have to be a little bit mindful of the flanks, but it could be something that Ada Captain deals with as like a lurker type player. And they have the double initiator to help really set up
but
to
Gecko,
get CNET
that's
to be able to dive into sites.
the Team Vitality comp is looking like the Sentinel comp a lot.
Once you're in there, you deploy the Sage wall and plant. It's pretty standard. old days comp. It's the team by
Raze instead of Jet and Gecko instead of Sova. I don't like the Gecko instead of Sova.
You know, their cards right.
I mean, yeah, the other thing is, well, look at Vitality's comp, there's enough util there to kind of play anti-plant versus Foot's, I like what you're saying, sort of like antiquated comp, where it is a little more
I
linear.
also
It
really
does
don't like the
require
Raze
digging
on
under the
Icebox. I think Jet.
The thing with Gecko, we
I
always
think
talk about
Icebox and maybe Ascent and Breeze, you have to have a Jet.
There will be situations where there's only 4 people, 4 foot available. That's what
I also don't like the Sage
planting, unless you're going to do something
from Foot. I think Killjoy is way better. Like,
Can I ask a curious casual question?
you can have setup on both sides. You can have like a passive setup mid.
If Sage can be a good counter to the wingman, because obviously we see that used a lot as a combination.
You have a lot of
can you kind of block those cheeky parts very quickly?
a lot of mollies for post plant, a lot of info long range.
Probably quite boring question, but don't worry.
You have 2 lurks possible.
Mitchman as we head over to Icebox.
Don't sell yourself short, Frankie. You're doing a great job out there. Always good to see you. And listen, always good to see Foot showing up. Not like they ever let us down, but Vitality, listen, they've had a rough start, 6-0 down. They got some energy back. They managed to fight their way back in, 13-7. It wasn't a great scoreline, but it was a lot better than what it looked like it could have been. That was Ascent. That was a map Footer known for being good on that. The region of Turkey is known for being good on. Icebox though, Tom, sell it to me. What's different here, apart from Kicks being a much better Gecko than I am?
I think the unconventional comp is definitely difficult to play against. I like what the desk were highlighting about plant denial. They have got so much utility, and that works on the attack as well. Like, this A site hasn't changed. It ain't great for corners you can stand in when there's 5 different types of utility that can be thrown in. So we'll see that from Vitality's attack side. This, though, from Foot's, very direct, but already off the bat, you're seeing some of that denial.
Yeah, wall in from Foot to allow them to get some space and drop that plant down. Looks like they will be uncontested in it as time ticks on and Spike hits floor. Vitality have to fight their way back through. Dizzy's going to be fantastic for clearing those closer corners. That's going to be point of contact to get them out. It's already through the choke point. Here comes the retake. Now, no flash, one flash still on Trex. They could get close to that screen and try to play through it. And there it is. Actually, a flash coming out of Foot. That was Cracks to allow them to re-peek through. CNED trying to get the angle around the side, and as they drop down to deal with him, it's an awkward fight. But when that Trex cleans up inside of, Snakebite denies the plant for now, or denies the defuse for now at least, but the HP is so low, they have to take a fight to deny this next string of defuses, and it's just a bullet needed to take them down. Nice and easy for Kicks and plenty time left on that defuse.
Yeah, it came close in terms of HP, but they were able to isolate a lot of those fights. Definitely got a little bit awkward in the middle, but I think it was Trex just being able to do so much work in that sort of middle of the round. And again, just not leaving a lot of spots that really Foot can hide in, with even just a lot of the base utility that's there for the side of Vitality. So a better start already. It was definitely a little bit worrying when we looked at that last map, but yeah, this was the moment that kind of changed things for Trex, and Kicks doing good work in the end.
It's interesting, actually, because, yeah, I'm looking the whole time at Trex's flash, thinking, when's that going to swing through? Where's that going to be placed? And they never ended up using it. Instead, it was everybody else piling through and him just swinging to take the kills. Hey, you got to use Trex. Okay, got to use Trex when you're given the opportunities to.
Why didn't Liquid do that?
Right? Yeah. Okay. Curious decision from Vitality not to push up close and face the classic 1x1. But we'll see. Maybe they do it on the attack, Tom. Maybe that's where that strat's optimal.
Oh, either way. Looking good. Looking clean at the moment from the side of Vitality. Obviously not a whole lot invested. Flash gives away his position, but it seemed like there was an opportunity. Absolutely nothing, though. Vitality are going to take this one with an Andaluthia flawless to get themselves their second round onto the board, and they'll be able to keep everything through into the next round.
This is what we were missing. That slow start in the previous map definitely came back to bite Vitality. There's no way he knew he was there, right? It's just a thought. to spam that box, and it's worked out for him. But yeah, up against these pistols, not too much hope to be seen. And again, we're seeing how willing Vitality are to play off that site, let the players up close, and then fight them afterwards. They haven't had any trouble there so far, but here's where the rifles come out. And on the side of Foot, I don't expect them to go quietly into the night. This won't be a 6-0 start for Vitality without some serious work being put in. Light shields across the board for the defenders. There is an Outlaw that can chip them up, but because everyone on Foot, barring Mr. Fallen, has full shields, it will take 2 shots, and there you go. 2 ring out, and both find their mark, but the trade is quick.
Yeah, an immediate trade. Again, in a bonus round like this, damage can be huge, and well, that one doesn't have a trade about it. CNED having to take more of a dry peek, and Yedushay can't really afford to just sort of swing in. A lot of what they're going to be playing with here revolves around his wall to get them into afterplants. Those afterplants looking very unlikely, safe low, but another battle won, and well, they've still got this Outlaw just raining true from the backlines. Now Yedushay left completely alone. Nobody even bothering to come in on the flank. I think they just want to try and group up, make sure they fight him together. And to come out of this one with a victory is going to be incredibly difficult.
Yeah, beautiful value by Runner in this round. All the kills found, 2 already, and the 3rd not going to be achieved this time. Shot missed, and Yedushay punishes immediately. 30 seconds to get that spike planted. 11
30 seconds left.
And 45 HP. Some of these Vitality players, in fact, the ones close on the site, are hurting, but they've got the numbers to work with, knowing he has to plant this spike. It's a moment before the flash comes through. It's dodged, though, and a huge opportunity for Yedushay, but Trex shuts him down, remaining on 5 HP.
If he had got that kill on Trex, he had res. So he would have been able to turn that into a 2v1 scenario. That 5 HP was the difference between a round win and a round loss. And he's going to have it online in this round, but well, the value is severely diminished. A little bit too close for comfort in the end, but a huge victory for Vitality. 3-0 up, winning their bonus round. Now they come in with all of the rifles, so even the fact they lost a few players there is irrelevant. And for the side of Foot, well, it's just going to be the Sheriffs in this one.
5-1 start on Trex. We saw this same thing for Cracks on the previous map. He got off to a good start, and he never stopped. I'll be bringing that one into my ranked games, Tom. It's a good reveal. Nobody hiding outside of the map.
Destroyed.
At least that's locked in.
That person observers are toxic, so I'm learning.
Hey, I'm going to say he didn't know where it was going. Dak was just thinking, oh, I wonder what this is for. And he's still wondering.
Yeah. Nah, he's toxic.
He knows what he's doing.
He does, definitely. Oh, the push-up from Safe, especially in a round like this, has its risks about it. If he's coming out with 2 kills, okay, fair enough, but it would still be a rifle into enemy hands. It's more so just for information. And that, he has an abundance of. His full team, in fact, rotating over to support on this A site. There's going to have to be some crazy shots. Seen it, in fact, is just running into utility. He's almost dead off a boombot alone, left on just a few HP, and he's even going to be killed off by a blast pack. Shows how low he was in this scenario. Instead, they're going to start running back in the other direction. Safe has definitely heard those steps, and he'll be able to find out a captain. And already a fairly quick rotation from Sender as well. Might just catch the timing. No! Okay! Yedushay with a lovely shot.
What the fuck is happening today?
To give them the site.
Only the one to be found, though. Plant in. But the Vitality side can group up and approach this one as a team with the numbers and the weaponry advantage. And there's not against Foot, not without a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, but Vitality are closing in on it.
Yeah, no, a really solid defensive start. And I think even though this was only an eco round, you just see how much utility they have to deny your plan. A couple of nano swarms, you then saw a nade go off a boombot. Like, CNED was basically doing an obstacle course to try and get into the site. Like, you had to go up over onto a ladder, down back under, crawl through some mud. And by that point, 10 HP dies to a blast pack. Like, it is an absurdity how much they can use to delay and deny. That's something that Foot are definitely going to have to bait out. That's going to be the main part of their attack now is, can we find a gap, or can we get them to use their utility early and then have an easier time in the late round? And as we mentioned throughout, they're not very good at the late round. They don't normally get there.
Well, Jack has decided to be merciful this time, instead following a shock dart that did land, and it was destroying the turret on mid, causing these players to look back in the other direction, and as they do, Foot storm the B site. The wall down to try to capitalize on Yedijay's close position. He has a res, he'll be able to res himself if he goes down. He might be able to punish. Oh, beautiful utility from Vitality. Now this has forced the planter back and killed him. It has left players on the site back behind yellow. For everything that Vitality know, at this point, there's been nobody stepping close, nobody taking advantage of that space. And as the wall goes up, this is the one position that wall doesn't help you get to. They will not clear it on the way through, instead leaving Yedijay with a world of value to be found. Only two picked up, leaving CNED alone. Krax is on the floor, spotting him, watching him, and seeing that diffuse, the chance for CNED to swing in and punish, but he baits him off the spike, and now time becomes the biggest issue in this clutch, as eventually Trex will find that third kill, but it's from the grave.
Yeah, I like as well just seeing the point of view of what we're witnessing from Krax, because that's the problem. You can't play with your opponent. You can literally just comm the entire time, whether or not he's actually sticking the diffuse, and so CNED doesn't have the problem to peek. This is definitely a round, though, I feel like is a one-off. Like, what are the chances that, again, someone is not going to clear this position from Yedijay? I would say, if it happens again in the map, there should be an immediate tactical pause, because that has to be checked in future. You can understand it being missed this time.
For sure. It was a timing thing. I mean, he got into that position at just the right time for them to miss him. The wall goes back up, and you're thinking, oh, they might push up the snowman. They might flash through this. They might, but you're not thinking there's a guy already in that corner. And that's the big deal for Foot in that round. They found that small little window. And, well, good shock dart. It did damage just to his teammate. It's okay, though, because CNED survives and falls back to the site where the plant will be coming through. Mosh pit on its way, and that will cause problems. Mr. Fallen, though, has plenty of time to plant and escape.
Thrash through. A Hunter's Fury in combination, but it's actually been removed. A good use of the null command from the side. But Vitality, Showstopper still available for them, and they are winning all of the fights. Little bro already on that defusal as well. Has to be denied, and it will be, but it's too little too late. Mr. Fallen now left to try and fight versus everyone over on that Vitality side, and they're even going to send out the Thrash for a second time just to try and catch him, stop him from escaping. They won't be able to, but I don't think Vitality will mind.
No, you know, let him have the gun. At the end of the day, he might be the only one with a rifle. In fact, I believe, looking at that economy, he will be the only one with a rifle in hand coming into this next round. So ultimately, not something they can be too upset about giving away. For Vitality, 5-1 in the lead. Yeah, look, that's perfect timing, because it says exactly what you wanted to. Foot are struggling, and they're now looking for solutions, while Vitality can sit pretty. There's no stress on this side, with plenty of credits to fall back on, ults coming online, and a game plan that thus far hasn't seen too many issues.
Well, that's the thing. The sort of idea when I think of Foot, they're not really the most post-plant, late-round heavy team in the world, and I think that's how you beat this comp. Like, you have to bait out utility early, go for the later takes. Foot are not doing that. They're running straight into the site, and either that means they meet a buttload of utility, and then they take loads of damage and have to fall back and try and play post-plant, or Vitality play retake, and guess what? They still have all of that utility to do exactly the same thing moments later, so you can't play aggressive position. Where do I see Foot play in post-plants? It's up close, it's in your face, it's trying to disrupt everything you're doing. Well, you can't do that against this comp because, oh, I'm going to hide in this corner, and nades come through. Oh, I'm going to hide in this one, there's a Mosh. I'm going to hide in this one, there's a Nano, there's a Snakebite, there's whatever, a nade. There's so much util that there's just not any place for them to play their normal game.
Yeah.
They need another layer, and we haven't seen it yet.
And especially when you think about the way back through often being led by Dizzy, it doesn't just tell you, oh, there are players close. You're thinking, hey, let's put the nade in that corner. Let's put the Nano over there, because I know there's players there. It becomes very difficult to hide away. And then add to that the fact that Sender and Safe are 2 away from having their ultimates online. That will make it even harder to take those closer range positions and to hold on to that control after Spike has gone down. Foot, though, only a matter of time before we see a more aggressive face out of this squad so far. Every fight they've gone for seems to swing towards Vitality. They had their one round with a player, a snake in the grass. Outside of that, conventional play has not worked. Bladestorm, opportunity. and not landed to start with, and now Vitality are cautious. They know CNED's out there hunting, and they'll cancel the blades.
Yep, and now comes all of that utility straight away. Wingman's gonna spot the guy underneath, and Trex already traded out to Yedache, still trying to play within these corners. Nice shot, has to be careful from behind, and Safe will trade. One of the better opportunities. CNED just about grabs a gun, but he's so low on HP, and it's gonna be left all onto our captain. Keeping things even for now, but he's on 18 HP, needs an immediate shot, and he will not find it. Runner is going to give them their 6th round, the closest we've seen things come for the side of Foot since their first was on the board. But Vitality again in these retakes, close, but they get it over the line.
Close, but no cigar. Vitality certainly feeling like the premium product in these first couple of rounds. And, well, I said the 6-0 wasn't likely to happen. I guess I was right. It's 6-1, though. It's still a very, very strong position for that defensive side to play from. Now getting their lockdown online, and at just the perfect time, because one of the main things that Foot have to keep control over a site is the Viper's Pit that came online. Well, Vitality are going to quickly push you out of that pit, and it's going to be tough to get back in against this composition.
Yeah, also with how aggressive Foot have been.
Hello!
Whoa.
Oh my!
Yeah, I was going to say that Res hasn't had an opportunity. They do have one now. This is probably the best chance they've actually had to use the Res, so I guess that's the one thing. Runner is going to try and take the fight again, and he's not in a position to really do any damage, so that's at least something. They've been able to finally use that Res. I think he was also spotted, so they've been able to flash him over the top. That was a jump peek from the rope to see him.
Well, it won't be used to push them out of the pit, instead to push them out of the A site. The lockdown has come in from Safe, and Foot have left that choke point. Now Sanders got the info. Oh my, risks are being taken. Confirmed it. And eventually he'll fall all the way back, playing this B-side hold. Orb was up by the attackers, but that's actually allowed Safe to reposition back towards B that little bit quicker. The thing is, we can see on the mini-map where Foot are. There's one player watching for that push-up on B, trying to punish further information gathering. The rest of the squad... Oh, the pit was even used on B! With 30 seconds left, they put it down and rotate immediately. Sender's already on the way. They know this, that this is an A play. They try to bait them in.
Yeah, it might not necessarily matter. Safe, though, has done well. An immediate trade from Yedache. Definitely been one of the better players. Kick still lurking around the backlines. Hasn't been spotted, but Krax is holding for it. And while Sender, his pit used, but nothing coming of it. And his rotation not quite quick enough in the end. 6-2. Foot have managed to find a response, but a lot of that was, I think, just getting that opening kill.
It's one of two things. Was that pit put down to try to force the A push into the stack? It wasn't that heavy of a stack, 4v5 at that point. There were two players, I think maybe Safe was kind of close, or was it just, oh damn, they might be coming here, I'll put that down and you can hold the other side?
I think it's literally, they did, I think he put it down and then they executed and he went, like, oh, they're not coming this way. Oh damn, I'll run away.
I
think it was just unlucky timing.
Okay, yeah. That's sort of what I was leaning towards. Just like, is that a big brain bait? But they weren't that stacked up on A. There was only two players there.
Well, also, it's like, I don't think Foot even paid attention. Again, we're going to see an opener go the way of Foot, starting to find those kills, and CNED having that operator definitely seems like a difference maker. Runner going down in back-to-back rounds. I'll be honest, he can be forgiven for the last one. I think he got a little bit unlucky with how they spotted him over the top. Pressure though onto Trex. He's been their best player so far, though.
Silva flash on Krax. I expected to be burned up on the way through, and it is, but Trex still able to find value. Great follow-up. Trex and Kicks fall. That was Krax's flash that slowed them down in the fights, and it's his rifle that closes out the round. A third now found for Foot, and that lead of 5 has narrowed down to 3. Vitality could be equalized on the half, and right now, they haven't got the credits to fight back.
Yeah, this is interesting, because a lot of the early rounds that Vitality were winning, as said, was util denial, or it was retaking. The last couple of rounds, they've been trying to fight Foot in the early stages of the round, which, honestly, I think is the worst thing they could be doing. Like, you're basically giving them exactly what they want. Like, Foot want the gunfights. You have the util to deny them, which was working early, and now you've stopped doing that. It's very peculiar.
I guess at some point you do just come in and say, oh, we're better than them. 6-1 up. The game plan's changed, and so too have the results. Now, Vitality are playing a pretty heavy post plan again. giving up a lot of this space. The wall has blocked them out from the potential to do damage with those pistols on the cross. And now it will be an extremely difficult round to get value in. That drone's gone out wide in the spawn, clearing out a lot of space behind them. On the side of Foot, they know the flank doesn't have to be worried about, so all these guns are forward facing.
Getting in here should be impossible. Need to hit some pretty crispy shots. That has not gone well. It's actually going to force a teammate forward instead. And well, the EMEA will take those. He's getting closer to having that res back online again with another triple and an Andaluthia flawless for Foot. The streak of rounds now going in their favor. And I wouldn't necessarily mind seeing a pause here from Vitality. Sure, it's only been 3 rounds in a row, but you were in a commanding lead. Like, this half could have easily been, like, maybe even a 10-2 with how things are going. Now the switch has flipped. We're starting to see some of the individuals we saw in the last map coming online. And maybe some of the others being caught a little bit.
Deep breath.
Well, I think a lot of what Foot are doing here as well is looking at the previous rounds for Vitality. You see as they attempt the retake, just as they start to come back through, there's a nade going up top, stopping them from pushing back out and taking the space up on that catwalk. And there's been a few pieces like that for Foot where they are just trained in and ready now. Oh, I was going to say it's tough to be ready for that position, but evidently not. Yedege was looking for that fight, clearing it with intention. Trex up top, could get the element of surprise, but that flash is perfect from Kraxen. Well, the trade is traded right back. Not with violence, but the resurrect. And so 5 versus 3, despite that pick, Vitality still way behind.
Again, the fight's been given a good read from the side of Foot. Now they need to try and find themselves back from a disadvantage. Surprisingly, Anna Captain not able to do too much there. And we are actually going to see Thrash committed. Oh, well, that has not got anywhere near the amount of value that Kix was hoping for. He is going to be able to get one on Yedege, but the rest are slowly surrounding in on him, and there is nothing more to be had. From a commanding scoreline diminished down to just 1 round, Foot might genuinely level this up at the half.
It didn't seem very likely at 6-1, Tom. It really didn't. And we saw Ultimate start to come online, but Vitality, they've lost control. And it looks, oh, he even jump peeked it to begin with. Absolutely filthy. Kix does well to find the trade, but
that,
as we said,
this is still the thing that I was talking about. Like, the last few rounds that Foot have been able to win is just Runner playing a really, really aggressive position and going down every single time. Now, I don't mind the idea of being dynamic and trying different things, but when your retakes have been so solid and your denial of plants with util have been fantastic, I'm really surprised that they've just switched up into this gear of hyper-aggressive defense, or at least on one player.
Yeah.
And sure, okay, keep giving for those fights. They're going to take it all day long. That's been a big part of the resurgence. This time, they are playing a bit more passive again. Mr. Fallen, I don't think this Hunter Series is going to get too much, at least a tag. They know the Kix is there.
Yeah, that Sander tagged low.
Right here.
The ultimate used on the other side. Trax has popped his null command to try to cancel out some of these abilities, but Viper's Pit is already online, and as they try to go above it, they meet CNED's operator. Down goes Krax, down goes CNED. Okay, it's workable. Crazy aggression coming out of Mr. Fallen. The reveal as well. Oh, it's nasty. What's that shot short?
Oh my god.
Mr. Fallen is right.
Holy shit.
With 6-6 at the halftime. That is an impressive comeback from Foot.
Man, that's their IGL. Maybe he like just smelt what Angel's been cooking and just went, you know what? I'm having me some of that. I'm just going to run around, make as much noise as possible, and eliminate the majority of the team. It has to be infuriating being on the other side of that, because it is genuinely manic what that man is attempting. But hey, 6-1 down, 6-6. By the way, I think they went A every single round that they won.
Yep.
Other than the one, which was round 5, where Yedege won on B.
Sneaky play.
Every other round, they just kept going A. And hey, I guess that's where they've had their success. We're back on that original way to play on this map. Now onto their defensive side. Vitality, they know where they are. They got a pretty good inkling. They have hit everybody other than Trex, and obviously safe.
I assume that Dizzy went right back to Kix. Yeah, it's back online now. crazy. For the longest time, I thought it was 15 seconds on the Dizzy. It's 10 seconds to refresh. That is insane. How quick. I hate this guy with a classic. Oh, it's giving me nightmares already, and that's why he'll do this against a full buy. When you've got pistols, he does not feel fear. Oh, no. The spike on the ground and a 6-1 lead for Vitality. 5-0. And now they're facing against Foot retaking the lead before they even make it off that 6-round mark. What a devastating start. And another example of why Adacaptain cannot be allowed to buy anything on a pistol round. Just give the man a classic.
Yeah, he's actually taken 0 damage.
He's taken damage to himself.
He's now taken damage. He has now taken damage. That's good. That's at least something. Safe.
30 seconds
He's
left.
got 30 seconds. Now, if he was to double back towards the A site full sprint, maybe a moment ago, he would have made it. And actually, I think that might be what they're starting to question. Or just looking at plant denial. Walking out, he's going to be spotted eventually. And they are just grouping up. Like, how he gets a plant from here, I have no idea. A nice shot, at least, to take down Adacaptain. He at least died in the round, Mitch. Does that make you feel a little bit better?
It does. It does. Justice for Liquid at the end of the day. What that guy pulled off there was unbelievable. But 7-6. I said Foot came in. They looked a little quiet. Suspiciously quiet towards the start of the game. But my, oh my, they have woken up.
Terminated.
Now facing off against 6 rounds, I think in a row for themselves, right? Yeah. Yeah, 6 in a row for Team Foot. And now they've got Bulldogs, an Outlaw, and a Sheriff to work with. Their opponents coming in with nothing. Anything they can do, we can do better, says Foot. So they now look to make it 7 in a row.
Well, you can't right now. Oh, well, that is the last place I'm pushing in the universe, is through the little gap in the wall. Like, it just... I think if you've ever watched that map, you would be terrified of Adacaptain being on the other side. He isn't. The guy on the other side is Yedajay, who is currently the top fragger in the server. Actually, no, maybe he's second to Trex, the top fragger on his team. Even still, though, time has been bought, Orb has been taken. Adacaptain is just 3 away from having that Viper's Pit in the 2nd round. But look how passive they're playing. They literally pushed up just to claim the Orb, and now you're going to see probably a hefty amount of utility from Vitality just to try and clear some of these closer angles. Knife will give things away. There's a couple there, and okay, Sender! He's managed to find a high-impact double already.
Spike planted.
Plant down, too. They can tuck in. No need to swing into these longer range angles. B-side definitely didn't work for Foot, but it looks like they've got something special on the side of Vitality, not looking to give them 7 in a row. They'll keep that record. Yellow challenge on the back of the flash. It's not great. It's caught CNED, and he's blinded up by the Dizzy 2. The swing easy for Trex, and now it's all on to Cracks. A big clutch it would be, but it's not to be. Both teams now have put up a 6-1 scoreline.
Yeah, it's definitely an odd way for the rounds to streak together, but for Vitality, that's such a huge victory. I want to see this from Set. That is filth. I think the second bullet just put in for fun, even goes back on a wraparound to kill off the player from behind. A superb round from him. The gifts Vitality a 7. On the other side of things, we're going to see a bit of an investment. Yedajay only buying a Sheriff in the last round, so he's going to be able to afford a Marshal and still have cash to spare for the next. Of course, CNED's going to have one as well.
Somehow I expect a bit more damage to be done by the side of Vitality than over on Foot with Yedajay and CNED. Better scoped weapon in the hands of Sender. Mr. Fallen, his best Adacaptain cosplay. This is something that Foot loves to do, playing up close, having a player further back, but the boom bot will be burned up to clear it out. Now they know. They heard that right click. They know what they're walking into. There shall be no stepping forward and giving him that free kill.
Yeah, much further angle, but CNED's still here.
Spike down, B.
A quick trade to start. Spike was dropped, but actually I like this. I like this from Foot. They knew that they dropped that spike, but they immediately start running back to the A side. They think their opponents are going to assume a stack up, and so they can put everybody in position on this side of the map. Some spam shots connected, but Adacaptain standing for the moment. Even still, though, 40 seconds left, and Cracks is still waiting here, hiding in the background. The nade is not going to clear him. He's still just lurking in the corner. A kill comes in for CNED. It's a nasty surprise for Trax. It's happening again, Mitch. Still, though, 2 weapons in the hands of their opponent. Crack shouldn't be able to get anything. It's left all onto one, and Sender will land the shot with Safe alongside him. It got dicey, it got scary, but Vitality will win the round.
Well, that's it. I mean, the damage was most certainly done, and I think if you come into that round on the side of Foot, you don't even expect to walk out with that many kills under your belt, so it's something to work with. But 8-7, the scoreline, more importantly, where are they set up? Because if you come into the next round and you see Vitality win, Foot will lose that lead even further. It will slip away. They'll be forced to an eco, and we could see 10-7 on the board. A great return to form for Vitality after a 6-1 lead. For Foot, if they win this, it's another bye round for Vitality. So the defensive side has a big challenge coming up. And the operator has already been spotted. The element of surprise no longer in play. CNED's got an op. Let's go the other way. That's what most teams call. We might just be about to find out why.
Nice shot.
Dash anymore. He just swung wide versus Trex with no dash. The man has no fear. Well, maybe they were a little bit late to the realization of that strat, because now that they've lost Trex, it is going to be the fallback. Still an aggressive position from Yadage. The wall was placed in mid, I believe, so that's at least been broken. They do look to take and reclaim some of that space. Even still, though, it does look like they're eventually going to hit towards this A site. And I think Crack's just got the info.
That's not too much of a shift back by Foot. They're definitely not panicking at this point. Reveal, I think, only caught 1 player. And as they turn to look at it, we see the timing of Sender sneaking through. That's out of Captain down. And the defense now has a massive hole in it towards that mid angle. And pressure on for CNED. They could just push behind him, execute him. Oh, and he pushed in front of him instead, an angle he clearly wasn't expecting.
No, an uncharacteristic miss. I expected him to hit it. I know it's still a huge reaction shot, but it's CNED. And now what was a round that was looking bleak for Vitality sits in an afterplant. Still got a snake bite. Still got a mosh to play with, so it's going to have to be the clear out. Close angles are gone. They're not going to fall for their own trickery. But you can see the util already starting to be expended. Kicks putting out that mosh. And they need to find something quick. Sender with his 3rd of the round. He has taken over this one.
Oh, surprised to even see Mr. Fallen move back in this direction. He wants to pick up that weapon, but with 15 HP, he might have to forgo it. It's being watched, but Runner is, by the looks of it, going to give his life for it. He wants to hunt Mr. Fallen down. He'll get the chance.
Fair.
And it's worthwhile.
Yeah.
Okay.
Worthwhile. I don't think Yadage is going to get anywhere near close enough to getting it. No, that is a huge pick. And especially with the fact that they end up losing a further rifle, the weaponry now for Foot is not going to be particularly good in this round. And that's where the biggest gap really lies within this composition. Not having a Sentinel, not having someone that can sort of put into play anything towards that kitchen position. And, well, Sender has completely isolated it and won them the round.
Well, timeout now for Foot, feeling the pressure. That's their 2nd timeout of this map. Vitality still haven't touched theirs. The lead. They're leading by 2, and Geis is getting heated. There's a lot to be said about these last couple of rounds for Foot. And, well, looks like he's saying it all. Everybody else just sat there listening, taking it in.
Yeah, I think that has to be something to do with the mid control. Like, that's why this round completely falls apart. Like, you had that aggression initially, you had it walled. When that wall is broken, the reaction was actually to fall off and try and help defend A after a little bit of information was garnered. A bit of an over-rotation, but that gap was already exploited.
I love we can see, guys. His team can't.
Yeah.
And he's going in with his hands.
Oh, they can see him in their mind. Well, I can tell you that now. They're like, oh no, Geis is not happy.
It looks like he's directing air traffic out there.
I think the plane is crashing. If that's how you're directing it, I think he's like, do I go left or up or down? I'm not sure.
Down, the floor is down, okay. Well, 9-7, 2-round gap in the side of Foot. About to be tested. Let's see if they can put Geis's advice into work. You've already got the Blade Storm for CNED. Commands. Well, that Blade Storm for CNED That's what I'm excited about. The opportunities are there, but he is on the other side of the map for now, and you can see the rest of the squad backing off, giving some space to Vitality, space that they will look to take right back once CNET arrives.
Oh, is it going to be mid again? Is it going to be the same problem as the last round? In a slightly different form, the timing has been completely missed by Ada Captain. He'd have to get very lucky. There could be so much for Safe here. Already the distraction of his teammates. He's just waiting for that Viper screen to go down as they look to get into the afterplan. If he gets this timing right, he could completely ruin the round, and that is exactly what he will do. An easy cleanup for Safe, and Andaluthia flawless, as again they exploit basically the same gap.
Yeah, this is troublesome at this point. And we know what Vitality had to work with around middle. Obviously the Killjoy, it's the most common thing to see on a map like Icebox. That turret is going to be watching for the cross, and it would catch a player like this walking up. Yeah. Safe realizing that they don't quite have that information to gather, and although it was being spotted periodically by Ada Captain, human error comes into play. There's always going to be a gap, and here that gap was exploited. Guys, it's got to be frustrating for Foot more so. They've got to buy up here, the operator in play again, and a Viper's Pit for Ada Captain. The big deal for Foot, because this A site should be locked down by him and him alone now. There is still some pressure though, Tom. You can see that Vitality haven't gone running.
Yeah, they've kept Mr. Fallen behind as well, because a lot of teams now will try and bypass this pit, go over the top, maybe even try and clear the player out of it, but I think just with how far Safe has managed to get. Now Yedajay, he's already spotting Sender. If there's an attempt to try and do this again, he will be waiting and he will be watching.
Hello.
Nice shot. Again.
Safe is just like, if I don't move, I'm invisible. I am invisible.
Yeah, it is interesting. You get pop flashed and just stand there. They probably won't peek off that. That's exactly. You might not know. It's exactly where he wanted the slow to go. No question about it. Lucky for Yedajay going down. Krax is under pressure. The nade is not going to stop them from wrapping up close. The Thrash is destroyed, but so he's still alive and he's doing damage as well. But as CNET goes into trade, he goes out of the round just afterwards. Okay, it's winnable again.
Yeah, they're not going to fall for Kitchen. That's for sure. If there's any angle that Foot are going to be checking, it's around there. Runner one away from a showstopper, a kill on either player will end this round. Or most likely at least, and there's so many angles to check. With how aggressive they already managed to get Mosh onto the spike runner and gets that kill. Nade, I don't even think he's going to need to use anything more. No necessity of that showstopper. Still comes down to the 1v1, but the time is gone. It's ticking too far. Ada Captain just going to have to run for the hills, and while Kicks, he's going to survive this one just about. It is another round on the ball for Vitality. They are grinding these out with trades in the mid-round, and 5 in a row now. I don't know if there's going to be a response here from Foot.
Well, that's it. Foot have gone quiet, right? They had that streak of rounds, and now they're down and out. 4-round gap. This defensive side could come back into it, but this was their opportunity. This is where they put all their credits on the line to try to scrap their way back in, and it came down to a narrow margin. But a margin that they fell on the wrong side of. Now with that 4-round gap, they're left down on the side of Foot with not a whole lot. No, we're likely going to see that 12th pulled through, and it looks like that's what Foot are playing for, Tom. They've kept their credits for the next round.
I don't mind it.
Okay.
We've seen them do a lot with less. They
Safe
still have
lurk hasn't worked.
Yeah, they still have a rifle as well in the hands of Ada Captain, which has just found another. This is already starting to look pretty dangerous. Again, some of these just hyper-aggressive angles that Foot take in these sort of rounds have caused plenty of problems. The thing I worry about, though, is if this gets into an afterplant, because we've seen Vitality, they've been sublime in those positions.
I think even more so with a pit and a showstopper. Mosh pit and nade already used up. Those snake bites will be online. Getting back in here with the pistols would be tough, but they've gone running in! And now the spike's down in the open. They'll have to step into it to try and retrieve it. And CNET's just waiting for his opportunity to pick them up. Down below.
Oh, he got hit by the drone.
The drone catches the reveal. Spike falls again, and so too does Sender. Round is done, and Foot, with barely anything bought up, with credits saved for the next round, have come back through and halted Vitality's push.
Yeah, it was both a thrifty and an Andalusia flawless, which is definitely not something you're going to see every single day. It is peculiar. Again, we've seen a lot of these aggressive pushes deep. I think that was just the element of surprise, but I do almost wonder if Vitality sticking to the pit, especially versus weaker weapons, could have worked out for them. Even still, though, plenty of credits for a buy. They have been winning the last few rounds clean. CNED is going to try a little bit of aggression of his own. They already have spotted him, and he's going to have to be forced back almost immediately. And they're going to try and catch someone with the Hunter's Fury just off the rip.
I guess it's going to confirm they don't need to over-rotate. Those players off that flash would have to be moving up the alleyway if they were trying to punish CNED. So you pop the Hunter's Fury, you clear it, you know that there's no need to panic. Still play the round slow. You don't need faster rotates or Yedushay to finish that push on mid. Not a big fan of it. Again, I think the way Foot uses Hunter's Furies at times is mind-boggling. They throw them out like it's candy, but they can get value from it sometimes. Yedushay, oh no! It looked like the timing was almost spot on.
Yeah, now they're in the same problem they've had before. Mid-control, completely given up. And you best believe Sender is not stopping. They're trying to focus in on the rest, and because of that, they're going to get flanked. We've seen this too many times already. CNED does well. He makes things very interesting indeed. This round should have been done and dusted. Track spamming
on 2 HP.
with such little HP, and Anacaptain takes out Kicks. It leaves the 2 HP Trex to try and fight versus 2 members. One of them desperately low, no utility to play with, and he's not going to be finding that one. That's a round that Foot probably should have lost, but CNED.
Yeah, you actually genuinely just give us those 3 kills in a replay from CNED, because he won the round. That's all the round was. 30 HP. How he gets out after the first, he's being flanked. The player had perfect timing. I mean, take a look at this. That's where the kill comes in for Sender. He swings in quick as he can, misses the first 2 bursts. You cannot do that against CNED. And it costs you a round this time. Sender's had some fantastic rounds, some great individual plays, but this time he dropped the ball.
Oh yeah, I think there's no doubt he's had the best positioning of anyone in the server. Like the amount of times he's been able to just creep through, take ground that he knows has been given up, and the timing on it is perfect. Like he waits for them to be in fights, gets an easy kill, and then goes for CNED, and it's just a whiff. Like that's all that was. It was a whiff. He should have got that kill. It does happen, but yeah, I don't think there was anything particularly wrong in the strategy of that round from Vitality, but that almost makes it more painful because you're now taking a pause. It might even be just to try and calm the nerves a little bit, because that is a round that should have been theirs and wasn't for that exact reason. Now though, again, still got a couple of ults online. Lockdown available. If they can get that much mid-control and then lock down the back, it could be a free win. Runner also having the showstopper, but there are counters available, especially in the form of that null command. But if Foot win this one, I didn't expect to be saying it, but they might genuinely be back.
Yeah, that is insane. If this ends up 2-0 in favor of Foot, I think we're robbed of what should be a third map. Yeah, Vitality have put in the work, and they've definitely looked like they deserve to pull it through all the way, but a couple of surprise plays. That round where Foot had next to nothing to work with, and they came out on top anyways. A thrifty Andalusia flawless. Viper's Pit was used, so much was burned up by Vitality. But they've still got that showstopper and a lockdown to work around. It's not the end of the road just yet. 2-round lead to capitalize on. Credits invested. There's some weaknesses.
They're both jumping, and I'm just like, I don't know. That's a risk. That's a 50-50. One of you's dying.
Well, not this time at least.
Yeah,
they've held on.
So this time they've actually got Yedushay playing over towards the A site. Now for the majority of rounds he's been playing mid. I guess just with how things have been going, with the pressure that's been put onto him, they've swapped it up. Put the Sova of Mr. Farlin, potentially able to get them more information. CNED's operator may have been spotted, but they're still going to be heading in that direction. Dash still available. But this time it looks like he might be playing a bit more passive.
Dizzy just now taken back, looking at 37 on the clock. When that flash comes through, we saw Trex though. He was going to use one of his flashes earlier, but he saved it. They waited, biding their time. They have to be cautious here. On the way through, that wall is going to be aggressed on. Nice angle, but CNED gets nothing for it. He is out quickly with the dash, but it looks like the plant will be coming through relatively uncontested. So the little guy gets the job done. A 5 versus 5 post plant, showstopper in back pocket, and no flank underway. Vitality seem to have this one set up for success.
The Showstopper might not be available at the moment. No command has been used. Runner gets one, but the Showstopper's gone. Trades, though, are good. It's going to leave the remaining players very passive, but they are holding their ground, winning their fights. Nobody on that defusal yet. Nice work, though, from Mr. Fallen. As they're already getting flanked on, though. Again, it's that backline that causes them issues. Already, though, on that defusal, and it's going to be Trex to win both. A double to finish it out, 3 overall, and Vitality now 1 away from taking us to Sunset.
Yeah, they lost a lot of their potential. The Showstopper on yellow was supposed to be an immediate reaction, gets cancelled out by the null command, and very low HP as well. Runner was dead one way or another. It was a pick your poison kind of deal. 3 bullets left of Mr. Fallen's mag, but he gets shot in the back. And we mentioned that Foot didn't have a flank. That was one of the key things. All players were coming from the same angle. Not just left Vitality open for what they have been going for quite a lot, which is sending a player back, even after that initial aggression, even after that same player's made it out of the choke point, they're not afraid to run it all the way back and take the control later.
Oh, the knife connecting. Aggressive positioning. Showstopper not actually going to finish off Cracks. He will survive. Yedajay is just going to try and wall them off. Potentially try and get the heal for his teammate. Maybe not. Actually just playing around the edge of it. A little bit of a risk. He's going to take the heal himself. He might need it. He's going to be spammed into the open with the nade. Well, it may have taken a little bit longer than they would have liked, but Vitality have got that opener.
They have it locked in. Ada Captain 1 away from a Viper's pit. A valuable pick to be found if he can land 1 shot on the way through. But there's plenty of players, and even finding that kill doesn't mean you'll be able to use that ult if they trade you out right away. Knife up and over, moving to the B side. Clearing out a lot of that close laneway, but the push is about to come through here, and that's an isolated fight, but the spams back do the damage.
Yeah, that was a firing squad on the other side waiting for him. CNED now wary of mid, but it's actually the main avenue of B, which is going to be under pressure. CNED has to go absolutely huge here, trying his best to dodge the flash. A crazy shot onto kicks. That's at least something. Wingman has been sent out, but he's going to be able to deny it. 20 seconds on that clock, but already a player going for that plan. You can see the swing from Mr. Fallen. A nice initial shot, and he almost manages to line up 2. Trex desperately low. Shock dart's going to be placed in towards Runner. He's been difficult to clear from this position, but they're still wary. There might be a second player coming in from behind, yet to spot Krax's position. He still has a fair bit of utility, left completely blinded, at least for a second. They've got to get towards this Mr. Fallen again. He's looking to keep them in, and that is actually going to force him into the open. The shot connected, and he hasn't managed the other. The Runner will do it all! A ripple clutch to close it. It looked like we might go a little bit longer, but Vitality have got that second map.
Well, after a 6-1 lead, it got a little scary. Foot caught up, even took the lead, but Vitality never looked away from their goal, never lost sight of that third sunset that we're now going to. And we'll see which of these teams can take the cake in the end. Foot looking for their flawless continuation, and Vitality for an upset mid-season. Coming up after this.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. I, Caballo Grande. I, Dolor de Nieve. But, in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. Know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, win, win, win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed, so let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot, I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Welcome back to VCT, and we're going to 3 because we are 1-1 in this epic matchup between Team Vitality and Foot. And you know what? We got the Turkish map of Ascent, and we got to see how Vitality have grown into their own on Icebox still.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it was a site simulator for basically most
With
of...
that comp, shocking, really, right?
Yeah. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
A site simulator. It's classic Icebox. You know, the tried and tested. It works. Just do it. Get into those really nitty-gritty fights. I think the cool thing to talk about this map was about how Vitality was making Foot feel really weird and stressed out because of all the. There's so many.
Are you talking to yourself right now? Did you feel weird?
No,
stressed out?
it's just like there's so many abilities that you're not used to. For example, Raze being in the mix, and just you know, you have Gecko stuff coming in, you have KO stuff, like all this stuff is coming in at you, and you're not used to playing against that, so it's hard to kind of deal with it in the moment because it's coming in different waves as well.
Yeah, I like this as well because particularly for that composition, basically the tendencies, the protocols, the timings are all completely different between these two comps. And I think actually where Foot really struggled is where if you can't really get a committed fight before a plant happens, with the Sage composition, it kind of just fizzles a little bit. The round kind of gets into a stalemate. If you miss that first wave, it's really difficult. Sometimes when that comes too late on in the round, you don't necessarily have a mid-round. That mid-round's almost sailed you by. So I think it was actually a good contrast between what can be done with both compositions, but I also think Vitality probably played towards the weakness of Foot's comp very well.
I do want to take a look, though, at a classic Turkish round, given that we are celebrating all things Turkish on the broadcast today. It was the final round of that first half, and, yeah, that's when we did see Foot go for it.
Yeah, basically, what was well, I'll say balls to the wall for this one, because this is like, it's not often you see a Sova. But what was it?
Balls o'clock.
Balls o'clock. Okay, I've never heard that one, but but yeah, it's not often you see a Sova getting as involved as this. But again, I mean, it's Foot in round 12, similar to the first one. It's chaotic.
Yeah, when you are playing this map and you're on a composition like what Foots is you need to keep the pressure on in the post plant, because if you give any space back into the retake and the wingman's able to get onto the spike, and then they're also able to layer all this other abilities at you and swing you while you're trying to swing and deny the fuse, that's when you're going to get taken out of it. And obviously Mr. Fallen going huge here with the Sova, with the shorty. I love a double barrel myself.
I bet you do.
That's caveat on the end.
I know I'm focusing a bit on Foot here, but I'm interested in your thoughts on the Sage wall as well, on that attack side.
Yeah, I mean, it's just to the point now where I don't think you're ever going to see any surprises. And I think Vitality are a team that kind of scream preparation, right? There's not really anything that with this composition they're going to come away and say, right, we need to fix this. If ever Icebox comes up versus Foot, they're going to play this composition. There's not really anything that's going to force the adaptation, right? Force them into a position where they have to switch up and really change the way they approach either the retake or controlling a site before the plant comes in. So in that regard, I think versus Vitality, it's particularly weak to play a composition like this.
Are we going to an even playing field on Sunset Steel?
It's going to be interesting. I don't think so, and the reason why is because when we saw
No, I don't think so.
Icebox and how Foot struggled there towards the end, especially when Foot was on, Vitality was on defense. I feel like we're going to see something similar if they run. I guess like any of the comps that they've run a couple of different comps, which were kind of weird, but also Foot's not doing themselves any service right now. The last time they played it, CNED was on Raze. That's always an issue for them. So are they going to just move him to Jet? Are they going to give him a flash character? Or are they still going to run the Fade? Those are the questions I'm going to ask before we get to actually see what they're running, because Vitality have been playing very unconventional comps. They're like the only team running Deadlock. I mean, it's on Bind, but...
Yeah, but for me, it's almost like a positive, not necessarily seeing the Deadlock brought out and the map lost, but even just seeing the willingness to kind of toy about and maybe break the mold, be, I don't want to say trendsetters, but at least explore other things.
Is that an accident?
Well, I mean,
were thinking if anyone played Deadlock, it would be Kicks.
Yeah, I was going to say, if
Deadlock
Cypher wants to
Cypher.
break it out here, but Foot have balls to the wall, right? With this comp.
Okay.
It's not really balls to the wall, is it? It's balls to the net.
I don't okay, so they're starting on defense. So there has to be a really good plan behind this. Okay, so Team Vitality is doing what they did before. They got the double flasher with the Raze, and it's going to look good. But they have no Sentinel, so they have to look for that on defense. But Foot, they're starting defense. They're running single control. They're getting a Cypher. They didn't run a Cypher. I don't know. I have no idea what to expect from this.
I'm ready for it, though.
Yeah.
Hang on, I got to strap down.
Foot are going to be gathering a lot of information, right? I feel like that's the most underestimated thing about Deadlock, is that information it gives you, the sound cues it does pick up. But let's go to this third and final map and see whose dreams the sun will be setting on tonight with Tomvis and Mitchman.
Well, this is not exactly what I expected coming into today. Seeing a Deadlock, Tom, I'm going to give it to you open-ended, because I don't know how I feel about... I do know how I feel about this one. I don't like it. It's Mr. Fallen's job to make me like it in the next however many rounds.
Yeah, I think since Chamber, we haven't seen much double Sentinel. And I still didn't expect to be seeing it today. It's very interesting. I think starting on the defense, they're going to be able to deny an awful lot of space. Very good chance you're walking into at least one Sentinel, because they have one on both sides of the map. I think you're going to get a lot of information off the Cypher, but I'm really intrigued to see what ideas they have here, because by most standards, I didn't expect them to play this at all, and definitely not within this map. So I want to see what they've got to offer.
Well, there better be something planned, something up their sleeve for
He's
now.
just left. He's just thrown the
walled.
wall down and just left.
So he's walled up B main. Ton of control taken on the back of that. You'll see it as it gets broken, so you know that they're not pushing up. And they can now focus on a little bit of a mid-fight. Door going down as well, denying some control, caused a lot of bullets to break, and maybe open to some counterattacks. Vitality, step back, leave mid. They had started to walk up on A, and I thought maybe this is where they execute in, but the spike is coming back as well. It looks like no clear plan just yet. Instead, they were looking for aggression from Foot, for mistakes to be made. They haven't been, so now they've got to force their own mistakes, and they've done a great job at that. Sender! Another lights out round from him, right off rip here on Sunset, leaving Yedege against the world. 3 players, they're coming towards him, but this is a big fight for him to try and win.
Yeah, even stopping the plant will be difficult. Oh, 1 HP! Kicks is so lucky to be alive.
Spike planted.
I don't even know what stopped that from being the kill. It must have been the slightest pixel of the wall, but there now needs to be so much more. He is on at the moment. Yedege feeling it already within this clutch scenario. He's going to try and reposition again. The main thing against him, though, is going to be that clock. The time starting to tick down. Spots out Trex, takes a lot of damage himself. Down to just 20 HP. Bear in mind, his opponents are still very close to death, but he's not going to clear the angle of kicks. It got dicey for a second, but Vitality, again, off the back of their IGL, are going to be taking that pistol.
Wow, came close with some individual plays, but Sander definitely takes the cake. 1-0, and a pistol could be so valuable, and so long as they can follow up on it. The opening pick was found by the Deadlock, and that's about the only compliment we'll have for it. And again, I think the issue being, you know, you wall up on B main, and then you wait. And that's all this was, just pumping the brakes from the side of Foot and waiting for Vitality to make a move. Both teams running the clock down, and Vitality getting the better of them when it came to crunch time.
It's just the plan. Just throw the wall in and get everything given them every round.
Why not?
But that's the thing. I think one of the strengths that I feel Vitality really had on this map was having a very good default. So I actually don't see much value other than that you get to aggress around the map.
I do think that there's probably a long-term plan here, that wall's going to be thrown out, and eventually you'll see some sort of a punish. Like, for example, add a captain with a paranoia. As soon as they start breaking it, if they're using their bullets, they could be a little further away. If they're knifing it, which I doubt, because they'll leave you open to the fight, you get some damage done and follow up on the back of it. Now, I think it's just something Vitality need to be aware of, though. Always stand further back to destroy it. Rob that information at the start of the rounds and leave them with nothing to do.
Yeah, the only thing with that, though, is you can do that exact same setup with a trip.
That is very true.
And that stays for the entire round and not just the first, like, 30 seconds. I don't know.
I think the thing is it just takes a while to break, so you can swing on the back of it and try to take them out. But yeah, you're very right. It's very tough to follow up on.
Spike
well, this round, at least, we're not expecting much, if anything, especially now into this post plant. Well, we love this map. It's very, very difficult to break down from here. Kix just wants to try and claim himself some orbs, and well, there you go. That's already going to be an extra on the board, an extra one there. We'll put his ult online for the next round. Thrash available. And well, they might even want to let someone else kill off Anna Captain. He'll do the same. And an Andaluthia Flawless to take over the line their second round.
Nicely done. Yeah, that was more of a formality of a round, right? But the interesting thing is you're saying that Thrash comes online. Big ultimate to try to entry with, especially when you've got those weaker weapons. If they can isolate some duels, it could be in a fantastic spot. Even swinging on the back of it. For Vitality, well, it's definitely the start that they want. 2-0 up. And we've seen pretty much on both maps streaks of rounds swing in either direction. Vitality coming out on the last one with a 13-9 victory. This follow-up, not expecting them to do much.
See you later, Boobot.
With the wall in play, there's not much of a choice here but to spam it down.
It's just general irritation. That seems to be the plan. They put the sensor up top mid with a cam alongside it. Definitely a decent amount of information they can get, although I believe it's already been broken, so they know there's players here. The paranoia is fantastic, but Mr. Farland still able to hit the shot. Second flash, though, and utility forcing them forward. Cracks, though. He's done an amazing job. Splitting him from behind, has found a couple. And now for Kicks and Safe. I'll look to take this one together.
Yeah, poor Mr. Fallen kind of got left behind on that strategy. CNED bailed to sight. Mr. Fallen's the sacrificial lamb, and they're trading. I did not expect very much to be found by that Thrash, or the Thrash to be used at all in this round, unless it was a serious opportunity. It hasn't been really connecting onto anything. You can see the information was that CNED's in the corner, but he doesn't even have a reason to move. Although he does. He does move in the end, and he goes down. An opportunity now. They've isolated out of Captain 2 and taken him. 2 versus 2. Weapons to be retrieved, but that's tough when Krax is still standing.
Yeah, the thing is, even he takes another individual fight. So, like, don't get me wrong, he hits the shots, Krax does what Krax does, but that got very, very frightening for the side of Foot in a round that looked cemented. Looked clean as well. They had 4 players alive. That's so lucky. It just spams in the general direction of where the paranoia came from. That is going to be a first round now onto the board. Again, we're seeing the same. Actually, they've got a trip alongside the sensor. That's actually quite... I like that as an idea. You break the trip, the sensor goes off.
Yeah. Even as you're breaking it, potentially making noise. That wall, again, an annoyance in the early round, this time sent towards A. And I think the important thing is, if there's not 2 of you there, at least, you can't really destroy that wall. That sensor's interesting, too. Put down an A lobby, so when they destroy the wall and go to march through, first bit of noise that's made, it's giving you the intel and allowing you to crunch on the back of it. Sensor on mid as well, same sort of thing. You never expect anyone to go through there without flashing, at least stepping on the way through a smoke. And that will give you the opportunity for the information.
Yeah, with the trip being broken almost immediately. I now rotate a player to watch. 3 stack up. You can see the aggressive push already coming through from Captain to spot out anything towards A, and it means they can gamble stack for the side of Vitality. Again, just playing the slow default. I think realizing that there's going to be rotations around the map. There's going to be hunts for information. And when it gets into the late round, that's where they're likely to have their most success.
It's funny thinking about how quick Foot were on their attack sides. The other thing cannot be said for the same thing rather cannot be said for Vitality. Much slower, running it down the last few seconds. They've eventually hunted down Yedege, but there's a few more players here to stand and fight. Mr. Fallen, 50 HP, but he stands strong. Now has ult online and will just about make it out alive. Kicks going in for the plant and has found it. So that was the little guy going in for it. Mr. Fallen tries to get a position around side, possibly to pop the ult, but instead goes down to Safe. Now the info's there. And in fact, Thrash is going to be used by Foot to try to claim some space. It's clearing out market and not seeing them at all, but they know Safe must have fallen back, so Captain fills the space. Does well to land that shot, and now the defuse begins. It's not on the normal angle, but somehow Sender has just attracted the crosshair to the head of his opponent, and another found, leaving it into the 1v1. As CNED fires back, Kicks is left alone. It's almost half, but not quite. Just about pulled off the spike at the wrong time, and now CNED has to go running. The round is no longer winnable as Vitality claim their 3rd.
Yeah, and I think we see some of the weaknesses of Mr. Fallen's kit. He actually does use the ult in the middle, and they break it within like 2 seconds.
Oh, I didn't even see it used it.
They broke it so fast because he used it when there's 3 players, so they immediately just turned, spammed, and then it was gone. So it's one of those ults that it's only really good in isolated positions, and didn't really find anything there. For Foot, it definitely came a little bit close towards the end, but we've seen how strong those post plants are. Sender again, flying, Kicks, performing, and well, unfortunately for the side of Foot, their finances are not in the same position. We're going to see a deep wall thrown in, but just with the rest of the utility being thrown out by Deadlock, it is broken within a second.
All right, now we're hitting shots like that. Revenge on Krax for what he did earlier on. A similar feat. Mr. Fallen was doing the same, but I think he's already been put down in some of these earlier rounds. That Deadlock, I'm curious to see how it pans out in the future rounds. We've only seen 4 so far in this 5th one. Obviously, not like they have a lot to work with. Captain very nearly went down to decay alongside the mosh pit, and tapping that, well, it's only going to bring him closer to death. Best chance is probably to pick up one of the counter spam. He tries it, but it hasn't worked out. Another smoke to go into play. Oh, that's a good follow-up, I was going to say, on the paranoia, but Sanders being caught. Even still, the impact is negligible. There's no chance for this defuse to go down, short of some serious heroics. And CNED, he's given it his best shot, but it's not good enough this time.
Yeah, and more importantly, Mr. Fallen had resorted to just trying to catch them as they rotate away, and that doesn't go to plan either. He's going to be the one to fall, so not really bringing too much through. Obviously, the extra gun for CNED, they've made things a bit more costly, but Vitality should still be able to get a comfortable buy. And we're seeing again just the power of those post plants for this squad. They showed how strong they can be on the last map of Icebox, and I think that's where you're just seeing the depth in play. 4-1. I think expectations are definitely there for both sides on this attack, but when you are running a double Sentinel, for Foot's sake, you kind of hope they at least put something in for the defense.
Yeah, something tells me there's not a lot about this that's built for the attack. I think that value is going to come in defensively. Maybe Mr. Fallen's got some great post-plant trips, or traps, I suppose I should call them, not trips. Yedajay's got none of those to work with if he's being dropped. And so too is out of captain Mr. Fallen doing just that, and it's a 2 versus 5. Blink. And you'll wonder why the hell there's a clutch being offered up for Foot. Seconds ago, this was an even matchup, and now it seems like we might be looking at another save for that defense. Already stepping forward, the wall up, the post plant setup inside of main. 5 players still alive. The Thrash very much online, not even needed.
No, it's second use already, and while Safe again is already going to be lurking through the backline in mid. A fantastic round from Runner. Basically took over it on his own within the market. Just obliterating every single member of Furton. That's the thing, it does seem like, at least thus far, Yedajay's definitely been struggling. I don't think he's really found his ground on that Sentinel. And well, it's not been much to write home about with this composition thus far from the side of Foot. We were hoping to be proven wrong once again as to why they were running this, and thus far, we've seen the ideas, but not seen the execution of them.
The only execution is being Foot being executed in most of these rounds. 4 gaps so far. Sander dodging that. He's got support as well. Kicks is here, but well, Kicks was here. Down and out just like that. The trade not coming through. But ultimately in this round, there is only one rifle for Foot, and avoiding that may be the best approach. Vitality aren't too concerned about it. Walking through on the B site, walking through on mid as well, and well, they've met their maker! Yedajay on the double! Sheriff in hand, the flank cleaned up, and CNED closing the round in main. Well, that's a much better round for Foot.
It's the most Foot round ever.
It really is.
They just, I don't know how they did it. They've done it in every single map where they're just not doing well. They're being taken out in these post-plant scenarios, and then you have CNED run up, you have the mid-play watched, and then you have some crazy shots connected. And the thing is, the bait was all there. They were throwing information flashes, everything to just state that there was nobody within. And again, that trap, this time was Yedajay himself. They found a round out of very little, but the thing is this now just going to be back to regular programming. Showstopper immediately thrown in. Trex has got to feel unlucky for that one. And CNED's more than ready for the response.
Oh, they've got to be frustrated. Surely CNED goes down now. Yes, eventually, but the cost is still paid. Yedajay trades it out through the smoke. Sanders being lit as well in that interaction, down to 32 HP. And Foot, they've got success lined up for them. This trap, heard. Safe knows it's around, but he's going to creep past it. Cam spots him, tries to run away, gets caught by the stun and swung by out of captain. There's your idea.
Yeah.
There's your execution. It was in a 4v2, but it worked. You can't deny that.
And conceptually quite cool. It does revolve somewhat being there, which I do feel like somewhat defeats the purpose a little bit, but...
You got another Sentinel. Don't worry about it.
Nonetheless, this round looking a lot better. Mr. Fallen even going to close it. And there's going to be a third round on the board. Again, though, a lot of this just comes out of the aggression for Foot. The showstopper into mid. Vitality's response being to try and punish it. In these slow default rounds where they haven't been caught by something early, that's where Vitality have been thriving. And I think obviously here, you can understand it. They get sucked into trying to kill off Cena, get the trade, but that's where Foot thrive, when chaos arises.
Well, those traps have now been spotted as well, so you have to think that Vitality won't be walking up mid anymore, won't be just running through it, giving away those kills. And even if they did, yeah, the traps are not in the same position anymore. Now we can see them on the A site. And it's not quite a retake, but it's something where they look to punish them as the execute comes in. It'll be presumably Yedije who has to do most of that. There's a trap wire, there's a cam in the elbow, and 2 sonic sensors on the site. They might not be looking to hold on to it, but they will definitely be doing a lot of damage on paper when Vitality come to walk out.
Yeah, I guess for the most part, it's just annoying for Runner. And you'd expect that maybe that's where that showstopper will be used. So if he goes blasting through into the site, could be a little bit problematic. Unfortunately, though, not really going to be anything found whatsoever.
That's a devastating Viper's Pit too. Yeah, the null command got them out on site, cancelled Mr. Fallen and Yedije's utility. Viper's Pit goes down towards short. So Vitality have got full control. And it's not even the Viper fighting, which again, pet peeve when you see a Viper up close taking those duels. Instead, it's Runner who's going to be point of contact. He's spraying through, doing damage, even popping his showstopper here. The guy is crazy, and he actually won't find any value on this side of the pit. But he goes looking on the other, and the rocket goes through, finds nothing but damage. A little bit. The time is running down, the sprays are landing so much value. And even Safe's gone running out of the pit because the time is so low. It's ticking over, the spike is soon to explode, and CNED's trying to keep them contained, keep it costly, but that won't happen. They've made it away just about.
Yeah, in fact, the only person to go down in the end will be Yedije. Not anything more to be found. But it is one of those sort of rounds from Vitality where they've just thrown everything in. You've utilized the null command to get rid of the utility, you've utilized the showstopper and the Viper's Pit. They wanted to get that one over the line, get their 6th on that attack, and put a spanner in the works. However, this is where things should swing a little bit in the other direction. The only problem, again, with this composition, though, is ult-wise, in terms of high-impact ults, there's only really 2, and neither of them are online right now for the side of Foot.
Disrespectful to Mr. Fallen, but understandable. But so far we have just seen...
Big fan of Annihilation.
Oh, love it, love it. The Cocoon has not found a lot of value. Even in your ranked games, it's probably getting broken a lot of the time.
Yeah, but unless you have bad teammates.
True, it never gets broken in mine. But Mr. Fallen has decided to take things into his own hands. Goes swinging, finds the opening pick, that's kicks down. That's a lot of the entry utility for this side, the one that's getting the spike planted for free, that's keeping more guns up in hands and ready to fight when they come to site executes, and that Dizzy down and out of the round. They lose a lot. They make up for it with Sender, and well, Mr. Fallen was waiting. A clean punish, and they still have these traps to deal with on the way through. They've destroyed one. Paint Shell's doing a fantastic job to at least get them on the site.
Yeah, looking like they may even try and aggress a little bit more. In these sort of scenarios, a risk somewhat needs to be taken. We haven't seen much from the grab net thus far. Combined with a flat, Mr. Fallen is just hitting everything. It's his 3rd kill of the round already, safe at least. Trying to put up a bit of a miracle here. Gets his 3rd, but the trade eventually is there for Foot. They will have their 4th. Again, a team gets off to a crazy start, blitzing their way through. But in each of these maps, there's been a climb.
It has. It really has felt like the swing of a pendulum with these teams. They win a bunch of rounds, and it goes right back in the other direction. We end up neck and neck, and it also feels strange in terms of the breathing of the map of the series. Great attempt by Safe. My God. Almost picked up the triple, and you can see, yeah, there was a moment there, Sal's like, nice round. Well, it was a round. We won it. Or we came close, but got stolen away. No 4K for Safe, no ace, no big play. 2 in between them. The side of Foot, they still have those ultis to fall back on. Again, you know, it's not going to help out a ton when it comes to Ada Captain or Yedije. Mr. Fallen could be situational, but there's a showstopper online for CNED now. Mr. Fallen stays alive in the corner as well. Not going to be caught up by the thrash and stun. No, that's a beautiful Cocoon indeed. I don't think they're going to break that, and if they do, Mr. Fallen's waiting to punish Runner down and out. And they still haven't managed to make it out this choke point with Yedije on the other side. Beautiful crossfire and beautiful execution from this Foot side.
Even a
Not sure that was
showstopper
needed.
thrown in for good measure at the end, but I think genuinely what his utility is doing is just enabling his disruptive play. Like that's what Mr. Fallen is doing. It's basically, okay, I can now fight this because I'm going to isolate this person so they can't fight me. And we've seen that with him throwing a grab net in one direction. This time I actually don't mind. Vitality tried to disrespect the barrier. Like they tried to blast back quickly enough and got past it initially. And then the rest of the team had to break it. That's why Runner was there so fast. And they almost catch him with the paranoia. Almost being the critical term.
One of the other problems is that deep nade as well. You see this go through, and getting past that barrier, getting up to destroy it is even going to be delayed a moment. A lot of these guys as well running down to their last mags just from breaking that wall. It's
We've also just got to shoot stuff to try and find the sensors.
Yeah,
because he's switching where he puts them every round. So it's just like, okay, do I just spam a few top mid?
He's got 32 bullets! Yeah, he decides not to spam it with the Phantom anymore because Safe needs to be pretty precise if he's going to find impact later on.
Yeah, he's had a few multi-kills as well, so most of that was spam.
I think it was CNET who had the one mag ace, no? We had one at least.
Well, I'm sure he has at some point.
That's for sure.
Oh, for now, 50 seconds. A lot of time spent breaking utility, but instead they're going to go back to the bread and butter. I think this is where Vitality had most of their success. Thrash available, though. Instead, they're going to use that Mosh immediately and just spam straight through. Nothing that Trex can do about that. Again, Runner's got ahead of the utility. And Yenoshe may be overplaying his hand a little bit. Wanted to try and get close into that corner. It's problematic for Mr. Fallen. He needs the kill and just about survives. And now he's going to go through with the shorty. Catches another. Safe down, and everyone will fall. Foot have brought things back from the depths again, and we go in level at the half.
I don't know if we got a top-down view of that mosh pit, but that has to be the unluckiest placement I've ever seen. There was literally 1 pixel safe. I mean, he stepped to the left, immediately was in it, and went back. Had to just tuck in the corner and wait. Of course Runner doesn't clear it. If you look at that mosh pit position from Runner's POV, and you think there's a guy stood in the corner, you're an idiot. That's almost definitively you're an idiot, but it worked. This time around, I can't believe there was a safe spot in there. That is tragic. 6-6 at the halftime. They've been equalized on after another stellar start from the side of Vitality, the pistol round, and a 5-1 lead. We go into the second half neck and neck.
Yeah, for the most part, I think Foot will be pretty happy with that, especially with how it started. Again, though, the intrigue comes in of what they're going to have going into this attack, because you kind of expected running a double Sentinel to have better defensive sides, but you now have Krax and Cena going into the attack, which that alone can be terrifying.
Pretty nasty defensive wall as well. It's going to let Vitality walk up in B main and take a lot of control, so you can see Footer much more hesitant to clear those angles
Safe
out.
Again.
And the bait setup, absolutely beautiful. One player running back and safe, swinging through to save the day. 2 quick kills, and this round is definitely in safe hands.
It's going to take ages to break this, isn't it?
Spike planted.
They can just break the one on the right and get out, but actually, they can just walk around it. That's a little gap. Center, he's going to get hurt. Yenoshe already tagged low. Mr. Fallen sat in the back lines. They've got to be wary as well of where Ada Captain is going to be coming from. Time still fairly favorable. Vitality have plenty to play with, but they lose that first duel. Mr. Fallen is trying his best, but just doesn't have the ammunition for that one. Vitality again will take themselves another pistol round. I don't know if there's going to be much invested in the next for Foot.
Those are pretty big mesh as well from Mr. Fallen. It slowed them down. I heard it like 2 or 3 players having to pull it out. And obviously that allowed time for the rotations of Ada Captain to come all the way through. But this setup pretty much finished the round. Beautiful stuff in the market control. And although it comes close to Mr. Fallen, all the other kills came in way too quickly for that one to fall apart. 7 on the board for Vitality. They finally taste victory after 3 in a row for Foot to close out the previous map. For 5 out of the last 6 rounds in that last half went to Foot. They bought themselves right back in to the game, but for now they have to sit on the sidelines with just pistols to play with, classics, and 2 sheriffs. I give them 45% odds to win this round.
Not bad odds. Ada Captain, he's trying to be a little bit cheeky, but I think now those odds probably drop dramatically They are going to be able to take down Safe, but already so much damage. Trex wanting to try and pad the stats a little bit, has got to be careful, but the flash has worked wonderfully. Although Yedajay has managed to retrieve himself a gun. There's a lot of util that could give his position away. No, actually, the Boombot isn't going to find it.
Still, they'll be cautious. The jump peak is coming in periodically. Yedajay, well, even with the timing, it won't work out. 7 bullets left as well. And a Bulldog, that is not enough to take down all these players, but it is enough to take kicks. 8 on the board for Vitality. Right back into things. An injection of rounds here in the defense. They won the first pistol as well. And when you win both pistols on a map, your win rate should be skyrocketing. But I think a lot of that first half canceled out by how he closed it.
Yeah.
And to be honest, coming into a round like this, Tom, 10 maybe I push to 15% odds for most teams. Foot, 45, every time. It feels like it should almost be above 50 with the way that they play those low buy rounds. Their win rate is unbelievable.
Yeah, I think definitely a bit more difficult when it comes to attack side Sunset.
With Deadlock.
There we go, though. Already under pressure. Counter utility forcing them back. 3 players on this side. I think with the Boombot being spotted, they should now know that as well. I think a fair amount of utility has been expended. The flash over the top will be renewed. It's well timed as well. That is perfect. A couple of assists. Yedajay found some space, but Trex just running left and right. And now CNED, normally the first man to fight, is now in a 1v4.
It's so weird, Tom, to just look at this foot composition on this map, because we talk a lot about teams and their comps and how some of them, we actually said it in the previous map, I believe it was, how, oh, this comp is good for foot, but most teams maybe won't be able to make it work. This is just not a composition. If you, the game that Kukuka played yesterday with the desk, has this comp been played before? If you gave me an edition of that with foot and put this comp up a year from now, if I hadn't seen this game, there's not a chance I would think it had. This is not a foot composition. On the defense, you're sat back, you're waiting. Left. And I feel like what we just saw from Vitality is much more what I like and what I normally see from foot, which is having these little setups on the weaker rifle rounds where you've got a couple bonus weapons, you come in and you use your Gecko flash, use your paranoia, you're popping a flash with the KO, and you're just flooding in and taking those fights. That wasn't really something that foot could do. Like, their aggression was super limited on the defensive side because, well, you're playing double sentinel. You got to sit back and wait, let them come to you. And I will absolutely applaud them for trying something new. But yeah, conclusions seem pretty apparent.
Seen it. Oh, he's made that one at least a little bit more costly for them. You always believe for a second that maybe that man can do something in the 1v4, especially once he gets the spike down, but ultimately, it was a bridge too far. Vitality are going to convert their bonus round. Yeah, talking about people who could have maybe cooked up this comp. Maybe old Team Liquid Sliggy.
Yeah.
He cooked some wild stuff back in the day.
And I think, it's not that I actually look at this composition and think it's inherently bad. I think foot individually have been able to buy some rounds. There's been some good setups. Often I think the utility has come in the late round, but that's perfectly fine as well. It doesn't have to be off-rip activity. But I just think that it's strange to see the identity of a team like Foot, who, to be fair, they had a pretty big shift as well in the past. They used to be known, in fact, their whole region was known as just a bunch of people who run around aiming. They're just better than you, and that's why they'll win. The region that
they
was
win big, lose heavy.
Yes, it was sort of like a region of G2s, right, back in the day. Bunch of aimers. But players like Mr. Fallen come in, they completely change the landscape. Foot, I think, last year became one of the first teams from that region that weren't just Turkish aimers. They're going around, they're doing whatever.
Credit needs to go to Geist as well.
Absolutely, yes. I think the entire roster of Foot, pre-CNET, this is a roster that managed to change their identity for the better. So I don't want to harp on them that, oh, they changed identity with this comp coming in, and that's bad, and no one should do that. No, of course you need to try new things, and you have to be able to show new faces to how you play this game. And look, at the end of the day, it's 9-6. It's still winnable. I find it hard to separate this composition from the attack side we're about to see. I just don't see it having that same value for this team.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough. Like, I want to see what the ideas are behind that double sentinel. Like, Yedajay being left to lurk, but I feel like we're going to need to see a lot of combinations off of the utility. We saw Vitality run it on bind, and that was the plan a lot of the time. Using that grav net in combination with a nade can work. It's just will it. But for now, at least, this round again, well, they've definitely bought into that Stinger meta. Nade is going to put Safe in a pretty horrific spot, but he still manages to take one, and Trex is immediate in his response to try and trade. The flash is gorgeous as well. Straight in. Going to make things very, very easy for him indeed. Well, sure, there's likely to be another plant. Something at least. Never mind. Trex still going.
Nothing to do with that last kill, but a very well played round by him indeed. Yedege, nice chance. Nice opportunity. But the spray of the Stinger, it's hard to control the best at times, especially when you can only see the tip of someone's head, and it's not the first player you're shooting at. 10 rounds for Vitality. And yeah, I think what I was going to say is great round by Trex. Look at this. He gets the kill. It's not as clean as I remembered, but the flash afterwards, fall back, reface, take the kill, get back again. He realizes this is an eco. This is Stingers I'm up against. These guys want blood. They're gonna run it down. That W key is gonna be stuck for the rest of the round, so he just keeps running back, throwing utility, and buying time for his teammates to rotate in and keeping range between him and his opponents. Fantastic flash, and it hasn't quite panned out as expected.
Yeah, it would have. The hope there was to catch someone on the other side and then hit them with the showstopper. The showstopper somewhat connected. Oh, straight away. Now on the other side, and it's immediately denied. Trex again. He is just thriving in this defensive side. Yedege looking for a timing. He almost finds it, but Safe's reactions are just too fast. The remaining players stuck behind the smoke. Nothing they can do from this point onwards, and well, this duo of Trex and Safe has been devastating. The newest signing to the Vitality roster. And well,
over there.
It is looking like a good one.
I do, like, look, if they can get to the A site, this could be a more difficult round than expected for Vitality. Still 2 sonic sensors, post plant around the spike, that can do a lot. Ult as well, wall 2, and 1 less player. And 2 less players. So now it's just out of captain, and I'm gonna say this is gonna be about as easy as you expect. Runner swinging through. It's actually ambitious to call that when it's out of captain. He could have aced that round. But 11-6 we go. And yeah, for Vitality, I think this is somewhere that they don't need to panic. They are getting the rounds incrementally. The ults they're up against aren't high impact ones, and they've got a Viper's Pit and a Thrash to play with.
Yeah, and closing it with an Andaluthia Flawless as well in this one. Their economy is now off the charts. Like, they are in a position where...
And Foots is wrecked.
Yeah, they've been just almost flawlessly winning a lot of these rounds. There hasn't been a particular amount of damage in most of them. They look very comfortable. And as of yet, I'm yet to see anything from this comp. On the foot side, they are being shut down with every battle they attempt to take. Again, coming in with weaker weapons, but it's still these solo fights. I feel like the counter utility every time they've attempted anything has been fantastic. And well, the trades have been even better.
I know.
Oh. Okay. Yedege's done a pretty good job with just the Sheriff in hand. Information as well as they start to spot some of these players, and he'll just lurk it out on mid. Plan to come through. Sonic sensors in play. Either side. One catching the walk up. I do think his left one's a little aggressive, but it could catch them as they make noise. And yeah, the wall goes up back left to the side. It's an annoyance. They only need to break 1 leg of it to get through. But it's really Yedege. How much can he do? They're not going to check it. If you go around that pillar, you're just wasting time. But here, oh no, that's not what you want to see. Because this is a Sheriff still in play for CNET ult for Mr. Fallen. If they can get this close, it could be so winnable for the squad of Foot. It could keep them alive in a round where they didn't look like they had that much of a chance.
I can only assume he's going to try and save it for the spike, but he's been caught. It's done for surely. CNET don't land both shots. He's given them a way into this. The time is ticking, the nade already onto it. And I think it's too far gone. He's already managed to win the round, even lands a shot at the end. The CNET show is what gives them another. Again, these low buy rounds is where they break the streak. It is both halves they've done that.
Unbelievable. What did I say? 45%. Every time I see weaker weapons in these guys' hands, it means nothing to me, Tom.
It's also annoying because it's never the ults. Like, you look at it and you go, okay, someone goes to defuse, he gets to use Annihilation, they get caught. No, CNET just headshots 3 people with the Sheriff.
And CNET left alone just pops off like it's the Wild West. Ridiculous. They've got Annihilation, Tom.
They do still have the deadlock ult.
I didn't expect this. I should have. But I didn't. My mistake. Vitality 4 rounds ahead. Keep in mind as well for Vitality, Gentlemates, Giant X and Koi, that's their remaining games. Relatively easy ones ahead of them, already in a good position in their group. Yenisei though, oh, they haven't cleared the corner and the lurk is sublime. It might not have worked out for him last round with the Sheriff, but a little cleaner with the rifle in hand.
He always seems to just have at least 1 or 2 a game where he's just in a position the Vitality forget to check. And as said, he will do it once. They will not forget again. But at this stage, this is the perfect time to have it. Kicks. And the rest of the team are just going to be looking to try and hold on to their weaponry. The only ult used in that round was Thrash, although Krax has got it. He might just use it to try and find someone in this post position. But I think they'll soon realize that nobody's going to be hunting them down here. Now, for Vitality, there is still plenty to play with in terms of weaponry. Maybe Kicks can try and find something here, do a little bit of extra damage. Mr. Fallen looks like he might be the one to peek him, and taking any guns away, to be honest, from Foot more so than Vitality will be the bigger problem.
Yeah, the credit's not so pretty on the attacking side, coming out of that round, but coming into the next one, it's not looking too bad. In fact, oh, yeah, the replay of this is just nasty. In fact, we see Vitality come in with a timeout now. Yeah. That 3-round lead's a little too close for comfort. It's the last map of the series, and you don't want to see this one slip away. They have fought long and hard for this 3rd map, one we felt we deserved on Icebox, and it has delivered. We're close to having double digits for both teams, but Vitality don't want that dream to be realized.
I think Salah is very good to realize when his team needs a pause, be it for, okay, I've spotted a weakness, or be it, I'm listening to you guys talk after those last couple of rounds, and I want to stop that before anything goes the other way. Because that's the thing, the round before last, where they lose to Pistols, frustrating, got to be frustrating. Then, you walk down mid, and 2 players immediately die to someone lurking in the corner, also going to be frustrating. So that's where you have to sort of calm the team. You go, okay, we won 5 rounds in a row, we have been the better side, there's no doubt about it, especially in this defensive half. They have looked phenomenal, and it's 2 blips, but it's very easy to forget that when the game starts to swing the other way. And on the other side of things for Foot, it's been mentioned many a time, this is a team that when they get momentum, it's very difficult to break them, it's very difficult to trip them.
3 rounds in it. Viper's Pit for safe. Annihilation from Mr. Fallen.
Over there.
No way.
Been online for a while, Tom, I feel. Yeah. 1 or 2 rounds. Runner not in too much danger. The paranoia is used here to force them back, and in fact, they continue the aggression. Nade burned up. Dizzy was thrown out, and Kicks is gone. He has to watch the mid push. So Dizzy's out of the round now. He won't be able to get back there on time, and well, let's see if he even has his life to play with. Yenisei, I think he will have seen him cross over with the camera. Small gap in that wall that could lead to it. He's got a late lurk to play with. They fell walking into his play last time. Oh, the blind ult used to try to root out that Viper's Pit. It hasn't worked.
No.
Vitality sit in position, but hold on. Trex had no idea where they were. Krax having slipped past him. Viper's Pit, showstopper used, player dropped, and the B side is not even under threat anymore. They're running the other way. Big pressure on Center to show up, or at least to stay alive if they go past him.
Yeah, he's been good in these scenarios. Oh, he's gonna get the 1 and get out. It might not have been the cleanest. He doesn't even check. He walks in backwards. That is very surprising. I guess, I don't know how he didn't expect them to be that far already. Spam through, but that could be the critical kill. Nice work from Runner. Oh, another from Kicks. They've turned it back on its head again. The spams is what done the damage. This man has been waiting the entire round, sitting in mid. The steps, I don't know if Safe will have heard that. I don't think he did. He hasn't turned. Timing going to be absolutely everything here. The peak, it's a little bit disjointed, but they still don't know this man is behind. Both kills are here, and he's going to find them as well. It's Yenisei again, always behind you, lurking in the darkness.
This has got to be frustrating to beat Vitality. A clutch pulled off by this man who single-handedly won the previous round. Sitting in mid, catching them pushing. And now he sits in mid. My God, he sat there for a long time, Tom.
I'm not that patient.
I think he fell asleep. I don't know what was going on.
It's crazy as well when we talk about this team. That he's that patient.
Yeah.
Because no one else is. No, their IGL runs in, swinging every angle, like throwing all his util at once. And Yedoje is like, I'm in mid, I'm in mid, I'm in mid, I'm in mid, I'm in mid.
He has literally, he sat behind those boxes in mid the entire round. He did this in multiple rounds where they had pistols. Yedoje's patience is second to none on this squad. And now there's a 2-round gap to show for it. It would have been 4 without this man. But one of those Sentinels was definitely hitting in a different way. Now for Vitality, he scoured down through their credits. It's not the end of the world even losing this one. They've got buys on buys. Sander found the 1 here last time and then got blindsided by the push on site. This time, they're wise to it. They're giving him a moment.
He's a bit more careful.
Slightly, yeah. I wonder what caused that change in character.
Yeah, he didn't run into the angle backwards.
I dropped the spike.
Now, Nana Captain has taken a little bit of damage. Patient play. This time there's no luck in mid, but it might even be just the doubt kicks. Needing to be a little bit careful here. They are being wrapped on from all angles. Seen it already in, but the Jules just going the way of Foot. And for the remaining players, a little bit further out of the action. No ults to play with as well, and an operator. Unless they get a kill very quickly, I'd be surprised if they continue this push.
And how are you going to entry right now? You're going to flash on Trex. You're going to blast pack in as runner. Look at the traps. The Sonic sensors are waiting for these players to make it towards the site. Once they take a step, once they make noise, the stone will come through. You're in a lot of danger. With Yedoje waiting around the corner. Somehow they've got most of them, leaving it all on Mr. Fallen. His utility is no more. Not to have impact. And, well, the defuse. Undeniable. I need to see that back from Trex's POV, because I'm not sure how he got away with that.
Oh, he just killed 2 people who stood in the same spot.
That's one way to do it, I guess.
I think the flash was perfect, but yeah, it's just the spam. As it goes in, they're completely blind. And this is it, pop flash, both in that corner. He even gets stuns up as he goes, but I don't think it would have mattered. It was the first bullet that did it.
That is rough. That is very rough. And I think a little bit of the security that you feel when you see those traps in play, but beyond that, the flash, what can you do in reaction
What
to
a strong second half from Vitality.
Obviously, you try to dodge that flash, you spin into the corner, you're blind. These things happen. But what a cost to pay. Runner misses the opening shot in for Foot. They can breathe a sigh of relief, but he will set up later.
Deep in the corner.
yeah, it landed this time, I'll tell you that. A showstopper used, and the right move from Vitality just to fall back, let that showstopper fizzle out, and now they play the post plant together. No ultis to work with for them, but Mr. Fallen grabbing the plant has found his, and Yedoje is blocked out by the door closing. Oh! There was a gap
What a
there,
nice
almost as a
shot.
bait, but Trex has found everything with it. This should be it. The flank denied means Yedoje is coming around in main, and now is the last man standing. Now 1 versus 4, and
I
the
don't know.
flawless streak of Foot comes to an end. Vitality find the win. Look,
I feel like on the last round, if you're Yedoje, you see the door being closed, you have to spam it, you have to break it, just to leave the idea of a lurk alive. Because if you don't break it, then you're just saying, yeah, nobody's gonna lurk. You have to leave the doubt on that last round.
Another player may be safe on this last one. He also played incredibly well. And while Foot came in here, new ideas, attempted something. I don't know if necessarily the comp was what got them.
Honestly, Vitality played way more as a team, I feel like, compared to like how they played in the earlier in the earlier weeks.
Looking at the group that Foot are in, they're not in a position where they have to play the same. They have to play tight. I like that they come in, try something new.
Because they play Foot right now, they won. They won 2-1 against Heretics and they lost against Navi. So they've played like 3 big teams. Like Foot and Navi are my like top 1, top 2, maybe top 3. They lost to Navi, they won against Foot.
For now, it's time to toss it off to the post plant. We've got Frankie standing by.
Navi won KC, they won Vitality obviously, and they won Liquid.
As we wait for the boys for
So yeah,
Vitality to head to our sofa.
I guess the ranking is like
you said you had fun.
Navi, Vitality,
I'm not so
Foot.
sure you did have fun watching the deadlock on Sunset, but to be honest, still, I am glad that we got to see it.
We'll have to see Navi versus Foot. I don't know if it's gonna happen because of the groups and shit.
It's interesting to see something different. I'm happy that people are trying different things. I don't know what
I don't think
the
it can
vision was
happen.
for the deadlock. I could definitely see on attack how they were able to, sorry, on defense they were able to get a little bit of space. They're able to use that net to kind of like lock down areas and let CNET go somewhere else. But I saw like we're seeing like layered deadlock and Cypher abilities against the KO ulti. It's like, what's going on here? So I would have liked to see more of it, I guess, or like different things, just to get like a good feel of what can you actually do. What are the limitations of deadlock? You're running a double sentinel. What are the limitations on defense? What are the limitations on attack? How are you going to be setting up CNET, who's on Raze, who played pretty well, but
yeah,
I
we
feel like
can't
he played
see
well despite
Navi Foot.
the lack of like synergy between everything.
We
going
still
on.
have
It felt
Navi
like it came down
Fnatic
to a lot
coming
of
up.
clutch rounds and individual like heroics as opposed to anything to do with the actual composition.
not
Would you
next
have
week,
respected
is
the
it?
composition more if we didn't have the Cypher, but we still had the deadlock?
Maybe it could be interesting to see, because a lot of the rounds do come down to these B site post plants.
Anyways,
so on defense, maybe you could
tomorrow we
have these
have
to kind of like negate the ability for people to just run in for free, and then you can use the net on top of the.
tomorrow
you know,
we have
Sonic Boom
Liquid
thing,
Giant
and
X,
then get the
Fnatic
Raze nade on
Koi.
top of that. There could be cool.
I would
sort of
say
synergies
Liquid
that you
win,
could do
Fnatic
there,
win.
and obviously being able to lock down
This is
a
what
main at the start
I
of the
would
round
go
is also
for.
a pretty
I
neat
was
idea.
like betting
But
or
I'm not sure. I'm
anything.
not completely sold by the deadlock. I feel like a lot of teams are also in the same boat. Otherwise, we would see deadlock played more.
Because like Koi is not hyped there yet.
Right?
The deadlock. That was definitely the biggest curveball I think I've seen in the 2 days I've been here so far.
When
They
I saw
are
it
they
come up
are
on the agent select screen, I'm like, oh,
playing,
Vitality is
but
going
they are
down.
not
Wait,
there.
what?
They're kind of
That's
like
Yeah.
So, yeah.
gentlemates in a weird way.
Been discussed about Foot in the past is that
Like
they're a team
they have
that
their own
can
style,
find
they have
something
their
that
own
works,
idea about
and
the
then
game.
they keep sticking to it, and other teams catch up with them,
But
and
they can't
know
really,
how to
like,
suss them out. So maybe this is Foot just trying
do it
something new
properly,
and
I
then trying
guess.
to take their enemies by surprise in
And
a way
then
that
after
doesn't
that
involve
we
taking
have
offense.
like
It
third
is,
week of
but-
NA.
Yeah, what you're saying is Foot found the secret
Saturday.
recipe, which is CNED go kill.
We have
He
Sen
looks
and
really
IBR.
good on Jet. He looks
Could be
really good on Chamber
interesting
when he
with
does that.
Sen losing
But
last
then
week.
You're putting him on Raze, and it's kind of 50-50 of
And we
whether
have
or not
C9
you're
Loud.
getting any sort of like high level performance out of him. And when you put him on Sage, it's like
It's
20,
kinda
20%
high.
being good
C9
performance.
Loud.
So why not stick to what you know works? The winning formula is.
I think
CNED
Loud
on
is
Jet.
ahead, but
He played well here, but why
C9
not
showed a lot
build
of
up
good stuff.
everything around it
I
to
think they are
have
2-0.
him succeed on that
Like
Jet?
they won
That
against
kind of-
Leviathan.
If I'm the coach of, you know, Foot, that's kind of what I'm trying to figure
Oh,
out
I
towards.
think.
This is
Wait,
the recipe for success.
did they
How
win
can
or
we
did
set
they
him up?
lose?
You know,
Did
a
they
lot of
lose?
teams are
No,
running
they are
Gecko
2-0.
plus KO, and that could be really good with a
Crew
double
is
flash
2-0.
combo
Oh
and
yeah,
being
Crew
really
is 2-0
aggressive.
too.
Even if he's going to stay on the
Energy is
Raze,
2,
you
Crew
could
is
do
2,
something to
Cloud9 is
heavily
2.
lean into that sort
Sen
of,
is 1-1.
approach, but
Leviathan
I'm not
is
sure if a double
1-1.
sentinel really lays into that
Loud
that
is
much.
0-1.
don't know
Oh
if
yeah,
we
they
are
lost
able
their
to
first
see this while we wait
the
for
first
Vitality,
week,
but I would
and then the
really
second
love
week
to
is the
see,
week they don't play.
round number 20 if we can. This is the epic clutch from Yetijay because he actually got back-to-back clutches. They win the 50 round, and then after that, it's really on Yetijay.
So they have
to
like
get them
they
back
had
in the
like
game.
2 weeks to prepare
Yeah,
basically.
So what's basically happening is Foot's getting into
Gonna
the
be
cycle, but
interesting.
Vitality doesn't really care about that so
I
much
would
because they have
still
a pretty
favor
decent retake
them
comp anyways.
over
So
Cloud9.
they're going in for their retake, and
Even
obviously they have a
though
lot
Oxy
of
showed a lot
abilities to
of
work
good
with.
stuff.
They've got Paranoia, they've got Viper Mollies.
I feel
they've
like
got
if
a wall to
Oxy
cut things
doesn't
off and all
pop
these
off,
things, and
or if
obviously
you
they
can
get the
like
utility. So it's very interesting to see kind of
disable him
how
or not allow Cloud9
these
to
fronts
enable
come into
him.
play here from Foot, because that's
I think
really what they have
Cloud9
to
is
rely on
like
to get these rounds. It's not just a matter of util usage, synergy, stuff like that.
it's
It
not
did come down
that strong
to,
of a team.
the backstabs.
I am delighted
Because
to
they
say
are
that
2-0,
we've
but
been
in terms
joined
of
by our
map,
two
they are
guests
4-2,
in
so
the
they won
studio,
both
wearing matching
both
glasses.
series 2-1.
Very impressed with the circular thing going on. I know you two have a history. It turns out you also
Crew is
go glasses shopping
actually
together.
Yeah, I mean,
very
me and him
surprising.
go way back with glasses shopping shopping, obviously, and now we're free Turkish shopping in game as well. So
yeah,
feels pretty good. actually.
I'm glad it feels good. We've got to talk about the Epic 3-map series. Myself and Steel, we've just been talking.
But they
about
beat Furia in
Deadlock.
EMEA
You guys have
also.
actually run a Deadlock yourselves. It wasn't necessarily.
Now they have like what?
final
Andrati,
form.
VG,
Notable
Leviathan,
few
and
teams
Loud
playing her
in the
How
Omega
did you
group
feel
to
when you saw
play.
it in Agent Select today?
How did you feel?
And they are playing
I
EG
mean,
next
the thing is
week.
that
This week I
we
mean.
played Deadlock on
They're
Byte and
playing
we
on
know how it
Sunday.
works. So like we pretty much like as soon as we saw it, we like know how it works and like what.
Oh yes,
we can
Sunday
do on
there
the
is
map
an
and,
Energy Leviathan too.
What benefits them also.
Aspas
So,
versus
yeah,
Demon
I
One.
mean, we just
That's hype.
get through it on.
That's giga hype.
Agent Select and yeah.
Do you have a conversation with the coach at the time? I mean, was there any kind of vocal reaction? Because we were surprised here on
And
these
then
sofas.
Monday it's
I mean,
G2
the only
Furia
reaction we
and
had was
C9
I
and
said
Ratives.
that their sunset is probably bad, and that's why they're desperate enough to play Deadlock on it, just to try to like surprise us. But the thing is, we already played Deadlock, and we know the pros and cons of having a Deadlock on the team. So like, even if they play the Deadlock, it's not really surprising. And also, like specifically on sunset, I think it's kind of weird. But yeah.
So on that topic, did you feel like the veto and the
Oh yeah, and there is the Giga Week next week.
Yeah, about that one. I mean, yeah, sure, the veto went great. Like as a player, I have to say
There
the
is
veto went
like
great. As a person,
Liquid
it
Heretics
looked a little
on the
shaky maybe,
24th.
but to be honest,
Liquid
like, the veto
Heretics,
was kind
Vitality
of
Gentleman,
I was
G2
like,
Leviathan.
I was looking at it and I'm thinking, okay,
Cool,
maybe you guys
Loud.
leave Bind in because they didn't look super strong on Bind either, so maybe you could float that and get something more favorable, but it ended up working for you guys anyways.
So it's like
It
four
was interesting
four
seeing
best
go
of
back to
three.
Sunset because last
On
week
Wednesday.
there was maybe some retake issues. Some
Wednesday next
stuff
week.
you needed to figure out. So talk to me about how you plan for that in the week.
It's gonna be interesting week.
I mean, yeah, last week when we played Heretics, like I felt like we were getting stopped on our Heretics, just one piece of util, and it was Cypher Trap, which we like didn't actually like took in mind. So yeah, like now we went through it, we took it, and like even now they play the double Sentinel comp, which is like they using these traps on sides, and yeah, it was like way easier when we got through it.
Speaking of, well, I guess Sunset, but also the Icebox, you guys run pretty unconventional compositions. Like other teams don't really run what you do. Do you feel like having all the access to all the different abilities from, you know, Raze especially on Icebox, and just having so much abilities for the retakes, do you feel like Foot didn't really properly prep against you guys for your compositions, or did they just play their game too much?
I mean, for me personally, I feel like Footballers is the kind of team that, regardless of like what we play, they're always gonna do their own thing. Like they don't really care about what the enemy does a lot. Sure, like they'll know some tells we do and probably like try to play around that. But themselves, like identity-wise, at least what I feel is that they're always gonna do their own thing. And I mean, I saw that on Icebox. They were just rushing on the same side, and they were forcing us into awkward scenarios. And I was like, okay, well, Footballers is doing Footballers things. So.
A Sage simulator on Icebox. Yeah, we were talking about that just before you guys came. Is basically, you know, Foot's winning formula is having CNET being set up for success. So we were talking about why run Cypher Deadlock on a map where CNET's not even on Jet, he's on Raze. Why are they not setting him up properly with other agents, maybe double flash comp like you guys have?
I mean, I don't have an answer for that one, to be honest. I just think that I think that they really didn't have like a proper answer in time for Sunset. I think maybe they thought our Sunset was weird and they just wanted to surprise or do something. Because I don't see any like specific logic behind it. They have a hard time playing mains. They have a hard time going mid. It just doesn't make sense. It's really like, it's really looking at it like from a player perspective. It feels like it's like the one and done. If we win defense 12-0, this is great. If we don't, then good luck in esports.
Yeah. Can I run it back then and ask why you lost Ascent?
Why we lost Ascent? This one is I would like to activate my rights to not comment on
Plead the
this.
fifth. Plead the fifth. You're not American. You don't get to plead the fifth.
I plead the VCT, and I can't comment on it actually. But what I will say is like we thought Ascent was okay, and let's just leave it at that.
Yeah, it looked very close at times. They just.
I mean, we got snowballed.
They're not afraid of you.
No.
On Ascent. I mean, they're not afraid of you on any map, but that's a signature map for them, even though we haven't seen them play it this year.
Yeah,
until now.
yeah. I mean, our ascent is not that bad, to be honest. I think we have a thing where it's like very surprising in the beginning. We always get super surprised if someone comes at us with like doing something fast or doing something like weird for us, or like we get uncomfortable from the beginning. If we start on a back foot, we need to like snowball into the game kind of. So it's hard against Turkish teams, for example, like to have a good start of the game. So I wouldn't say Ascent is bad necessarily. I'd say they're good, maybe.
You just don't want to talk about it,
Yeah,
apart
I
from
don't
to
wanna-
say it's not bad. We're definitely not slagging off your Ascent, don't worry. We're just saying that Foot know and love this map, and they happen to save it for you guys today.
They love us.
They do. Do you love each other?
No.
Just
I mean,
pivoting.
what, like me and my team, or me and
Yeah,
footballers?
no, you and Trex, actually. I was going to pivot into this.
Do you
'cause-
love me, bro? Don't make it awkward, bro.
That's a strong word.
Okay, do you like me?
Yeah.
He likes me.
That's good to know. Because actually, Trex, did you see Safe's interview where he was talking about you on the show last week?
Yeah, I saw it, and like as soon as he came back to our room, like after we finished, he just said, "Trax, did you see what I said about you?"
Bro, I'm hyping him up on my free time, on my off time. I'm
It's a very
part-time Trex hype man.
Very one-sided relationship here. Yeah,
I mean, it's okay. I accept his personality. Like,
Okay.
it's okay. It's fine to be one-sided sometimes.
Anything you'd like to say in response? He said good and bad things about your relationship, but he only talked about the good.
I mean, the thing is that like I wanted to play with Safe for a long time, even like last year, and like things just didn't came up, and now I have a opportunity to play with him. So like I'm really happy to be with him in the team. Like as he said, it's good and bad things, but yeah, I think it's good overall.
So instead of kind of, I guess, dwelling on the past so much, in the future, you guys have Giant X, Koi, Gentlemates remaining. So how do you guys feel about kind of like your chances to get a really good position into playoffs and just closing out the rest of the year? Obviously not trying to jinx it.
What do we have? Giants, Koi, and who?
I think
Gentlemates?
Gentlemates?
I think it looks pretty stable, to be honest, from the people we have left. Like, obviously, you never know in a game of Valorant what could occur. I mean, it's...
Yeah, so we could pick a deadlock.
No, that's not happening. Or maybe that's happening, actually. I can't confirm or deny. All I'm saying is, you never know what happened in a game of Valorant. In terms of what it's, like, what it feels for me is like, it should be pretty straightforward. Yeah, that's all I can say.
Do you feel more confident now than you did in week one? Because obviously week one was a bit of a setback for you guys, but I don't know if that shook your confidence in any way.
No, I think we're the type of team that needs to get slapped to come back stronger. Like, definitely, I feel like the people we have in our team are people that only learn if they go through trial and tribulations. I feel like, genuinely, like, we need to lose so hard or like do something so embarrassingly bad that people are like, oh, we're never doing this again, or like, oh, this is how you approach it differently. And to be honest, I feel like it was small things week one. It wasn't like super big things. It's small things that change the bigger picture. But like we're very fast on working on these issues, I feel.
It's been really interesting to watch the development this year of the team, especially Sunder now stepping into that IGL role. How much has he changed in the way that he's calling games and organising you guys on the server since the start of kickoff?
What do you feel?
I mean, I feel like overall how Sander calls, like I like the way he goes. I like the way mid round, like the way mid round he understands how to manipulate people, and like it really fits my how to say, like how I approach the game. So yeah, like in general, I just like how Sander calls like those mini stuff, and yeah.
Speaking of kind of IGLing and calling, who ends up coming up with all the compositions? Is it like a group effort that you guys all kind of like pitch into, or is it like coach or IGL or someone that's like, you're doing this, and you're like, fine?
Trex, answer this question.
I mean, to be honest, like on some maps, players come up with a like idea of what comp we should run on in this map, and sometimes it's like more coaching stuff. But yeah, I feel like it's 50-50, I'd say.
50-50, okay.
I love, by the way, Safe, how you're delegating questions to Trex.
I mean,
Is this
What a great
normal?
mid-rounder
Does
right
this
there.
happen every day
have
in
to-
your everyday life
you
on
have
Vitality?
to delegate efforts. That's what I told the guys as well. I said, guys, an emperor doesn't go around doing things. He delegates. I'm not saying I'm an emperor. I'm just saying.
I mean,
I'm just
listen.
saying-
Sounds like you're saying you're an
no,
emperor.
I'm just saying that you need to delegate tasks in order to have maximum efficiency in a team. That's all I'm saying.
I'm learning a lot about how to do my job as a desk host now. I have maximised my efficiency by speaking as little as possible and getting Josh to do as much of it as I can. Before we take a look actually at the question that Navi set for you last night, we are asking pretty much everyone about this because next week we're going to see Clove available to pick in Agent Select. So I just wanted to get your thoughts, given that you love an unpredictable composition.
About Clove?
Yeah.
I think Clove is a fantastic agent that should be played by a lot of teams because she's so great at smoking when she's dead. So maybe Angel would be interested. Actually.
Oh, really?
Something like that. Yeah, something like that. Oh no, honestly, listen, it's an okay agent. It's just for me personally, I think it works with double controller. It doesn't work alone.
Yeah.
She has like no other like util to actually set someone up or do something. Like no blind, no actual proper things, no Astra pull, concuss, things like this.
But maybe if you're not thinking of them as a controller, and you're just thinking about their kit instead of thinking that traditional sense of different agent roles.
Reyna with smokes.
It's Reyna.
Yeah.
It's Reyna with smokes, and yeah, then if you have like a Reyna Harbor comp on bind, for example, or something like Paper X something, then you could probably pitch her in instead of a Reyna. Like anywhere Reyna is, you could just throw her in. I feel, even though you don't have the blinds, but it's fine.
Yeah. Would you like to hear from Angel?
Sure.
Sure. Okay. Well, Angel set a question for you last night, so let's see what he said. That one. Yeah.
Guys, let's go play football next Friday. Team versus team.
Lovely, we got it. Yeah. I mean, that's probably. I was expecting drama, and you gave me one of the most.
Apparently, you're actually you are rivals on the football pitch already.
Yes. So the thing is, I wasn't there last game they played between Vitality and Navi, but obviously I will be here on Friday, and I'm gonna show Grandpa how to play some football. So I hope he's ready. I hope he comes with the high socks, knee high, and gets
Shin
ready
pads?
for me. Yeah, no, we're gonna wreck them. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Trax, are you the secret weapon of the Vitality football side?
No, not really. I think we have one guy who is actually this kind of guy, but yeah, we'll see. It's gonna be secret.
Secret, okay.
Ah, but don't you have a training facility at like the Stade de France? Have you ever
Yes.
got to play there?
Yes, I have played there. He didn't play there.
So, I mean, Angel, if the challenge still stands, you could probably go over to Vitality's home. We could make this football match an actual thing.
Actual content.
Yeah, I think we could actually maybe make this thing a thing in the future. So hopefully someone from Vitality is watching this and can make this happen. You know what we need to do now, though? We need to get you guys to record a question for the guest that's going to be on tomorrow's post-bomb.
Who is it? Oh, we don't know.
We don't know yet. The matchup, it's going to be Liquid or Giant X.
right? Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Fnatic or Koi, apologies. That's going to be our second matchup tomorrow is actually Fnatic or Koi.
Fnatic or Koi? What should we ask? I don't know.
You'll be in this camera when.
Why don't you delegate to Trex like you've been doing all
Trex,
post-plant?
ask a question.
I'm not taking that question.
Okay, I'll take the question.
Okay,
Wait, so I'm supposed
into
to
this question here.
Okay. Wait. I'm no?
Yeah,
What am I
we're
sup-
recording. We are actually live on the internet.
Oh, we're
People can,
live.
people can watch
I
this
can't.
whole
Okay.
entire conversation.
But am I supposed to like think of a question, or am I supposed to read?
No, you're meant to. Yeah, you're paid
Ask
to
a
lead,
question.
not to read. Ask a question
Ask a question to who? I'm so confused.
to whoever wins from tomorrow's
To
game.
listen, guys, to whoever wins.
Koi or Fnatic is going to answer this question.
Would you like to? So many terrible words.
I
Would you take a photo with me? Would you take a photo with us, with me? Would you sign my?
I mean, I would love to, but the
feel
question,
so
you're
awkward.
sort of saying it to me.
Wait,
we're going to get that one more time.
Who has to transcribe the question for them?
Which camera am I supposed to look at?
This one, okay?
That one.
You've had a couple of practice runs. I give you a 6 out of 10. Okay, in
Okay.
3,
The red light.
2, 1, you're live.
Would you like to take a photo with me, or maybe sign my jersey, or something like that? Maybe not my jersey. Anything. Take a photo with me.
Trax, this boy has no game.
Would
the
you
wrist?
maybe like to? I don't know. Like if you want to, like go to the prom with me.
Bro, I just don't know what to ask. Like they're the ops. I hope you understand. Like at some point, this is the enemy we're talking about. We're in a battlefield. Like you can't tell me ask the enemies take a photo with me or ask them anything at all.
I love how I've heard so much about Safe.
Ask them if they want to step up into the ring with you.
Guys, listen. If there was ever but that's violence.
Well, you can use the big padded ones.
Listen,
You could do sumo wrestling.
We could use like Blastix like gloves to fight each other.
Or put on the sumo suits.
Would
yes.
anyone like to step in the ring with me? I will. We can make this a whole thing. We can go in like I don't know, some form of arena format and just fight.
You know what I really love?
What?
That in this segment, you've showed you've got no chat when it comes to asking people direct questions. We've set up a potential football match at the Stade de France, and you also challenged everyone in VCT to a fight. Is anything you would like to say before we sign off, Trax?
This is peak safe, by the way.
No comments.
No comment.
Oh wait,
Fabulous.
I have to say one thing though. One last thing.
At some point, we're going to go home. What would you like to say?
One last thing. A big shout out to our assistant coach Harry. He's the MVP of today, and we did this one for him. He's been in a pretty rough spot, but we've been looking out for him a lot, so this one means a lot to us and to him. So yeah, shout out Harry.
Let's go, Harry.
Listen, I would happily do another hour of this, but everyone wants to go home. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Thank you.
Okay,
guys.
that's it for today.
It's been a pleasure. You can keep the crown if you want.
ETC
We will see
is
you
gone.
guys tomorrow for the final couple of matches of week 3. But until then, sayonara.
And yeah, honestly, I'm gonna go Baba G. Fury has been, I don't know. I feel like the build is in a weird spot. I don't have a lot of money. I'm like farming tier 16. But like between the fucking Necropolis mods, the fucking yeah, altar mods and shit, I don't know. My build is literally like 50k armor, 6k life, fucking 50% like attack block, spell block, 100% spell suppression. I have a bit of evasion, but not that much. I have like 80 res. I don't have my chaos res fixed, but like I don't count like the time I die to chaos res. But like I have no damage. Even though I'm trying to invest in like all those small ways to get damage and shit, like I feel like the damage is just too bad. Like I feel like Bleed Gladiator is just in such a bad spot. I feel like there is not enough like good bleed nodes on the tree, and you have to get your bleed from cluster jewels or like the add-on stuff and shit. I don't know. Okay. I guess Baba G. Just gonna do some chill stuff. I had a bunch of bad games yesterday. Like, Don't have a lot of healing. There's a guy up there. The guy who dropped in the freaking... They're shooting on... Oh, there's a guy here. Oh yeah, stuck into... Yeah. What the fuck was that? What the fuck is that movement? I knew he was still there. Bitch. There was a third guy here! Like, what the fuck is that? How many fucking cocksucker are there? Damn. Nice. I need a fucking bag, man. Yes, I'm just looking for like a thumb grip, cheek pad or some shit. Maybe a can sight. Thank God I heard him. I need a new helmet. I think I saw him. I find a helm too. I wonder what the fuck he was doing here. Like, fuck me, man. No chick bird, I guess. Too close here. I need to stop looting. He says. They're looting a fucking Cerveza Crystal. That's a long way. I don't have the bike anymore. "35 seconds. Oh, he's on the fucking... Wait, it's so far. I think I'm dead by the zone. I'm just way too fucking far. think I have to close the horn. Son of a bitch. That was a third party. I don't like that noise. Gonna take a painkiller because they take longer to take. But a safe spot. I missed that fucking shot, man. I don't have a smoker. I'm dead here. Have to push that. There was a guy here. Of course, I knew it. Fuck me. I wanted to nade and to just leave. Lane. Yeah, nobody around. That shot wasn't too far from. Oh, do you have enough nades? Wait, where is that fucking lot though? He's in those houses. Damn, that fucking rifle is so precise. What the fuck? Always hated it, but... Oh, and now you give me a cheek pad, you son of a bitch. Fucking video game. What? I stopped. Do I go SK? I don't think so. Oh, I'm far. Probably gonna follow that path. Of course there is a dude here. Of course, on the most fucking random spot as I'm moving, there's a dude waiting. Oh, unlucky. Is this looted? I got a feeling it's not. Oh, it is looted. Farmhouse is not bad though. I like the farmhouse. But it's 556. Yeah, of course, dude. He doesn't eat shit, and then all of a sudden he eats like 2 fucking hits. For sure, man. It's so weird how guns work, like. I never play that gun. I get it once. I hit my shots, and I'm like, that gun is not that bad. Next game, or the game after, whatever, I play the same gun again, and I can't hit shit. Like, the gun keeps spamming for no reason. Like, I click once, but for some reason the gun shoots twice. And it's like, the fucking recoil is through the roof, even though I have the same exact spec. I have the same exact fucking... Same exact fucking layout, like items on it. It's just retarded. I think I'm gonna take a quick break actually. I'm gonna take a quick break, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. What the fuck is my car? Son of a bitch. Forty seconds. Oh, I died from the zone, man! Fuck me. I saw him and shit, but... Here we go! Yeah, yes. I hate that map for that reason. Just a fucking random zone on a fucking island with 2 bridge. It's just a dog shit zone to get to. I tried to go for the fucking pistol kill while diving. Holy fucking shit, man. Yeah, of course, dude. Of course, you get it, you repick that. You instantly find where I'm at. That's crazy, like, people always know where they're being shot at. Like, where from they're being shot at. Sometimes I'm like, being shot at, I'm like, where the fuck was that guy? It's always insane to me, like, to have people, like, instantly find where you are. I think I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna call it for today. Had a lot of fun though. Chill PUBG. But yeah, see you tomorrow for the games. For fucking VCT. EMEA. Liquid Giant X and Fnatic Koi. I expect those two to be Storms. Like, I hope Liquids like play better. Same for Fnatic. We saw them play Gentlemates earlier this week. And I just hope they come back with the same energy and just stomp fucking Koi. Anyways, see you tomorrow. Stay safe. Bye bye.
I thought my heart was gone after I lost it all. Felt I was falling down, still I chose to be proud until I hit the ground. You got me back on my feet again. You said that lovers come and they go. You said that time will help you up when you feel